Well, I got the one. I missed the one. Okay, we're live.
Every time. Every single... You're so concerned about it, and then it always goes to shit. Hello, everyone. This is the Geeky Gamer Podcast, or GGP, as I want to call it, but I probably shouldn't. This is where we're talking about geeky and gamer shit. Today, it's the third episode, we got Xanatrix Zadare. Did I pronounce that right, Xanatrix?
You did, and if you find my name too mouthy, Zan will do just fine.
Zan. Right. So, I'm Bill Bunkum. You got Ken Howl manning the machine over there. Of course, we are with Xanatrix. Thank you to the Patreon peoples. Be Tim Roberts, Nostalgic, and Daniel Holker. They are wonderful people. If you want to jump on the Patreon, it's patreon.com/DreadLore. That's LORE. Also, thanks to Couchfire Media, our production team, whom, if you're watching the video, you can see the production team. It's all one dude. Couchfire Media. Thanks, Couchfire. You the man. Trois Productions. We just give them credit. They don't actually do anything. All right. Right. So, Xanatrix, how do we know you?
So the primary way I'm known is as the red Oni to Mildra, who you had on last week, his blue Oni. I'm his most consistent co-host for a lot of his podcasts. We're both very good friends who, as we consistently tell everybody, we're far too similar to each other to the point that we know exactly what we're going to say next in many situations. Gross. This also results in us constantly trying to needle each other and get on each other's nerves, all in good fun, you know.
Right.
Your best friends are the ones you fuck with.
No. Yes, indeed.
But,
yeah, Mildred was awesome. Continue.
Yeah. Beyond that, I have a couple of very funny little titles that I use on the internet for the shits and giggles. CEO of Zadare Enterprises, the best conglomerate to exist because we fired our lawyers and replaced them with AI and are making all of the mecha. The eternal dragon of chaos because I constantly call myself Chaos Incarnate. And then, of course, the one and only, the bane of the monk's fucking existence, as he continues to call me.
Mildred the monk, you mean?
Yep.
Indeed.
My YouTube isn't a super big one. My Twitter is one where I do three things. I promote podcasts, I laugh at stupid people, and I look at art.
Stupid people. I'm going to write some notes down. I'm going to get back to these later. You say notes. People are stupid. What does that do mean? Indeed. So how long have you known Mildred?
I have known Mildred probably 5 or 6 years now.
Yeah.
The way that we originally collaborated, I met him in a Facebook group. He was asking for people to help him with the character creation portion of one of his Monk Reviews videos, specifically for Anima Beyond Fantasy.
Okay.
And he wanted to do
it.
It's crunch heavy. It's a bit crunch heavy, but it's really fun. And it has a really nice custom ability system. You can create custom spells, custom key. There's a bunch of stuff.
Cool.
But the game has 4 broad sweeping categories for character creation. You've got your skill based, which is not exactly like just a meaty warrior, but it's someone who isn't going into all of the metaphysics. And then you've got your magic and your key, and I believe the last one is summoning. I gotta check again.
So you met Mildred via that Facebook group talking about that game.
He asked for help. Myself and a few others responded. I'm the only one who submitted his part. The other 2 flaked off.
Dude, that's a common thing, man. That's a seriously common thing, especially in gaming. Maybe just in trying to get people involved with anything. So what's your background with gaming and gaming in general, we'll call it?
Okay. TTRPGs, I started at 4. It was the teenage intern, I guess you'd call him. He was also the babysitter / the person helping my parents' ISP. This is back when ISPs were a city-to-city thing.
This is at 4 years old, you're saying?
Yeah, I was a rambunctious kid. They couldn't watch me while running the ISP, so he's their intern who helps them do all the office stuff, and he also went, I'll keep your son occupied, and pulls out AD&D 2, the equivalent of the monster manual. It's one of them is called the Fiend Folio.
Mm-hmm.
And made me look at all the monsters, and then heavily helped me through character creation, and I created Xanatrix Zadare. This name stems from that.
See, one of my buddies, one of my old buddies from many moons ago, we refer to him from his character's name. And for a long time, literally years, I didn't realize that his name was not his name. Like someone actually said his real name, and I was like, "Who are you talking about?" No idea. It was all a freaking D&D character.
Well, ever since I created the character, I've used him as my online handle.
Right.
And I actually keep anything with my real name completely, distinctly separated from anything having to do with this handle. Mainly because I do some really quote-unquote risky things by, speaking my mind on the internet. Oh, no.
Indeed. So, I mean, why didn't you, tell us your real name?
You know what?
We were talking about IT before we went live. That's definitely a topic, or IT and cybersecurity. That's definitely something that I would like to cover at some point. I want to give Ken a moment to talk here in a minute. But continue with your gaming. Is it all tabletop role-playing games, TTRPGs?
I use my real name all the time.
No.
Is that why you talk?
No.
But it's not all tabletop role-playing games. I got into video games shortly after, actually. Because it was the very early 90s, and we had bargain bin stores all around the area I grew up in, we got a NES and a SNES on the cheap. Way on the cheap. With lots of games, actually. And
now, when did you start calling it a NES and a SNES? Because I never did.
I probably started calling them NES and SNES in my teenage years. I would actually spell them out NES, SNES when I was young.
We call it a super. We're like, oh yeah, we got the super.
Yeah. I don't think I ever got that one in my area. But I started video games, like I said, shortly after tabletop RPGs. I started anime around all the same time as well. Really, I got dragged into the nerd pool head first as a child. So
it's gateway drug. The D&D. No one should play it.
Looks at the cardboard crack of all the magic cards in his in his closet and goes, I really wish I hadn't spent that money.
Did either one of you ever play EverQuest?
I did for a little while. I didn't really have the means at the time when EQ first came out to play an MMO. We lived in a rural area. Our internet was I remember us getting the upgrade from 14.4 to 28.8, and then the upgrade from 28.8 to 56.6.
Dude, 56.6 was the shit.
It was cooking with gas. I could actually get high quality photographs and entire books in only a couple of hours.
That's right, dude. Napster was like useful.
Or Kazaa and Kazaa Plus.
I wanted to say hello to Slick Rick Cosplay again. What's up, man? Says, don't mind me. Got a tri-monitor mount to put together.
Rick's a good friend. He's another person over on Monk's Monastery. He joins us as a guest on numerous of our podcasts. He's also a player on the Cloister of the Dice.
Right, you guys were talking about that.
Yeah.
Or I should say Mildred was talking about that.
Yeah.
What exactly is it?
The Cloister of the Dice is Mildred's project to be the most transparent and accessible live play tabletop show. He wants to show everything from character creation in session 0 all the way through roles, everything. He wants it to be as transparent as possible, because a lot of the bigger personalities that got big on this stuff, such as
Who are you talking about?
Well, the biggest example I think everyone can think of is Critical Role.
Right.
They aren't always the most transparent with process. It's more for them. It's more about the action. It's more about the story being told and all the great beats and moments. Whereas with Cloister of the Dice, we do have those. We've had some great moments where people get these massive crits that just do godly strikes of damage and save the day. But we also want to make sure that everybody who watches us understands what's happening, which is why it's as transparent as it can possibly be.
So there's more of the mechanics in it.
Yeah, we show a lot of mechanics.
It's like actually sharing, the hobby, not just the storytelling.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's one of the things about Critical Role. Not to knock Critical Role, because they're fine. I mean, they're great. And I actually prefer more of the story forward. While I understand why they're playing Dungeons and Dragons, I don't understand why they continue playing D&D, because it's not a system that the system itself tends to get in the way of storytelling. Contentious statement.
Not
Go.
really. I would.
Oh yeah, well fuck you. Tell me I'm wrong.
You're wrong. The system totally doesn't get in the way of the storytelling. I say and lie straight through my teeth. No. I've played D&D for a long time. I cut my chops on it as a player and as a GM there. But after a while of playing nothing but D&D, I am so tired.
Yeah.
I've tried to get other friends into other systems all throughout my life.
No, they won't go. They love that Hasbro deck.
It's a security blanket. It's what's familiar.
They love it.
My friends, all of my friends though, they hack up D&D with a ton of homebrew, and so it's like, that always happens.
Right. They're not even playing D&D anymore, which is a great thing about D20. But I'm getting off topic, and this is a rant I have gone on. No one wants to hear my bitch ass.
It's a rant that we've probably gone on too. Yeah. The biggest thing that Monk and I both agree on, his crusade and the biggest reason I'm the evangelist for his temple, we want to get as many people who want to play the game, who are not bad actors, into the hobby, playing whatever system best suits them.
I've heard of one that's pretty good.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Go on. We'll get back to that one. I heard it's pretty good though.
You heard it's pretty good? I don't imagine it starts with a D and ends with an E.
No.
No shameless shilling, hey?
No, that one sucks.
Oh, really?
Don't even look at that one. It's terrible.
Well, but the whole thing is, we want the hobby to grow. And the only way for the hobby to grow is to get new blood. You get people come in who want to play. Some people come in, they want to GM. Some people come in, they do both, and then they want to design. And from there, that's how you get new systems. Not all new systems are created equal, and not all are successes. Not everything is going to be a success. But it's the trying that matters.
Dick. Most of them suck dick. Honestly, there's only one that's really good.
Yeah.
Which one is that? I don't know.
I can't remember the name of it. It just
does it rhyme with head 4?
I don't think so. I think I know that one.
A tragic boar or dead boar is what it.
Dead boar.
No, dead boar.
Dead boar. I can see that one.
Yeah, well, that's a noble cause, getting people. Then again, there's a stigma to playing these games.
There is. It's the same
I
stigma.
played the games. I made it. I made a goddamn game. I'm in it.
You did. Yes.
There's a stigma.
Well, and the stigma is the same stigma that nerdism has gotten in general. Far be it from the commoditization of nerddom. Thank you very much, Big Bang Suck a Dick.
Wow. Oh
Ew.
yeah, Big Bang Theory.
I agree. I tried to watch that show, and they're like, "Oh, this is a smart, geeky gamer show," and it's not.
It's
It's
like getting
not.
punched in the face.
It's a
It's
it's a
not.
caricature of geeking. It's a caricature
Yeah.
of nerd made
No.
to sell that to the masses, which is why I refer to it as the commoditization of nerddom.
Akira Coops says, "Hello, an evil as old as the galaxy."
Yeah, yeah. Coops is pretty evil sometimes. Sometimes he's just kind of sleepy. Aren't you, Coops? And he knows I fuck with him too. These are guys from the temple coming around to say hi. I'm
Good,
very
good.
glad to see them. Hi guys.
Yes. Yes, and thank you for getting in the chat. Continues absolutely throw in on our conversation. Ken,
Yep.
I am so jealous of your ability to do that. Does anyone know how it's done? Anyone? I've looked online. I have Reddit. I've gone into the Stack Underflow. I fucking hate Stack Overflow. I've gone through the Stack Overflow. Can't find anything. It vexes me.
I have a feeling.
Go on. Please go on. Just shut me up.
I was just gonna say I have a feeling that he's activated a feature of Discord.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
But
I have a feeling of discord in my soul.
That's okay. I'm Chaos Incarnate. You're supposed to feel that while I'm here.
yeah, do the fireworks.
I don't. It's not. It's not this. This is the. That's
that's
the
that one.
confetti. The fireworks is this one.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, and you get all the cool stuff. No one else has it.
But I mean, if you just do one, it's just like it thumbs up on my forehead. Oh no.
Yeah.
I mean, and this does nothing. This
Yeah, what
is
the
not
fuck?
a thing.
Why? Why?
Like,
That's
that
the best
should be a
one.
thing. Like a two
Best
for.
one.
Middle
to pay
fingers are
for it.
fine.
That's right. Das Bird. Anyway.
And I don't see any like.
I think you have to do it upside down.
But the
I don't see any like.
No, it doesn't.
A-okay.
Just flashing all the signs.
Spider, web, go.
Ball gazer.
Web go. Web go.
Go web go.
Go web go.
Yeah,
Possibly-
no, cancel me now, please.
Possibly my favorite part, maybe in all of those movies. Like in all of those movies. That might be my favorite
where he's trying to find out how to shoot out with web.
It's because everyone would do it. Everyone. And you'd be sitting there like, fucking do it.
It's like, please. I need to go web swinging.
Okay, where the fuck were we? My bad. Go on.
We were role playing. I think the last thing we talked about was Critical Role in Hasbro that had anything to do with gaming. So
Yeah, Critical Role, man.
Well, isn't Critical Role detaching from D&D now because of the whole OSR thing at the beginning of the year?
They figured it out. The money. I think players that they figured it out.
I don't understand why they're playing D20. I mean, D20 is not a good system for storytelling.
Okay, so I'm not gonna get too much into it because this now comes into rants that Monk and I have done endlessly. the die rolling system you use for your engine doesn't matter as much as what you've designed the engine itself for. But I saw that.
Continue, please.
But the D20 itself can be used to tell marvelous stories depending on the engine you've designed. And a great example of that from what we've been seeing is stuff coming out from Lost Lorn Games.
I don't know it.
Lost Lorn Games is a company created by previous White Wolf co-founder Mark Reinhagen.
I did like White Wolf, although their combat systems, woo, kind of like just don't do it.
I mean, if you've ever played Mage, you know that combat breaks down as soon as you figured out a way to turn Paradox back into Quintessence, but that's a thing. We won't talk about that. That's Mage, and that's just its own thing.
Every single iteration, it's just, I mean, Werewolf, the Apocalypse, from what I understand, a load of my friends, one, load of my friends really liked Werewolf the Apocalypse. But honestly, I don't think it was because of the combat. I think it has to do with White Wolf did lore so well. Old World of Darkness. But
Yeah.
the rules were fucking atrocious. And I will hopefully get one of my other buddies on here, a dude named Moses Cadillac.
That sounds
made
like
up.
some. That sounds like a very what's the good name for that one? I don't know. I was gonna make a 70s blaxploitation joke, but hey.
Oh no. He was the bassist in my band for a long time. But he's created games, and anyway, he had this whole theory that it's just D20 reskinned. But that's not my argument. My deal is this. I won't get on my deal because I said I wasn't going to do it. Continue with what the White Wolf thing is. What is it now called?
So the new company is called Lost Lorn Games, and they're designing
Lorn.
Yep, Lost Lorn.
Mm.
And they're creating their own tail spinner system that is meant to have a combined thing.
Go on. Mildra had a thing on them, right?
Yes, that's because Mildra is also an employee from their media department, or at least sort of an employee-ish, kind of.
Okay. Yeah.
He's part of their media outreach department.
Cool.
We've actually talked to Mark a couple times on some really cool weekend interview-ish things, talking about a couple of the systems, specifically Badlander and Fang Knights.
Did you Fang? It's not Vampire the Masquerade. It's Fang Knights.
It really isn't Vampire the Masquerade, because the entire point of the vampires in the world of Lost Lorn is to protect the overworld from the holes that open into the abyss of hell.
Okay, so it's just what fuck? It's not werewolf. It's what is it? Is it wraith? Okay, I do get tired of that. Like, I think what they did with Vampire the Masquerade, super fucking awesome, excellent. Prometheus, cool, awesome. But when they start getting into like the wraith world, or like, I don't know, werewolves are like the good guys, I just don't like it. I just don't like it. It reminds me of Twilight. Well, I said it.
Maybe Twilight stole her. Maybe Stephanie Meyer stole her ideas from White Wolf, since White Wolf was around before Twilight.
You think?
But no, the big thing there is that with Lost Lorn, the Fang Knights are actual chivalric orders that protect the surface world of Lost Lorn from these infernal threats. And they're always there because they're technically descended from one of the demons. I'd have to go read it again. Fang Knight looks really nice, and I really hope it comes out at some point in the near future. But games don't. Designing a game is not always an easy or time efficient investment.
It's pretty easy, honestly. I mean, you could write an entire book, 500 pages perhaps.
I mean,
like a weekend.
It took Monk and I 2.5 years to do that with Final Fantasy Legend Edition. So,
according to the internet AI, it says that there are Celtic lore that werewolves have fought alongside men and
Celtic.
kids.
Did you just say Celtic?
He did just say Celtic.
Like the basketball team?
Like the basketball team.
Celtics. Yeah, I don't know.
No.
I guess it's Celtic. Yeah, you're right. It's Celtic.
I have to say this because I'm of Scottish descent. Damn it.
Yeah, I'm. The sad thing is, I also am of Scottish descent.
Oh, you're letting your ancestors down there, laddie.
We've been in America for since the 1600s, so I mean, I do have an excuse.
You have a slight excuse, but it's not enough of one.
I mean,
do you understand me there?
I got a hat too, and
and the moment we went Scottish, Good.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I feel like the next 5 minutes should be terrible Scottish accents. Although Xanatrix, that's a pretty good accent.
No, I'll tell you right now. I'm told it's a good Scottish accent by people in the US. I'm told it's a shite Scottish accent by Scotsmen, only slightly less shite than other US.
Huh.
It's still shit. It's just not as much shit.
I guess the question is does it just sound like what we would consider a Scottish accent, which is why we register it as, oh, that's Scottish. Or are you able to go to a certain region?
From what I've been told, my accent is closest to people from Inverness.
Which is the Highlands, right?
I believe Inverness is in the Highlands.
Yeah, I think so.
People from Edinburgh actually sound like they're British. They don't have a very pronounced Scottish brogue.
Don't tell them that.
I will look in Edinburgh in the face
you.
and say, and I'll be like, "You don't sound Scottish at all. Bring it. I'll give you 6 feet 6 inches of fuck the hell off."
Lord, go on, Ken. Do your Scottish accent.
No, I mean, I think we were in a conversation about this last night.
It's not bad. More of an Eastern American.
I'm from Kentucky, and and I can't do a Southern accent. So it's right out, Bucko.
Oh Jesus. No, okay. So I've been in Texas for 3 years now, and I found myself slipping into a Texan accent, a very slight one, not a big one, a slight Texan accent whenever I'm talking to friends in an informal setting. I'll just start, the drawl will hit, and there'll be a little bit of the slur, and it'll start sounding like I'm coming from Texas, and it doesn't sound good for anyone. Anyway,
that's not bad. That's not bad. That actually, for a moment, I was like, you're gonna go into Matthew McConaughey, but that actually,
all right.
Yeah, that sounded all right.
It's like I said, you live here long enough, you start picking up little pieces here and there.
Apparently, Interview with the Vampire, so Anne Rice, right, came out in 76.
That was close to Texas, Louisiana.
Louisiana.
I can't. I'm not an actor.
I don't know if that was her first work, but I believe all the shit is based off. Am I wrong? Internet, tell me, am I wrong? Hey, chat, am I wrong? Is it all derivative of Anne Rice? I mean, of course, Bram Stoker's Dracula. Of course,
vampires were around a lot before. I mean,
right.
She came up with the vampires that didn't sparkle.
Right, but I'm talking
but
like
she kind of hinted us into it's a bad idea to make children vampires. Maybe, I don't know. Did you think of that before, Anne Rice?
I think if inspiration for what made, I'm guessing you're talking about what inspiration was for Vampire the Masquerade.
Yeah, because Masquerade, like when people think of
the idea of vampires hiding amongst the populace in order to hunt unabated through mimicking even high society is old. It's way older than Anne Rice. I mean, even like you said, you mentioned Bram Stoker's. He imitated being an actual, still being the same count he had been for 600 years. Thank you. Thank you.
But the thing is though, like,
Mildred points it out. Yeah, I remember us talking about that with Mark. Lost Boys was one of the bigger inspirations for Vampire the Masquerade.
Dude, Lost Boys is such a good goddamn movie. It's not a good movie, but it's a fucking good movie. I remember I was a kid and I was like, I want to be a Lost Boy.
But
VTM is mobsters with vampires, says Garm. Yeah.
Well, Mildred, when he says he has the sauce, like I said, he technically works for Mark Reinhagen, and we both talked to Mark Reinhagen. So I think that's as close to the source as you can get. The guy who co-founded the entire company.
I'd love to have a conversation with, what's his name? Mark what?
Mark Reinhagen.
Mark Reinhagen. Here's a question to the chat. Which one of us has the best Scottish accent?
Oh,
It's me.
you're not gonna bypass me now, are you, boy? This ain't something you can beat now, is it?
Listen, we gotta wait till the end of the episode, and we'll have a vote.
I think
yeah.
it's kind of a stacked deck against you, though. No, it's a stacked deck against me. All my friends are here. They'll vote against me just to try and bane me.
That's right. They're gonna troll you, dude.
I cannot change the laws of physics, Captain.
I cannot change the laws of physics, Captain. I can push her no more.
Excellent. Ken, we have several questions we can ask Xanatrix, but I wanted to give you a little bit of talk since the last time we streamed.
Yeah, you kind of railroaded. This is like way outside of my wheelhouse, a lot of it. I mean, I understand vampires and I understand role-playing games.
Do you understand vampires, though?
But, the only questions I have are like IT stuff, so... like security, like what are the like that's what I'm curious about. Like, how do I protect myself being a human on the internet? What is it? I was thinking about putting all my passwords on social media so that everybody could log in and make sure that my stuff was safe. But I was wondering if you had any thoughts pertaining to that. What should streamers do who are public all the time to keep their shit
and really
tight?
popular?
I mean,
when it comes to someone who has their public face and public name out there, the best things to do security wise is to at least make sure that all the other public information about you, addresses, phone numbers, etc., are not anywhere that can be accessed, or are only in places like where they need to be, like your bank account, because ostensibly your bank should keep that information safe. Now, of course, human element being what it is, there's always a chance for breach anywhere. There are a lot of different security firms out there that are recommended. I'm sure you've seen some of the sponsored segments on people's videos about Aura, which from what I've seen is pretty good about what they do.
Did you just say the Ori?
Aura.
Oh, hail the Ori. Continue.
It's a little
the light of the Ori.
Stargate reference.
But the
it's a good show. It's a good show.
It is.
Great show.
The biggest thing is that a lot of internet security, unless you are a person who is dealing with critical information, things that are actually like company secrets at a company, or governmental secrets with the government. Thank you for letting 2 people put out secrets on Discord, you fucking idiots.
Oh, did that just happen?
Not just happen, but it's happened twice this year.
I have heard about that, actually.
Oh yeah, definitely. Somebody was. These are top secrets, kind of.
There were some big secrets. Yeah.
You put this stuff out on Discord and it goes to all your followers, and it's easily traceable back to you because you're trying to build up your Discord, so it's not really secret.
Well, and the thing is, it was one of them was a one of the server he was in was basically a giant meme channel for gamers, and he wasn't even technically active military. I believe he was military reserves, Air Force reserves, and he had access to this information and then spread it in that fucking, what was it, Thug Shaker General, I think it was called.
Oh man, I don't know. I heard of this stuff being breached and leaked on Discord servers because they were public, right? I mean, obviously,
they went.
You just screenshot and, which is like a thing. That's a thing that trolls do. Mm-hmm. And this, I'm hijacking here. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. There's a lot of YouTube haters that will like try to destroy, people, and it seems like a lot of their evidence is usually, I should say, includes screenshots from Discord.
Yeah. A lot of stuff that gets pulled up to try and discredit and or destroy people in the public sphere is things like Discord chats and Discord DMs, Twitter DMs, things of that nature, even text messages or Facebook Messenger messages. Right. So if you're public figure online, but you're not dealing with the type of critical information I detailed earlier. The best thing to do is to make sure that your conduct is irreproachable and that any of your truly private information is not provided somewhere that can easily be found with a Google search. Beyond that,
And avoid those security tech expos.
Well, just don't bring your
The
phone
spy
in with a
Yeah,
fucking Wi-Fi on.
don't turn. If you're going to bring your phone into a tech expo or a security expo, make sure it's on airplane mode. That blocks off your Bluetooth and your Wi-Fi. So the only way they can access it is your near field communication chip or physical contact. And NFC requires like less than an inch of space between the devices. So I think you might notice that.
I don't know, man. Like a couple of my buddies, they roll out to DEF CON, which apparently DEF CON is just like it's the place to just get hacked.
Yes.
Like,
well, I mean,
my
that's the
buddy,
entire
he
point of
doesn't
DEF
bring
CON.
his stuff. He doesn't bring his stuff in at all. He'll bring like burner phones specifically to like,
Yes.
like, yeah, to like be like, oh yeah, see this person did this, so I got their RFI reader or whatever the fuck it is. And
Yeah. If you're going to someplace like DEF CON, you do not want to bring any of your actual devices with you. Have a laptop that's been factory reset that's running a virtual machine on it. And as you said, have a burner phone that has none of your sensitive information on it. You factory reset it like numerous times till where it's just you've put what you need on there to do your hacks and go. But DEF CON is, let's be honest, DEF CON is an extenuating circumstance. It's definitely outside the norm for most people.
Right.
What about these endless My Life emails? Should we click on those links and send them money?
Absolutely not. I was going to entertain you there for just a second, but I can't in good nature do that.
Yeah.
And that's going to surprise everybody from the temple. Oh my God, Zan has a good nature. What the fuck is this? Is hell freezing over? Monk would like that.
Yes.
Reputation.com. You've been convicted of some crimes. You better hide that stuff. I have a close friend that actually sent money to somebody in India, like a few $100s. I was like,
oh no.
Why? Because they locked him out of his computer.
Well,
and they actually unlocked the computer?
So here's how this type of scam works. And you can actually see this on Jim Browning's channel or Kit Boga's channel or Scammer Payback's channel. They throw up those fake alerts that you get redirected to that say, hey, you have a virus on your computer.
Right.
But it's not, it's just an alert that's on a web page that if you click it, you'll fuck yourself, but don't click it.
Right.
But then it says, hey, call this number. They call the number. The person says, hey, use AnyDesk. AnyDesk is a remote desktop control system. AnyDesk is here, use AnyDesk and I'll help you fix it. And as soon as they get in with AnyDesk, they start doing things like locking down their computer and making it look like a virus is typing in their command line. And it's meant to scare those who are not tech savvy. It's meant to victimize the people who don't understand technology, which is why it works best on the elderly. And it really sucks. And it actually pisses me off just a little bit.
Who's the guy? I'm talking about. I don't even have to say much. He's the dude on YouTube who trolls specifically. It's almost always Indian hackers.
Pierogi, he is part of Scammer Payback.
Yeah.
And he understands, he knows enough Indian to swear back at them in Indian.
Right. It's pretty funny.
I did notice that the first time that I saw like truly fake information about the 2016 election, it was through Facebook, and it was out of the Ukraine, and I was just blown away by the way they're hacking our brains as well. But before we jump into that, what is OWASP again?
OWASP Top 10. I will let Xanatrix tell you all about it.
OWASP is technically a bounty hunting board for bugs and for other exploits. OWASP is a great place if you want to start learning to, for lack of a better word, become a hacking bounty hunter. OWASP has a bounty board you can go on to, and they'll give you there'll be specific things people want: penetration testing, testing to see malware, social engineering. There are actually social engineering contracts on there, which is interesting because you know who else? Who else? Well, OWASP teaches you, I should say, is more likely. HackerNet is the one that's usually the bounty board. I mixed the two up. My apologies. But OWASP does have the teaching tools to teach you how to at least start becoming a security professional.
Right. That's pretty much what I look at. I look at it about once a month, just to kind of be like, oh, okay, so those are the big exploits or whatever. And sometimes a lot of times it's above my head because I'm not using the web applications that it's using.
Yeah.
I do a lot of Hack the Box. I like their practical tutorials, but what I've noticed about them is, well, first, what do you have to say about Hack the Box?
I'd say it's a good starter tool. Getting into hacking in general isn't easy.
No.
Whatever it might be, whatever facet you want to look at.
Getting a job is really hard.
Well, that goes back to an entirely different issue having to do with the IT security field. I had a friend of mine recently approach me and be like, well, I'm trying to brush up on stuff to get back into cybersecurity, and I'm studying things like Linux and Splunk, and I have to look at all these different things. I'm like, well, so you're looking at 12 different things and you're not training very far on any of them. What job do you have that you're looking at that could be considered quote unquote an entry level cybersecurity job? Pro tip, there's no such fucking thing. There's no such thing as entry level.
No, but in anything there isn't. There's who do you know and what can you do?
Yeah. And he said, well, the one I'm looking at is a SOC analyst. And I'm like, okay, SOC analyst is pretty low on the totem pole, but it's a good way to get your foot in the door. What are the 3 things they need you to do? He said, Linux, some databases, and some EDX. I'm like, okay, focus on those 3 things, leave the rest at the wayside, come back to them later when you've got the job and the time to do them. You know, and so it's
really good advice. That's really good advice.
Well, focusing, he wants all of the skills. He wants all of the skills.
And everyone's willing to tell you what you should do. So here's a question. Sliding away from gaming, it's pretty geeky getting into hacking. Ethical hacking. What do you think of certifications? And go you there forth. Slick Rick just threw down CompTIA++. All right, we're going to go straight into certifications. What do you think?
So certifications can be a good indication of what someone might know on a theoretical level.
Right.
It doesn't always indicate that they know a practical level. And that's why usually you see experience trumping certifications in most job markets, not just cybersecurity. That being said, I think the requirement for certs in general should really only be for specialized positions. Like for a SOC analyst, I don't think you need many certifications. Like being Linux certified is kind of funny because of how many different distros of Linux there are.
Can you get Kali certified?
I
mean, you're really.
I bet you could, but it'd be stupid.
Yeah, it really. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Not that you wouldn't. Kali Linux is a Linux that's shut down, and it has software tools for hacking and pen testing and these sorts of things, such as Wireshark, Metasploit, etc.
I'm sure that as a distro, that's what it's designed for. Absolutely. I mean, after all, it even says it on the Kali website that it's
got a cool dragon too, which is pretty, or dragonfly or whatever the fuck it is. It's kind of cool.
They claim to be designed for digital forensics and pen testing. Yes. And the tools that they give you are certainly useful for that. Now, the question is, do you have the skills to do that?
Dude, it's pretty intense.
Yes.
And then of course you need a virtual machine, but it's
Yeah,
pretty
spinning up a
intense.
VM's not hard.
Well, for you, spinning up a VM and understanding, like, so I went to school back in the day for some network security, and that it was a joke. I mean, literally, we got through about half the class, or one of the classes, and I was like, "So I know all of this," and they're like, "Oh, how?" And I was like, "Because I've been studying the Network Plus." Uh, are we just studying the Network Plus? Is that what we're doing? And when we got into the hacking part, like, it was follow these procedural, steps, boom, 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 and you could do a thing, but it's like, okay, well, what did I just do, and
You
why
don't
did I do
understand.
it?
You don't understand the what or why. Yeah, that's
Like,
always the
like,
bad
like.
part.
So I'm gonna make it bridged. Okay, I'll make that bridged. So now I can get on the internet. Like, yeah, and so we have a DEF CON group. DC859 is the one that my buddy Tim Roberts, who is a Patreon member, and he does a bunch of. He and Brent White do a bunch of talks for pen testing, and they're red team people. Anyway, he kind of got me into this stuff, and as I ramble, my point. You can find and hear all of this information, and it is very difficult for it to stick. That's really what I'm getting to. And that's why I was saying that the advice you gave, literally, I've never heard it.
What, the focus on the things that you need for the job and no more?
Specifically, find a job that you're interested in, and then be
Well-
like, what are the 3 things that they need, and study that.
Yeah, well, so that's a lesson I learned all by myself through extremely hard trial and error.
Yeah, tell us, how did you get into it?
But also
Okay.
sounds like good life advice.
I
Generally,
I sometimes have good advice. Sometimes I'll give myself that much credit. So I got into IT for the same reason I got into everything else nerdy. I was introduced to it very young. I already told you that my parents ran a local level ISP back when ISPs were not this giant national level thing.
That's also badass, by the way. That's pretty cool. Your parents ran an ISP.
Yeah.
Cool.
I mean, there's a story there, and I won't get into that because it would actually be pretty personally identifiable.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
The local level ISP meant that we had not only a server rack that I could see and touch,
Right.
but there were more computers than just the one PC at home.
Right.
Back when one PC at home was the only thing anybody ever had.
Mm.
But I got into the physical part of building computers doing that. I got into the software part of the general way of how you run a computer, how you install things, just as a kid,
Right.
And then I started doing what every kid who has ever been a tinkerer does, trying to break things and fix them again.
So you messed with the jumpers.
Not just the jumpers, not just the physical part. I also tried to see how I could break Windows.
Well, that's easy. You turn it on.
Windows, we're talking Windows 3.5 here, so
Yeah,
it's
I'm
a little
aware.
more. It's a little more robust than today's Windows.
I
Let's be
mean, I
honest.
played Wolfenstein on that bitch, and
So did I. Did you ever use Goober to get yourself to God mode?
no,
Oh,
I
you
use ILM. 'Cause I'm
Oh,
not a
you did.
bitch.
You didn't use the command line Goober added to the
No,
exe that
no,
gives
no,
you all
no.
the God mode stuff.
No,
That's
yeah,
fine.
definitely.
no. I just did ILM.
Yeah.
Nah.
But the from there, it would just be me messing around with stuff on computer at home, computers at school. That got me in trouble a few times.
Did you do the TI 81, 2, 3 thing?
You mean
Were you ever
using
in a program? Yeah.
Was I ever in a programming course?
Yeah.
Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Technically, it wasn't a very good one. It was a
Pascal?
No, it was C. It was just base
What?
C.
Oh, C.
Oh wow. Yeah,
Lord.
I stopped at basic. So
And no, okay. So the programming class I took in high school, which was technically called Computer Arts 3, Computer Arts 1 was learning to type because you had to be able to type at a certain words per minute with a certain accuracy.
That's fair.
Computer Arts 2, and so it was a required class. Computer Arts 2 wasn't the first elective, and that's learning how to be a power user in the Office suite. So
I mean, it is useful. Like I've literally never used Access.
Yeah,
Continue.
And then the Computer Arts 3 elective was programming, and you started in BASIC. We actually had to make things in BASIC.
QBasic.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So it actually had line numbers.
Yes.
10 go to 20, 20 go to 50.
So things like that, and then you worked your way up to C, and that was.
Oh God, I forgot that shit. What? Oh my God, that's right.
But the big thing is, I will tell you exactly how well that elective went. I didn't get a credit for it. I was bored to tears with that class.
It's awful. Instead, what you do is you play Oregon Express. I know. Oregon Express, is that what it's called? Oregon Trail.
Oregon Trail.
Whatever.
Trail, yeah.
Oregon
the new
Trail.
version. I had the new version. It was a little faster. Jimmy didn't break his leg.
The programming that I learned.
He fell off his sports car.
He fell off his Porsche. What?
The programming that I learned was self-taught almost entirely.
Yeah.
I played around.
Right?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe back from that day, sure, probably. I learned C# primarily because C# is used in a lot of networking. A lot of networking.
Right. It's more application based. Yeah.
But even then, after learning all the programming I learned, I looked at what I was doing day by day, and I went, "No." I went, "I'm not autistic enough for this shit."
Dude, it's a thing. Like I was in a web developer boot camp, as like everybody, and some of the very, very skilled, they weren't in the boot camp. They were the people that were teaching it, or in the business that was actually pilfering, the best students and such. Fine business model. And some of these very good, very proficient programmers. And I just rolled in and I was like, guys, I don't understand how you guys are so quiet. Like, I am screaming. I want to put my face through the table all the time. I feel like an idiot. And this one dude, he looked at me. He was like, everyone is like that. And this is like super skilled programmer. He was like, dude, literally every day, I want to put my skull in a blender.
Yes.
This is hard to do. And I'm really good at it.
Yes. There's the thing is that there's a certain mindset at where you the cost benefit analysis you're making here is,
sure,
I'm really good at this. I make a lot of money. I fucking hate doing it. But the benefit of being really good and making a lot of money and thus being extremely essential to whatever this process is outweighs that.
Everything you just said, I totally understand except the money part. Continue.
Programmers get paid more than most other IT jobs out there.
Let me rephrase. I understand intimately from experience other than the money you're talking about.
Yeah, okay. Because you're at the boot camp, yeah. But then there's to have that type of mindset, and I know I made the joke about not being autistic enough for this. I actually have seen a few different reports that say that there's a strong correlation between people who are on the autistic spectrum and programming.
Well, programming causes autism. Ken, you didn't say anything in a while. What do you have to say, sir?
Well, I every single one of my friends that went into programming, which were most of the people I played Dungeons and Dragons with in high school, are very, very successful, and they work at Apple and they work in security firms, and their personalities were not expressive people, but it's like I think there is a tie between wanting to be a wizard and and blowing people's heads up with your mind and programming some C++ or Python.
The idea of being able to create something is what I was interested in. When I was a kid, I wanted to be a video game developer. But I had no idea how you how it was possible. I mean, it's kind of like with I don't want to pull back into D&D and stuff, but it's the same question I get. I'm just going to go into D&D. It's the same question I get from people that have never played a tabletop role-playing game. They'll be like, I get the story. I get that there's a game, but how do you mesh the two? Like, how do you take mechanics and dice rolls and a character sheet and somehow figure out how does that translate to stuff happening? Which the people that have played, we understand it, and it seems like an obvious question, but it's not obvious. And as a child with my 8088 upgraded to have a hard drive, I remember being like, I don't understand. How do you go from typing on the command line, which is very normal if you had one of those PCs, because DOS is what you did.
DOS, yeah, for sure.
I mean,
you didn't get Windows
you'd
until
launch
you went to
Windows
DOS first.
from DOS.
You wouldn't even launch Windows. Fuck Windows. Windows was bullshit. Like seriously,
and it was slow.
Like Windows 1.1, I was like, I don't get it. What? Why am I using this? I also was playing Jumpman. Like, I just did my thing. But
Rocky's Rescue Roundup, baby.
How do you go from these words and symbols into graphics? Like, I thought I needed to be good at art. And, when I finally got into programming, which in my high school, it was, nice old Kentucky high school, it's Turbo Pascal.
Oh, fun.
Woo. And we made lots of dice games. Who knew? Anyway, I was like, oh, so this is what it is. I don't want to be a video game developer anymore. So,
getting the image from the programming is always I think the one step that a lot of people don't exactly understand, how you're calling for other things that are in the same directory, or in a directory that needs to be called from, and then it's represented. And you apply physics to everything, and oh my god,
OpenGL.
There are so many people that are extremely lucky today to have those different websites that allow you to make games using little bubbles to add the modules you need, or using Unity, because Unity is actually extremely easy to use. Not so much Unreal Engine 5. Unreal Engine is a little bit more of a beast, but it's also intended to be a little bit more of a beast because, well, Epic actually wants their engine to be successful. We won't talk about Unity and their screw up from this year. But
please do, because I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Oh, you didn't hear about the fact that Unity was going to start charging developers per runtime installed?
Wait, what?
They were going to start charging the developers who were licensing Unity per runtime installed. Every time someone installed a new copy of that game, they were going to charge them like 2 cents. Huh. Consider that there's 200,000 users for a small game, or 1 million for a larger game. That 2 cents adds up, and all of a sudden you've bankrupted an indie developer. Unity lost all of the goodwill they had for this, and it's because they had, what's his name, John Fricatello or whatever his name is, the same guy who, when he was working for Microsoft, said, we're going to start charging users $1 to get reloads in the middle of a FPS.
It's just that I got an email today. From Amazon. Now, I have not liked Amazon Prime for a very long time. I canceled my membership and everything. Okay,
it's telling you that Prime videos are going to have ads in them now. Yeah.
Like
so you're spending $100 and or 100 and however,
like $120 or $30. I was like,
and now you've got ads.
Wait,
but you have Prime for the shipping. I mean, who watches Prime?
Yeah, but the shipping.
I think I have Prime, but I don't actually watch Prime.
Well, it's because nothing is on it.
Yeah, I mean, you got a couple of shows, but
Xanatrix.
The only good Amazon show I can think of, and I think it's an Amazon show, I might be wrong, correct me if I am, is the Reacher show.
I have no idea.
And that What is that place that Critical Role got their first shot with? That the lady that
Geek
did
and Sundry.
yeah, Geek and Sundry. I think they had a Prime-based show
Really?
early on. Bad.
Oh, I
I
didn't know
mean,
that.
they went from
but-
YouTube to that.
But yeah, Prime's announcement of we're putting ads on our Prime videos now is anybody who was using Prime for video has now just canceled their Prime.
Yeah.
Dude, it's
Yep.
just like that happened, and I was like, so I'm never
that-
gonna watch it because
Yeah, but that's
ads are the worst. Like for real, we're doing a YouTube stream. Get an ad blocker.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's YouTube because that was YouTube didn't have ads, and you're like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, and they started incorporating ads on YouTube, and I was like, I'm never gonna watch YouTube again.
Rick does
And then
point
I
out a
paid
good
for,
thing
like,
here.
Oh,
the,
indeed. Yeah, go on.
The amount of good animes that are exclusive to Amazon is ugh, is what he says. And Rick, you already know the monastery's policy. If you can't get the official release somewhere that's nice to get it, Jolly Roger flags are nice this time of year.
You know, I love that shit. But then again, I'm of that generation too. Like when again going back to Napster, and I know Napster crashed and burned, and it may have become
That's
something.
destroyed my job.
So
Like,
I know.
they
I'm-
fucked me.
I'm going to point out something about digital piracy that I feel everyone knows is true
Yep.
and doesn't acknowledge.
The dark side. It's more powerful.
Digital piracy is always a net neutral outcome, because put it this way, you haven't lost any physical freight, any physical items, so there's not an actual loss there. Anybody who's pirating was never going to purchase in the first place, so it's not a lost sale. And then anybody who pirates and likes something enough, and this has actually been studied multiple times at this point. People who pirate and like what they've pirated enough, if they have the money, then pay for the item.
You
It is
shut your dirty mouth, okay?
It's always either
Okay.
a net neutral or a net gain.
Oh, if
Digital
that's
piracy.
true, my first film that
I
was
agree with
ever released and distributed, 2 days before it was distributed, it was downloaded 500,000 times through some
By me.
site.
So that's a
by-
little different because that was before it
and-
was distributed.
Yeah, it was before it was distributed. We just got it was I like the film, but it's
What
not
year
for
was
everybody.
this? What year was this though?
This was
To put it in context.
2005 maybe.
Well,
Yeah.
the reason I
was
point
early
this
on.
out though,
And so like we could have made some money because it had a deal and there was distribution, and we wind up getting like selling 4 copies to Netflix. And
Well, there's Xanatrix. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I do want your response on it. Putting it in context is important.
Yes.
But you guys discuss that because that's something you know about, Ken. And
Yeah.
Go on.
vaguely.
So-
Well, it's just something I experienced.
Yeah, so I can understand where your situation is an extenuating outlying factor. It's not something within the general distribution of the bell curve, because I'm guessing it was a smaller production for one.
Oh yeah,
Like it's
no,
an
I
indie
think our
production.
budget was like a couple of $1,000s.
Hey,
and
making
for
a
a
good movie
feature.
on something like that is talent, man.
And people thought that it was like a multi-million-dollar film. So like they were hitting it hard, like on how terrible it was, and it is not. It's called In a Spiral State, just in case anybody wants to look it up. It's
Do you
got
have
like
a link or anything? Because
yeah,
I can
it's
I
got
can
a
post it on
Metascore
the thingamajig.
somewhere. My favorite comments are like, whoever paid for this, needs, whatever production studio paid for this movie needs to like get their head examined. It's like that we were so ahead of the curve in making an indie film that people thought that it was millions of dollars, and it wasn't.
Well, you're also a really good editor too. Couch Fire Media, baby.
Yeah.
Is that a 2009?
Yeah, I think it was
Adam Year.
2009. Yeah.
Well, the big thing is that yes, when it comes to smaller productions or distributed or sent to piracy before distribution has started, that can be an issue. Absolutely, I will acknowledge that nuance. I'm never going to deal in absolutes, even this, because sometimes absolutes fit.
Only
But,
the Sith deal in absolutes, man.
Yes, the Jedi say that, not realizing that the statement itself is an absolute.
Touche.
But the biggest evidence of this, using Napster, in fact, is remember that the entire reason Napster got shit canned was because Metallica was like, "Fuck you, you're losing us a bunch of money," and Metallica lawsuited them to death.
Oh,
and
yeah.
then the Death Magnetic album gets a limited free digital distribution run by them, which increases both word of mouth advertising and word of mouth reviews by an exponential amount, and it sells like hotcakes. And Metallica, while they don't say it directly, says we were kind of wrong about piracy.
What
Sure.
was it? Radiohead.
None of their music was worth listening to at that point in time, anyway. So,
Garm says, the thing with YouTube and ads is that YouTube is free. Paying a monthly subscription for, say, Netflix, and then also getting ads is double dipping on the side of the corporation.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
I agree with you, Garm. It was my issue for a while, just with Amazon Prime. I would go on Prime, and so I use someone else's account, and someone very close to me.
And
My
that
girlfriend.
is essentially
My
kind of
girlfriend.
piracy a little bit.
And the idea is right. It's piracy. The idea is we sit down to watch a movie. It's never available in this region. Now I know that's a more complicated thing than just Amazon Prime.
That's why you need Nord.
I know,
VPN.
but beyond VPNs, because we can get into that's going to take us right back into cybersecurity, which is really good. Put a pin in it. Xanatrix, I want your opinion on VPNs here in a second.
Okay.
My point with Prime, which I think you guys already know what I'm going to say, it's so I have to pirate this anyway. Like, I want to watch Interview with a Vampire, and I don't want to pay $3 for it. I'm already paying for Prime. Okay, there's a business model, blah, blah, blah. Prime didn't get that one. Well, yeah, they did. They did. They have it sometimes. They've got it in the UK.
Yep.
Like, when I as a subscriber, as a consumer, is there a list? Maybe there is, of all the shit that Prime is gonna give me when I sign up. If there is, I've never seen it, and it changes, and then now there's ads. So I'm like, so what the fuck is the point?
Yes.
Like, why would I use Prime
Exactly.
ever for video? Because it's shit. That said, the startup web series, by the way, episode 3 is about to release. I've heard that there's a few actors in there that are pretty good.
Yeah, and you can get that only essentially on Prime.
You know,
but
it'll likely be on YouTube on my Chess with Bill channel.
There's a
sorry, go ahead.
There is a list of the things you get from Prime, but it's not presented to you at the moment of signing up. You actually have to click some links and go through some hoops to find it, to find your benefits.
Like a kick in the face. What else? What else did they give you?
A kick in the face, a stab in the kidneys. Oh, and
a dick in the butt. Right. Continue.
And you can't forget the most important one of all: a low blow.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and it's going to work out the way it works out with all these massive companies. It's a diminishing returns. I mean, Wendy's may have been edible 20 years ago, or McDonald's may have been editable 40 years ago. But as they bulk up and build, the user experience gets worse. Like, the bigger a company is, the less good it's going to be at anything that it does.
Depending on the type of company and the industry, sure.
What do you think about VPNs? Here's my little anecdote of VPNs. Correct me where I'm wrong. I think they bullshit. Go.
Okay. A, it depends on the VPN provider. B, depends on what they're offering you. And C, it depends on if you use Wireshark to test if their features work for yourself.
Okay, so the Wireshark is actually the caveat here. All of the VPN stuff so back in the day, many moons ago, I lived in China, the mainland, Dalu, and there's
so
the
you
great
so you lived behind the Great Firewall. Got it.
correct, the Great Firewall, the Golden Shield. And I was not astounded that everyone, and when I say everyone, I mean Chinese people,
Mhm.
had access to the internet. And it's because they had access to VPNs.
Mhm.
So I worked in a Chinese company. At one point, I had the proper visa at that point. And yeah, everyone had. I love it. I love it every time. We're going to have to do, sorry, I'm interrupting myself. We're going to be streaming on the 1st, Ken, into
Oh, wow.
space.
Oh yeah, so I should be just doing this and
It's
doing.
just gonna
I
be
mean, I don't know
great.
if there's a limited use thing. If like I've
Just
never
keep it
actually
going,
sat
baby.
here
Just keep
and
it
just kept
going.
it
Oh my God,
happening.
don't stop. Right there. Don't stop.
The only thing it does is it turns you into graphics from the PlayStation 1. That's all.
Yeah, I
Which is
definitely
awesome.
feel like.
I
Oh,
know.
it ran out. It
But
ran out. No, it
as
didn't run out.
as
Nope.
for VPNs,
Yeah.
VPNs do exactly what they say on the tin. They provide you a tunnel to other server locations.
Isn't it a man in the middle?
Technically, you're technically correct because it is changing
I mean,
your
if
your
it's
traffic.
encrypted, it's one thing. But so, Ken, do you know what a man in the middle is?
I presume it's
Xanatrix,
where you
go.
take two old phones and you
Man-
put them like make them 69.
man, you know, I think this is a time for I can't. Man in the middle attacks
That was good.
occur
That was
when
good.
something in between your request to a server interrupts your request, steals the information, and reroutes you. At least that's the most basic
Like a
description.
pineapple.
That's the most basic description of a man in the middle attack.
Yeah.
So my buddy Tim was
They
telling
just
me
cut your tube.
my buddy Tim Roberts, I'm plugging him. He's a Patreon person.
Yeah.
You should check him out on YouTube and stuff because he actually has a lot of good information. And apparently his TikTok is enormous. You know what I'm talking about? Anyway,
I
he
don't
went to
have
DEF CON and he came back with a pineapple. Xanatrix, go.
A pineapple?
Yeah, do you know what pineapple is?
That term.
Shall I tell you what a pineapple is? Hey, chat, do you know what a pineapple is? Other than the fruit. So a pineapple, it's just a device for doing man-in-the-middle stuff.
Yes. It's a Wi-Fi pineapple.
Yeah, it's a Wi-Fi pineapple. Yeah.
I was like,
So-
wait a minute, you mean the literal Wi-Fi? I was wondering if you were playing a game
Yeah.
here. No, you
No,
mean
no,
the
no.
literal Wi-Fi pineapple.
So it's essentially a router that pretends to be the router that you think you're connecting to.
Yeah,
I'm explaining this poorly.
it spoofs itself.
I'm sorry?
It spoofs itself.
Oh, it spoofs itself. So your computer, what he told me was, he was like, you know, anytime on your Mac, for example, or your PC, but usually on Mac, it seems, you'll go into a place, let's say a coffee shop, and you'll say, yeah, you know, I know this Wi-Fi, automatically connect to the Wi-Fi. He said, turn that shit off.
Yeah, never have automatically connect to Wi-Fi unless there's one exception. One exception. Your own router set up your home. That's it.
So the idea was, he said, you can actually test this, go into a place, and if you look at what your network is, if it's a network that shouldn't be there, for example, the airport, and you're like, what? I'm at Starbucks. Why does it say the airport? He said it's because what the Wi-Fi pineapple does is it pulls from that list of trusted networks and then just spoofs itself.
Mm-hmm.
So you
I-
connect
I-
to the
I don't-
pineapple and then to the Wi-Fi.
I won't connect to any internet service outside. Like, I don't trust hotels. Should I trust a hotel? I don't trust them because, like, I just imagine like the people in the rooms next door to me. They're not only doing like live feed porn, but they're also like stealing
Well,
my
here's the thing.
data
The
information.
way to try
Not that there's
and
anything wrong with porn.
the way to try and at least combat that, the combat the Wi-Fi pineapple. The first thing you should do is stop broadcasting your SSID. Turn off your wireless SSID on all of your devices so that they're basically invisible unless you choose to connect to a network. Now,
So go on.
That isn't necessarily going to defeat the pineapple altogether, but again, like your friend said, to turn off automatic connect. That way you have to pick the particular network you want to connect to out of the list.
Right.
Finally, if it's a network at a public place, such as a hotel, a Starbucks, the airport, usually they all have a Wi-Fi password that they tell you have to put in. And most people save that password. Don't save it. Do not save your Wi-Fi passwords for public areas. That way, when it asks you to connect to it and you get the password prompt, you have to put in that password prompt as well. It can spoof the SSID of the network you're trying to connect to, like it says airport and not Starbucks. But it can't spoof the authorization chain.
Right. That's the whole CIA thing. As in confidentiality, integrity, authentication thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It can't
We don't have
spoof
any of
the authentication step. And so if you ever like find yourself in a public area and you click on a network and it says you can just join this right now for free, nope. You tell it to fuck right off. You tell it to fuck right off.
Like, Spectrum
It's
is
interesting.
like everywhere doing that stuff.
It's interesting, like kind of tying some of this together. What were you saying, Ken?
Alexa, I mean, with going back to Amazon, like they have this thing Sidewalk where like or something where it's like they are asking if you can allow your neighbors to kind of get a little piece of your Wi-Fi to get connection.
What is
Yeah,
this?
no, it's like you're like it goes to your devices, but there's like also an option to where like if your neighbor is got this thing set up, that they can have a little piece of your internet for their device for some reason. If you opt
Why
into
would
this.
you? Amazon has put this on IoT devices to share your network with your friends' networks.
IoT
No,
being
not
Internet
friends.
of Things, right?
Strangers,
Yes,
random people, like people,
I
other
fucking
random
hate
devices.
IoT.
If you're trying, go on, Ken. Sorry.
Like so they lose their cat or like with a Wi-Fi caller.
Right.
It's like it traces
Like a neighborhood type thing, like the internet is everywhere type stuff.
Yeah.
All that is that's just reinventing the mesh network. That's just creating a mesh network out of your IoT devices.
Yeah.
Well, but there's a benefit there, right?
There's a benefit if you can trust everybody. There's a benefit if you can trust everybody, but you can't. There's a thing called war driving. Go. Bill, go. War driving. What is it?
Driving around looking for internet.
Well, more.
For sure. Well, that's like old school. That's the way we used to find internet. I mean,
war driving is,
I know 20 years ago, like I didn't have money, so like I would just go and find people who had weak passwords or no password.
yes.
And that was common.
That's still done today. War driving is still done today, and it's more sophisticated than ever.
Also, Zero's Journey says that sounds just like a mesh network with extra steps. Lol. Boom. Xanatrix. Nice.
Well, Zero is actually a personal friend of mine. He knows me in real life, so he knows my real name, and he won't tell anybody.
Good. Hey, Zero.
Don't tell them. You can't tell them. No, we.
Oh God.
We've streamed on his channel playing Monster Hunter and stuff before.
Does he have a channel?
Yes.
The Zero's Journey. Put your channel. I don't know if it'll allow you to put a URL, but you're welcome to post your @ or whatever on. All of you on the chat, absolutely promote your stealth. Wow. Promote yourself on the channel.
Promote yourself. Go.
I'm actually subbed to him because he is my friend after all.
Yeah, and if you do, or at least if you tell us your YouTube or whatever, I guess it's the Zero's Journey.
I mean,
Remind me. Post on
Yeah.
it, goddammit. Do
Yeah.
it. And then I'll sub.
I'm trying to pull it up for him.
Yeah.
Oh, Akira's also going to post his stuff. That's nice.
Good. Yeah, so war driving.
But war driving is still done today, and because of the additional, the additional particular technological advancements that have happened, and all the quick tools that can be used to easily connect to, what's the best way to put this? Completely unsecured networks. God, I hate people who don't put up at least a fucking password on their goddamn network.
Yeah.
The war driving is worse than ever, actually.
Now, the way that I know of it is from the Security Plus CompTIA book. So it's or actually no, from the Network Plus CompTIA book. The idea that you're literally driving around, hence the war driving. Right?
Yes.
So this would be a little bit different, or are you saying it still is trying to find Wi-Fi signal and then, like
So
so
the big thing
go
here,
on.
this mesh network made of your IoT devices.
Mm.
IoT devices do not have very good security. I'm going to put it that right now, because they're supposed to be most
But
IoT
I have
devices.
Apple. I have Apple. Okay.
Oh no!
My Apple stuff is secure.
Right. Okay. Okay. I won't. But the thing is, most people don't realize that IoT devices are less secure because of the fact that they're meant to be easily accessible.
Yeah.
Things like the Philips. Or things like the Philips light bulbs, the light bulbs that change color that you have to connect to on an app.
Yep.
That right there, that is such an unsecure app. It's laughable. And man-in-the-middle attacks for that alone will then let people into your Wi-Fi, because now they've got onto your phone and now they're inside your actual network. IoT devices are a huge security vulnerability. And making a mesh network of them means that there are more access points in a wider area than if you didn't make a mesh network of them. It's asinine. It's completely foolish, retarded, stupid. And
So,
I just wish, why
Go
would
on.
people do this?
well, you know why they would do it.
Because they're
But-
not tech savvy.
Well, the benefits of it, and it's difficult to see what isn't there, right? So, like, why is iCloud a good thing? I mean, it shares all between all of your devices. Or
Mhm.
why is OAuth a good thing? You log in once and you never have to log in again until you fucking accidentally hit sign out.
OAuth is at least more secure than iCloud. Most OAuth has to go through specific SSO servers. So
So,
So there's more security than the two-factor where they text you when you're.
well, two factors is fine.
Yeah.
Well, I'll let Xanatrix talk about two-factor authentication, which I fucking hate.
two-factor authentication, if you're going to use it, you should use it with a two-factor application, some sort of secure
Yeah.
two-factor
No, but
application.
fuck.
One of those.
God, it's
with one of those where they change the number.
I
like,
hate
Yes.
and you have
I
to
hate
type
it
the
so
number.
much.
You hate
like
it, but security is a thing. Come on now.
It is.
Okay,
It
I lived
is,
in communist China. I know all about security. Seriously, there. In fact, this was a question posed to me by 12, 13-year-olds in my class because, when you're a foreigner, meaning you're not mainland
Yeah,
Chinese and you're
authentic
there,
people.
you teach
You're
English.
not Han Chinese. Specifically, you're not Han Chinese.
Everyone's Han Chinese in China.
That's not true. There's the Uyghur zone for a reason, sir.
So, so,
But yes,
what I was posed was the shush is not actually a shush. It's you're not supposed to talk about it.
You know what? We're
These
not
are
in
not
China.
the droids you're looking for.
There's so much to unpack here. But barring all of that, I was posed this question. They were like, first they were like, "What's your national anthem? Can you sing it?" Which was hilarious. Imagine this. Do you hear it? Okay. Then they said, "Would you rather be safe or would you rather be free?" What's more important? Safety. Now, assuming you have these two questions, you have to choose one. Okay. This
Freedom.
is the question. Would you choose freedom or would you choose safety or security?
Freedom.
Okay. That's your answer. Ken, go. We'll get into the argument in a second.
It's a great question.
You got to choose one.
It's a heavy question because my first guess is always freedom, but I mean, to be devil's advocate, I'll choose security.
Right. Okay. There's not a right answer here. Hey, chat. What's better? What's his best in life?
Because with freedom, you get some people that are in a room and they're yelling louder than other people, even if there's less of them, and it can disrupt a whole thing.
Yeah,
and you're free to go ahead.
No. I want you guys to fight because you chose two different things, right?
Yeah.
Freedom and then safety. So go.
So I am going to use the commonly attributed quote for this because I love this commonly attributed quote, even if it isn't exactly the same as it was in real life. Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety.
Who's
commonly attributed to Benjamin Franklin?
Yeah, I've definitely heard that before.
Mm-hmm. And the reason I choose freedom over safety is because who is guaranteeing my safety in the situation that you say safety? Is it the government? I can't trust the fucking government. I don't trust any fucking government. Trust our own government. Is it what is guaranteeing my safety? Whoever it is, they have more power over me than I want them to have. If I have liberty, I can then take the steps necessary to guarantee my own safety. When it comes to physical safety, that's self-defense training and owning a firearm. When it comes to internet safety, that's all of the numerous myriad tools and practices I can put in place to make sure I am secure, I am safe. And finally, the person who is most responsible for your safety is you. There's no one else who can give you more safety than you can. You have to be able and willing to take the steps and learn the things necessary to do so. But no one can guarantee your safety better than you. Because one of the many quotes concerning gun safety, when death is in mere seconds, the police are only minutes away. The police don't guarantee your safety. You do. The police are there to follow a specific protocol with the justice system, sure, as flawed as it may be wherever you are.
Right. And
Ken.
Well,
rebuttal.
I think you have a lot of good points. The point is that what is a society? You have to give up some freedoms in order to cooperate, in order to have a goal, in order to have a purpose. And so without the ability to build infrastructure and have a road and have schools and formulate this society of people, and you are clearly very well versed on this subject. And so I guess
thank you.
I never took debate in school, so I'm not great at this. But I do feel like security is for the people that cannot help themselves. So security is for people who aren't physically able, and so we need to have a system in place in order to curb freedom, so that people can have experience and to have a sense of place and purpose, because if everybody's going around protecting themselves all the time, they are infringing on someone else's freedom. So there has to be a line, I think.
These are two goddamn good points.
So
you both get narrative points.
So exercising liberty, it does not mean infringing on another's liberty. I'm going to jump into something quite esoteric here. It's called philosophical libertarianism, not political libertarianism, because political libertarians are kind of retarded.
My best friend's a libertarian.
Is he politically libertarian or philosophically?
Well, he votes Libertarian Party, goes like straight down the.
Does he believe feudalism is libertarian?
He thinks we should go build our own damn road. So
okay, so he's closer to anarcho-capitalist than anything.
Yeah.
So the idea of philosophical libertarianism, or as some people call it, classical liberalism, there's numerous different labels, is enshrined in two pillars. There are two pillars. The first pillar is the understanding, acceptance, and protection of individual liberty. And the second pillar, the one that everybody scoffs at whenever I talk about it until I go into detail, is the non-aggression principle. And the reason most people scoff at the non-aggression principle is because, well, that means you couldn't ever defend yourself until you'd already be hit. And I go, no, because the non-aggression principle does not say you're allowed to return aggression. The non-aggression principle says people are not allowed to infringe on your rights, and any attempt to do so is a sign of aggression. The non-aggression principle.
Can you say that again in a different way?
I thought it was brilliant, but go ahead.
No, it is. It is. Just it was very concise and nicely done. But we're going to move on past it. So say it again.
Okay.
Maybe in the same way, just so that my brain can understand what you're saying.
Okay. I'll bring it down to a level that you can understand.
Boom.
People who normally listen to the non-aggression principle think that that you aren't allowed to punch somebody unless they've punched you first, if we're using physical violence as the violation. But the non-aggression principle actually says that any attempt, you see they're bringing their arm up like they're about to hit you, is at that moment an infringement on your liberty, specifically your liberty to bodily autonomy. Again, talking physical violence. And it is at that point that you see their intention that I saw that, Ken, that they are now subject to your retaliation. You are at that point justified to defend your liberty by stopping them from infringing on yours.
Now, you do live in Texas.
I do.
I live in Kentucky.
Continue.
So, I mean, I was playing with guns when I was.
That's where you guys and your.
Hey, firearms are the greatest force equalizer. But
it's
we won't
true.
Get
It does get. And my libertarian friend is a big proponent of guns as well. But it makes it so that even if you don't bench press things, even if they have a car and you're on a bicycle, it really does.
Mm-hmm. It's a force equalizer for a reason. Yeah.
Okay, so but you guys are starting to agree.
Well, to continue about philosophical libertarianism.
Okay.
The individual liberties are recognized as universal to all humans. Things like by the people who are accepting into this contract of philosophical libertarianism.
Okay, cool. Right.
But those are things like bodily autonomy, the right to private property, the right to self-defense, the right to association, things of that nature.
And this is philosophical what?
Philosophical libertarianism.
Okay.
And then the non-aggression principle is the mechanism by which you protect those liberties. So for the example I like to use that is a non-physical violence example is two people protesting in a public area. And I'm not going to get into the whole legality buying permits thing because that's a governmental issue and not a philosophical one. Let's say you have a message you want to get out there to people. So you go out into the public forum, you get up on your pulpit or your soapbox, whatever it might be, and you start talking about it. to the people. Now, there are people who disagree with you. If they go off to their own corner of the public forum, get up and start spouting counterpoints and counter to your issue, they are also following their liberty of expression. You both are.
Unless you're right, then no one will disagree with you.
I'm not going to get into that. But say there's a person who disagrees with you and is standing in the crowd, and instead of going off to do their own expression to counter you, they decide to be disruptive. They get a megaphone and scream over you, or they cut off your PA system, or they try to physically remove you from the premises. That is an infringement on your freedom of expression. That is an infringement on your liberty. The non-aggression principle then gives you the mechanisms by which to go, well, this person's being disruptive, have them removed. Right. This person's trying to remove me, defend myself.
I absolutely had that experience and felt like it's really interesting how you said that. If you bring a megaphone, you're being disruptive to a debate where two people are debating and they're going over, or to an event like I went to, I guess an LGBTQ event. They do a big show, and this is really interesting to me because there is always a Christian group or a super alt-right group with a megaphone shouting at the top of their lungs, and it's disruptive to the event for the people. Are you requesting space for something like that, or is the person with the megaphone and usually there's an assortment of police officers because we know that drag queens can kick your fucking ass, or because that's real. And I would never want to fight a drag queen. Not going to do it.
So, in the event that these people have not set up their own space and haven't gotten their own space to talk about their own things, that they're in the space that is being used for the other event and being deliberately disruptive, that is an infringement on the event's rights.
Yeah. So it's a physical space thing. Because they're outside on the public sidewalk, and they showed up to the event. I don't think there was a permittable thing. I think it's because if you talk to anyone, and me, I'm a big right to free speech kind of person. Public sidewalks and a downtown area are pretty sacred.
Public
but
forums.
going through that, you gotta. It's like if we're gonna go political, it's like I'm a pregnant woman and I'm going through that line at the abortion clinic, and people are shouting at me, giving me a lot of, telling me terrible things about myself, going through and passing this line. Is that another?
So safety and
so,
freedom.
So
we've gotten more political on this podcast than we've ever gone before.
That's because I let you talk.
I think discussing this in hypotheticals rather than trying to discuss this as specific ticket issues is a better way to discuss politicals in general. I'm glad we're doing this in hypotheticals.
Yeah.
So going with your example of the pregnant.
I am about 6 months pregnant.
Yeah.
And I'm
okay. You don't look a day over 3 weeks, Ken. But this
post-birth abortion is what I'm going for.
So you are going to an abortion clinic. I'm going to say it doesn't matter what your reasoning is, because that's not important here. What's important is you are going to an abortion clinic to execute your right to bodily autonomy. And I'm not going to get into the religious or philosophical implications of that either, because that's an entirely different discussion and debate. I've been through it so many times. Nobody ever wins, and everybody ends up screaming.
We're talking about right to say to speak your mind.
Yes. So this woman is going to a Planned Parenthood clinic to try and get her abortion, and there are people outside of the Planned Parenthood clinic screaming baby murderer, et cetera, et cetera. I'm assuming that's the type of event you're talking about here, correct?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, why not?
So It is in this case that so long as these people are only screaming, they aren't subjecting her to a violation of her bodily autonomy. And she isn't being prevented from expressing herself either, because she could scream back at them. She can choose not to. She can choose to ignore them entirely. That's all part of her liberty to association.
Aren't words violence?
No. Anyone who says words are violence,
Slick Rick cosplay.
Oh yeah, I see him.
Says, I hate to bring it up, but Zan, can you apply the law to situations like the protesters that block major roads? For example,
we're running over people with a truck now.
The protesters that blocked major road to airport that was reported recently.
So
do you guys, Ken, do you know what he's talking about?
There's a ton of those.
I know it happens all the time. I mean,
okay.
So I am a pedestrian and I'm not protesting at all. Most of the time I'm walking the streets, and I realize that it doesn't matter if I'm protesting or not protesting. Somebody's going to try and hit me with their car. That's normal.
Yes. Yes. I will say this. Roads are designed as a throughway for vehicles. They are indicated specifically for vehicles. We leave a shoulder or a sidewalk for pedestrian traffic. We have certain signals and certain, the painting on the road, the actual lines that show where a crosswalk is. We have safety measures in place to keep both pedestrian traffic and vehicle traffic in their associated zones so that everybody is safer. That is an example of safety that doesn't infringe on liberty.
Sure. And we also have permits that we can get if we want to be on the street. We can shut a street down and permit.
Yes.
And take the road as well.
And that now goes into governmental process rather than philosophical libertarianism.
Spontaneous. But it, if you talk to any police officer, you can get a ticket for crossing the street.
Yes, we do have
and interfering with traffic. That is
yes.
But again,
that jaywalking ticket is for.
And again, it goes to my security over freedom.
So
argument.
The thing there is, when you're walking on roads, you are walking on something you yourself did not purchase or create. If you believe it, your taxes paid for it, but that's a different issue. Again, we won't get into governmental process. And I have to say,
the intent of the road.
Yeah, I also have to state this is purely contractually based with my soul. Taxation is theft, but we'll go on. The big reason that they charge people with a crime, and it's a very small crime, it's not even a misdemeanor, it's a moving violation, you pay a fine, isn't because that they've done something wrong. It's a penalization to encourage better behavior. It's a penalization to encourage safer behavior instead of a penalization for a criminal act. It just, because it's all coming from the same source, we perceive it all as penalizations for criminal acts. I understand why they do it. It's the same reason why there's negative consequences for lying to your parents, why there's negative consequences for breaking your mother's favorite whatever. There are always consequences for bad behavior that are meant to encourage better behavior that are not criminal in nature. It restricts freedom only in the fact that you're going to get charged money for doing it. Or if you do it at the wrong time, you're going to die because a car hits you. That's the entire reason that it's encouraged. But there are also plenty of laws in place across just the US alone that talk about unmarked crosswalks, which is a crosswalk that doesn't have any signal or anything.
If you're in California and you are at two corners, it doesn't have to be a stop sign, and you want to cross, you have the right of way as a pedestrian.
Yes. Now, tying all this back into what Rick asked about, the protesters who specifically go out onto roads to protest, and it's usually oil, it's almost always protesting oil, are disrupting traffic, disrupting emergency services, and disrupting economy. And they are infringing on and they are infringing on the rights of every motorist there, willingly, wantonly. That is the difference between someone jaywalking really quickly because the place they have to go to is right across the street, and someone standing in the road and going, "You can't pass." There's a big difference there. Intent is a big thing. And so in that situation, that'd be a violation of numerous different liberties. And the NAP would say, remove them from the road. If you can, do it without harming them. But if you can't, like you're an emergency vehicle that's trying to get somebody to the hospital, run them over.
What is the NAP?
The non-aggression principle I was talking about earlier.
I see. All right, really quick.
Oh,
Are you guys good taking a 5-minute break?
Sure, I can eat some of my
Use
dinner.
the bathroom, get something to drink. Ken, are we good to go? What, like another 30 minutes or something?
I'm not in a complete hurry. So no, I'm fine. I'm fine to keep
Okay.
going. It's only 8 o'clock here. So
Hey, Xanatrix, how are you feeling?
I have been on much longer streams. I'm fine, man.
Okay. Well,
but can I
go on.
quickly just
You can.
moment? I if you know about vehicular manslaughter, like it's really difficult to prove. Like knowing as a protester, and I love protesting. I've been to tons of protests. I know that people who are legally on the road driving like a bike or a motorcycle, and they get hit by a car and die a lot of times, even if the person is drunk that hits them, they can get away with it. So when you're in the car, it's like you have the most freedom of speech that you possibly can have. Whether it's right or not, that's a different story. But that's just the reality.
Let's put a pin in
5
that
minutes.
thought, and we'll come back to it. So let's take a 5-minute break. Everyone on the chat, go get a drink. Go use the bathroom. We will be back in about 5 minutes. We're going to do about another 30, 45 minutes, tops an hour. And I think that'll be a good conversation. So Xanatrix will be still on here, even though it's like muted or whatever. But we'll do like a 5-minute. What time is it?
Liked
All
it.
right, we're
This has
back.
been great.
I think
So
I
any-
think you
all the-
and Archangel.
Cancelable offenses. We should stop.
I think you and Archangel would have a really good conversation because Archangel is also a cybersec dude who I just think it would be a really really interesting conversation.
It'll be fun.
Unfortunately, we don't have Hulker here tonight to have a sponsor. I think that we can be sponsored though. Ken, would you like to show your shame?
Oh yeah, I think tonight's sponsor is not Evan Williams.
No,
even
no,
though
it's not. It's Kentucky.
Oh,
Thank you, Kentucky. Yeah.
Kentucky bourbon, more specific. It's
Kentucky,
not Kentucky.
well, real bourbon. Because if you're drinking bourbon that's not from Kentucky, it
It's
ain't
not
bourbon,
bourbon.
y'all. It ain't bourbon.
Fun factoid. I just discovered. I don't know if I can pull this up or not. I kind of don't want to because it's actually a personal thing. But I just discovered a family heirloom, which is my grandfather.
Oh.
He was a proponent of the legalization of alcohol and the city, and so he lobbied to get the city that I'm in to be wet, and we have a body. Well, he did this like a capitalist, so he like bought some land and then set up some liquor stores and got the stores in place, and then became legal. And he was very much cornered the market on liquor in the area, so he was a capitalist.
Hey, capitalism
but
makes
we
the world
have
go
this
round.
wonderful bottle of Weller from the 60s. That they there's probably 2 bottles left in existence of this 60-year-old bourbon that
Jesus.
was quite amazing.
How smooth is
That
it?
my aunt was pretty pretty emphatic about us not ever being able to drink. So
Gee, that's just
it's cruel is what that is.
WB
'Cause I
means
wanna
welcome
drink that
back.
so
Just so you know.
Oh, God damn it. Yeah, I just guessed it. My internet speak, my leet speak is rusty.
I mean,
Yeah.
I type out everything. It gets on some of my friends' nerves, but not most of them. Like, why do you send such long text messages?
GG pisses me off.
GG no re.
Dude, so I
What's wrong with GG Allen? I'll fight
GG
somebody.
short for good
Oh.
game.
Oh,
And
we
GG
never
no
said
re
that.
means-
We always said good game to like every single player. Good game, good game, good
Exactly.
game. It's like
No, this is definitely a thing that came from online competitive video games. GG
missed
no
that.
re means good game, no rematch.
oh, but it seems
No
like they're
rematch.
gonna lose on
Yeah.
the rematch.
It's a way to troll people.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. A spider's on me. I have to get it
Okay,
off
good.
of me. It's on my
Spiders
back.
are cool. I like
Spiders
spiders.
are good for
Are
you.
they? Are they cool?
Spiders are cool.
Yeah, they're very cool. Yeah, they're
Tell
my
the
favorite.
spider. I'll be right back.
They're my favorite spidery thing. So we were talking about street protesting, unauthorized street protesting. I don't know how we got there.
We got there through a myriad way of philosophy.
I think we went like full abortion there for a minute, and then we also went protesting an event. And I think the concept was freedom versus security, and what that meant, and what was fair and what was pointless. I think a lot of my arguments relied on the government and law, which is something that I would say that it sounds like you're not super. So tell us a little bit about like why government like is not
the
like,
problem.
Yeah.
Okay. The problem with relying on a government is you are putting too much power in the hands of people that don't actually care about you individually. It's a numbers game to them.
Well, I do know a lot of politicians, and I do have to say that many of them seem to really care about people. So,
And as long as it gets them elected.
Yeah, please elaborate on that.
I'm talking more about as government as an infrastructure rather than specific politicians. The government, the entire reason the government has power is because of the people. That was what especially in the U.S. Constitution, that was what it was supposed to be. We are giving them a power to do things that individually we may not have the ability to do, but they are always supposed to be beholden to us. And they aren't anymore. They haven't been beholden to the populace for probably 60 years.
So the issue is accountability.
Absolutely. If they can't be held accountable, I cannot trust them.
But like for instance, in the House, there was some accountability to the former speaker. They were very quick, and I know this is way political, but like they pulled that guy out of being Speaker of the House, and is that the immediate kind of infrastructure that you would want in a democratic society, or is that are the terms and stuff like where voting is not, because voting doesn't seem like it's enough of a
so the real issue here is I'm about to get real technical about both economy and politics here for a second, so pardon my French, everyone. The issue that we have right now is that there is a specific socioeconomic system in play that is interfering with the people's ability to make the government accountable. Specifically, the large interest groups that group together their money to essentially buy what laws they want into existence. Now, some people say that this is late stage capitalism. And I look at them and I go, you're stupid. This isn't a form of capitalism at all. This is a form of corporate welfare. It is welfare in favor of corporations, and thus it is a form of socialism.
Really quick, what the fuck are you all talking about?
We're talking about my reason.
Sorry.
My reasons I don't trust the government.
Okay, continue. I had a whole thing here. I don't know if you guys saw it.
I saw it.
No, I mean, I'm definitely like I have no idea how you're. I mean, I presume
it was on my neck.
Yeah,
like Spider-Man, like Peter Parker, and I was like, "What is that?" And I saw it go.
And you know, this is one of the reasons why like one of my best friends is libertarian, like hardcore, and then also why like I don't see how it works, but so everything you've said so far is like spot on to like whatever ideal infrastructure that is going on in my head. So
to go beyond that, I love libertarianism as a philosophy because it's ultimately a philosophy of optimism. It wants to believe in the better nature of man. And a lot of libertarians show this in the way they try to advocate for philosophical libertarianism, because a lot of them try to advocate for what's known as rational anarchy as a form of governance, which is essentially a world where there is no governance, there's only self-governance, and everybody acts in a rational way. And it's a very optimistic outlook.
Yeah, no,
but it's also extremely naive.
For your fellow neighbor, yes, absolutely.
And I figured this out pretty early on when I was studying libertarianism, because I'm a jaded and cynical asshole. So I mean, human nature is pretty well known to me. There is anarchy, no matter whether it's anarcho-capitalism, anarcho-communism, any form of anarchy in between, cannot work in the human condition. Humans are social animals.
It's fun to say when you're a teenager, but like that's hormones.
Yeah. Humans are social animals, like I was saying.
Yeah.
And because they are social animals, there's always going to be competition and conflict. And both competition and conflict drive hierarchy. And so there's always going to be hierarchy as well. You can't have anarchy when there's hierarchy. They conflict. They're mutually exclusive. So as a philosophical libertarian, I want to be optimistic, but as a realist, I realize that there is no perfect form of government, my personal ideal form of government would be small government, so a minarchism, as it's sometimes referred to, where the government does only the things the government should, and the rest of the power is in the people, in the private sectors and everybody else. But on top of that, the economic system cannot be 100% laissez-faire capitalism. Because hands-off capitalism, where there's no regulation, gets you the robber barons and the stock market crashes of the late 1800s and early 1900s. So there has to be a minimum amount of regulation on the economy as well to make sure that both potential employees and potential employers cannot fuck each other over. Now, I am not an economist. I'm not some sort of governmental specialist. I cannot claim that I know how to design these systems. I feel like they would be the best systems to work together, though.
And then anytime you say economy, I mean, I'm always like, that triggers that thought of, like, what economy, like, what are the guide bars? You know, you're in a bowling alley, they're saying economy, and they have the guardrails up when they're talking about American economy, because there's a lot of stuff that isn't really attributed in economy.
Yes.
Like, so it is. And then I want to go back to gaming. So why, in this world, when we're in our games and we're playing, do you play as idealist in that political spectrum, or do you play characters that relate to that
I when I play games
and create worlds?
Yes,
in that
and
because things develop into, you know, genocide, not genocide, but, you know, you start murdering people.
When I play games, whether it's tabletop, video games, whatever, I try multiple things. I don't like staying in a single set way of playing, because first of all, a system, no matter what system you look at, is vast. Especially in TTRPGs, even the simplest systems have a ton of options, and you can play the game in multiple different ways. So I want to experience that. Using current examples, in the Emberwind game we're playing on Cloister of the Dice over with Monk, I'm playing a custom homebrew class he and I designed for Emberwind called the Pugilist. It's what you think it is, a guy who does punchy martial arts stuff.
Pugilist.
Yeah. Well, because all of the classes of Emberwind are a single word, and we didn't want to use, like, martial artist, so we called it Pugilist.
How about boxer?
I mean, boxer could have worked, but it doesn't exactly encompass the class fantasy we're going for, because the class fantasy has both, you know, the rough and tumble punching, but also the mysticism of like the monk from most games.
Okay, sure.
Things of that nature. But in the next game we're playing, when we go and start our Sword World campaign, I am playing a war mage, which is sword and sorcery, swashbuckling and blaster caster, all in one, there to be on the front line and kill people good. And it's an entirely different class fantasy. And if we were to play multiple Sword World campaigns, I'd play a different race, a different class combination every time. I'd just be like, oh, I want to be something completely different this time. Let's do this. So when I play games, I'm not necessarily seeking to emulate my own ideals. I mean, sometimes I'll play characters like that. Absolutely. Sometimes I do just want to put me in there and be the swashbuckling hero. But other times, I'll want to try something different. I want to do something different. I want to be someone different.
I will argue, and then let you continue, that you're always playing yourself. Go on.
Okay, I can see where your argument stems from. That's a very Carl Jung thing to say. That's a very psychoanalyst thing to say.
Listen, if you're gonna, but I'm, we're not going extreme here, right? I mean, because like Descartes style, of course you have to play yourself because you are yourself.
Cogito.
What I mean is, huh?
Cogito ergo sum. You said Descartes, so I brought up his famous maxim.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes, that what I'm playing is a facet of something inside myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I said it's a very Jungian thing to say.
Right. Continue.
Yeah.
But
You're talking above me, so
it has to do with a very famous psychoanalyst, Carl Jung, and his ideas
Yeah.
on the collective unconscious and the shadow of the self.
I am.
So on Ken, two characters that Ken has played, as in I'm telling you this. I'm
Mhm.
telling Xanatrix you this. Okay. Ken has played two characters in this game that shall not be named.
Red
One,
Door?
huh?
Red Door?
Right, Red
Yeah.
Door. Red Door would be a good fucking name for a game, by the way.
Bad drawer.
That'd be
Bad
actually
Drawer.
kind of cool. Red Door.
That makes me
Yeah,
want to
one
find
is
out if there's
Dolby. What is it? Lieutenant Dolby. What's his last name?
Yeah. Prologic. Dolby Newman.
Yeah, Dolby Newman. ProLogic. Not bad. Dolby
Dolby
Newman.
Logic and Gary Newman.
That's the one in the Into Space game. The sort of Starship Troopers, The Expanse, Aliens universe.
Okay.
Which, if you ever want to jump in, that would be a game you could jump into. And it's
Absolutely.
so political and so awesome. Like it's great. If you want to jump in, that would be the one to go. That's the one shot we'll do on the first, actually. So you got Dolby Newman, who in my mind is not a psychopath, but he's maybe a sociopath. And then you have his other character, who's in the main campaign, and that's what was his name? Nord Zetterberg. Zetterberg. Who's kind of like a that's a 1982 horror Call of Cthulhu style game set in Detroit, and
not Detroit.
I love
Nord.
Detroit.
Nord is essentially Rorschach, just not a superhero. He's in a Call of Cthulhu game.
I mean, Rorschach would fit into a Call of Cthulhu game pretty easy, and he's not a super in his own universe.
I know, but he is in the movie, and that's how people would view it. Okay, we can argue about it. Point. He's not a superhero. Quotes. We'll give you that. He doesn't have superpowers, sure, but he doesn't take on the persona of a superhero either.
Yep, because
you get a lot of the idea.
I'm not locked
in
here with you. You're locked in here with me. Yeah. That's not a heroic thing to say.
I think Nord Zetterberg would be Rorschach 10 years before Rorschach became what he was.
Okay. So a little
like
less
that's
violent.
A possible future.
Nord has hope, I think.
Yeah, he has hope. Yeah.
Okay. So okay, I get it. And so
he's not combative.
No.
Yet. But I think he could get to a point where
he would be.
He could actually be 100% driven.
Okay. So you're bringing up these two characters in
why? Because they're both Ken.
Yes,
in my opinion. Now Ken can argue this, and that's why I'm bringing it up.
Well, I mean,
I would say they're both Ken.
I don't reflect that I'm not Dolby.
So you are. I'd say you are.
Yeah. Dolby's a space murderer and who works for the Socialist Federation of Space Nazis, and
they are essentially Nazis.
I mean, Nazis are socialists is in the name.
Yeah, well, it's not, but I mean,
that's the Starship Troopers slash
Star Trek
aliens
because they're all vegetarians and our will is
they're
right.
They're vegans.
So,
they're not vegetarians.
Yeah, or vegans. Yeah, there's no eggs or cheese, no milk.
Well, it's a political thing. It's not a.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it makes sense. They would have gotten over like who needs cow milk? Baby cows. Not.
The issue in Star Trek is not. It's beyond all of that. The issue is that it doesn't come from anything organic, right?
It's made from
So-
replicated matter.
Right. They're vegan because they're not killing anything.
Right.
But, you know,
You can
other
still have
sapient
cow's
life.
milk.
Right.
Right.
No,
Well, I mean, and you say Star Trek, and I think Next Generation.
Right. Right.
Uh,
We're really talking about TNG. Because
Yeah.
in the
And-
original,
and
DS9
I mean,
as well.
Kirkgate, yeah.
yes, not.
Right. In that era is what we're saying.
We're not talking Discovery.
We're not Discovery.
and
No. Discovery is a
talking
different
Picard.
timeline.
I
And
mean,
I think they
maybe a little
went into a
Picard,
different. What?
not maybe a little Picard, but I don't think it. I think it's
Yeah,
weird.
Picard. Yeah, Picard. In there.
You think Picard fits into that?
Oh yeah.
Concept?
Yeah, there's still space vegans.
But so I would argue that you're oversimplifying the statement, to be honest. You say both characters are Ken. I say that both characters likely have facets of him in them, and the best characters we create tend to have a piece of ourselves in them.
I'm going to call that semantics, and this is why. What alignment are you, Xanatrix?
I'm not. The alignment. Okay, you're going to get me into the rant about the alignment system now, aren't you?
Chaotic.
Okay.
Chaotic.
No, okay, so no, Monk and I
No.
both have the same view on this. The alignment system was originally about your interactions with the gods. It was originally
Yes.
about which gods favored you most and which gods disfavored you most. It was not meant to become a role play element that you then have mechanics that are from your classes introduced to, such as the classic, oh, you're a lawful paladin and now you have to do something chaotic. Fall or die, asshole. No.
Can I counterpoint?
What's your counterpoint?
All right. First, Xanatrix, and forgive me, Ken, if this is unfounded. Please tell Ken and the world about the alignment system.
Okay, so the alignment grid is a pretty big meme these days, so a lot of people should know about it. But it is a 9x9 grid consisting of two axes. One axis is
3x3, right?
Yes, a 3x3 9 square grid. Thank you for correcting me.
Right.
It consists of two axes. You have the lawful to chaotic axis, and you have the good to evil axis. And along these axes, originally, this was supposed to be your alignments with the chaotic and lawful gods and the evil and good gods. So you could have 9 potential alignments: lawful evil, chaotic evil, neutral evil, lawful good, chaotic good, neutral good.
That would be lawful good is libertarians, by the way, isn't it?
We'll get there.
Sorry.
And then there's the neutral. There's the very interesting neutral axis of lawful neutral, true neutral, and chaotic neutral. Chaotic neutral is one of the banes of most GMs because most chaotic neutral people take that as a license to just act like an asshole. But originally these 9 potential spaces were your alignment to gods, which gods favored you and which gods didn't. This was not a facet of your personality. This was the lawful gods and the good gods like you, so you are lawful good. Oh, the neutral gods and the chaotic gods like you, so you are chaotic neutral. But as D&D evolved further and further, it got turned into a personality trait almost. Especially with the way, like I brought up earlier, paladins with the whole fall or die bullshit.
Well, when correct me if I'm wrong, OSR style, so it obviously wasn't called OSR in AD&D in the first, Sword and Sorcery, but it was about gods because the storytelling had to do with a different thing than when you're in 3.0 and beyond.
I can agree with that statement. I would love to leave it that vague because getting into the nitty gritty is way too long.
Sure. Yep.
That's also something that I think Mildred would be much more equipped for. I'm a broad strokes kind of guy. He gets into a lot of detail.
Sure.
At least when it comes to TTRPGs. Get me on video games, I'll get you into nitty gritty all day long. But even then, even with 3.0 and beyond, having taken the alignment grid and turned it into a personality grid, it was ill-advised and ill-executed. These
But
particular,
cool.
I mean, it could be cool. The big thing though is that a lot of people took these alignments as literally as possible in some cases. I mean, you had lawful evil people.
It was a justification.
Yeah, it was a justification to act out whatever bullshit they wanted to do with the character, rather than, actually role playing the character. They would do whatever actions they wanted. They wouldn't actually play the character like the character might actually play.
I like what you said there about it becoming a personality trait.
Yeah. And
Because beforehand it wasn't, right?
Mhm.
Beforehand it was like, you're the barbarian, you have the god that is chaotic neutral, and so you're in alignment, and there's a thing there mechanically and thematically. And somehow that became, oh, I am chaotic neutral, therefore I make chaotic neutral decisions.
Yes, and perform chaotic neutral actions, which,
Or
again,
rather, I want to murder hobo. And
so I'm going to choose to be a chaotic
right.
neutral. Yes.
Right.
So going back to your question you asked me, what alignment am I? My answer is none. I don't have a tie to the gods.
You're all about freedom too. Interesting.
Well,
interesting.
If we want to go with D&D
I
elements,
shall not be defined.
That would technically fall under chaotic at that point by the D&D alignment.
Chaotic
grade.
what?
Probably chaotic good.
Oh,
probably.
And I gotcha.
You didn't though.
Ken, which one are you?
What am I? I mean, I feel like I'm lawful evil. I don't know.
No, you're not lawful evil at all.
I'm just kidding.
I could see Ken being lawful
no,
evil.
no. I mean, I really don't see it. It's been a long time since I've played, so I always have, like, it depends on who you're talking to. So you talk to like somebody who is oppositely aligned of me, and I would be lawful evil or lawful good depending on the alignment that they are, I would presume.
He's
so
a lawful mirror.
It's a subjective.
Mirror.
It's subjective.
Well, playing the devil's advocate is in and of itself is something you can do. I am going to give you guys the floor again, but I wanted to say what Garm had to say. Xanatrix, would you like to say what Garm has to say?
Sure. Garm pointed out that D&D alignments are terrible. Agreed. But to answer the question, Garm says they are always the chronic hero syndrome, the goody two-shoes, the by-the-book Boy Scout. So Silver Age Superman, Spider-Man, or Captain America.
Well, Garm says, I am always.
Yes, but I'm speaking their
and Captain
words.
America.
Oh, I see.
Kind of like he sort of betrayed like his country. So is he really lawful good?
So now you're going to make me pull out a Captain America quote. Hold on. I have an entire folder full of my favorite quotes from comics.
You guys are going comics. So my comic knowledge is shit. So that's your guys.
My comic knowledge is mediocre at best.
All right, well, Xanatrix, you're going to throw us down. I did the holograms, you know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
I had those in the Marvel.
I just worked on a animation on one of the cartoons.
What was it called? What was it called again?
It was a Wolverine and the X-Men. It was not well received. It was moderately well received, but
so this is a discussion between Captain America and Spider-Man. And I'm just going to quote the whole thing. It's 2 pages.
Spider-Man.
Do it.
Yeah, go ahead.
I remember the first time I really understood what it was to be an American, what it was to be a patriot.
Whoa.
I was just a kid a million years ago, it seems sometimes, maybe 12. I was reading Mark Twain, and he wrote something that struck me right down to my core, something so powerful, so true, that it changed my life. I memorized it so I could repeat it to myself over and over across the years. He wrote, "In a republic, who is the country? Is it the government which is for the moment in the saddle? Why, the government is merely a temporary servant. It cannot be its prerogative to determine what is right and what is wrong and decide who is a patriot and who isn't. Its function is to obey orders, not originate them. Who then is the country? Is it the newspaper? Is it the pulpit? Why, these are mere parts of the country, not the whole of it. They have not command. They have only their little share in the command. In a monarchy, the king and his family are the country. In a republic, it is the common voice of the people, each of you for himself, by himself, and on his own responsibility must speak. It is a solemn and weighty responsibility, and not lightly to be flung aside at the bullying of pulpit, press, government, or the empty catchphrases of politicians. Each must for himself alone decide what is right and what is wrong, and which course is patriotic and which isn't. You cannot shirk this and be a man. To decide it against your convictions is to be an unqualified and inexcusable traitor, both to yourself and to your country, let men label you as they may. If you alone of all the nation shall decide one way, and that way be the right way according to your convictions of the right, you have done your duty by yourself and by your country. Hold up your head. You have nothing to be ashamed of.
Who's that?
That's
It's
Captain America
to-
quoting Mark Twain.
So it's Mark Twain.
It is Mark Twain, but Captain America is using it to tell Spider-Man that in a republic, specifically in the U.S. because he is Captain America,
Sure.
What is right and what is wrong is chosen by every man by himself by his convictions. And
Sure.
even if your convictions lead you to betray your entire country, if it is done by your convictions and it is the right thing by your convictions, you have still done the right thing. So when you say, but he's betrayed the U.S. before, he did so by his convictions.
Yeah, so this is arguable. It's not really for us because of where we're from, because honestly, we all three probably agree on all these things. But we're also probably a part of the same demographic and all of that good, and the same generation and all those things.
Mm-hmm.
Not to discount it, but to point it out. Wanted to say what Garm had to say. I was asking about alignments again. I asked what was Garm's and everyone else's least favorite alignment. Xanatrix?
If we're going to go with the general alignment grid from D&D, my least favorite alignment is surprisingly not chaotic neutral, it's true neutral. And the reason I say this...
Wait. I want the reason in a second.
Okay.
I want to do Garm's first. He says, is it a he or she? I actually don't know. We're using he.
And you don't know?
We don't know. We're old school. So if anyone is a whatever, then there you go. Let us know in the fucking chat, and then we'll use that. Garm says, murder hobo-otic.
Yeah.
Is their least favorite.
Yeah.
Unless the entire table wants to play a murder hobo game, but I usually wouldn't play at that table. Okay, I want the why in a second. Right? The why is a thing. The what is what I want to know. So, Ken, what is your least favorite to play around? I guess is what we're talking about.
Yeah, right. I mean, but my least favorite is gonna be lawful good. And
Xanatrix, I think you can argue against this. Why is it that lawful good is bad? Ken.
Oh, why? Oh, good.
Yeah. Give me the why.
Because you're good and your laws are subjective. So it's like your altruism is going to be completely based in your own mind. So contingent on henceforth, like what Captain America and Mark Twain were saying, like it is you that benefits from this and your perceived reality. But it, like, you know, if anybody can say that that's what Thanos thought, you know, Thanos was like, that's his perceived reality. It's bad for a lot of people. It's good for some, you know.
Yeah, you could argue that Thanos is lawful good from his perspective, which is the problem with one of the problems with alignment. Xanatrix, go.
So you want me to
and you
argue
can answer
against
why
Ken?
too if you want.
Okay. So the reason I dislike true neutral is that too many of the people that I have played or GM'd for who play true neutral characters don't actually play true neutral. They play all sides against each other, which is not true neutral. That is,
no, it's not. You're right.
That's absolutely evil, for one, because it's all for your own benefit. And I would say it's neutral evil because it's playing all sides.
But sure. Okay.
The
You
other
mean for
side,
entropy? Do you mean
Yeah.
for entropy or chaos or something?
so when they play all sides against the other, they take advantage of every side in a conflict.
That's
the evil
neutral
side, the
evil.
good side, the lawful
Yeah.
side, the chaotic side.
Yeah,
When
that's
they're
neutral evil.
That's
100%.
Nord,
That's neutral
by
evil.
the way.
Huh?
Yeah.
That's Nord.
Then
Yeah, it's Nord.
I don't think it's Nord. I think that
You don't
Nord
think so?
is no. I think Nord is I'm sorry to interrupt you, Xanatrix.
Yep.
I
And
think
I
that
interrupted
Nord is chaotic good.
I don't think he's
And
chaotic. I think
I
he's got
think
intent.
yeah, but he's willing to do what he wants. And
Yeah.
this is the thing. He has a code, yes, but he's willing to do whatever it takes to get the thing done, which means what is good in his mind. And that's chaotic. The good just happens
So
to
the
be
good,
fascism.
yeah, the good, like
Because
that's
if
my issue.
society says that only these people who look this way are good and should live, if
Right.
it's so far into the future to where no one even questions
But
this, which is
he
where you
doesn't
are.
care. He doesn't care really who lives and who dies, other than himself. I mean, he wants everybody to
Then
live.
he's evil. Okay,
And
Xanatrix,
no,
I'm sorry.
but
I
no,
interrupted you.
it's not true. No, it's not true. That's not true. But he wants everybody to live. But like his goal is to tell the truth. It's not.
Okay,
It's not the
I have a point here.
situation. It's not the
Xanatrix,
situation.
you
Go ahead.
continue, and then we're going to take what you say and apply it to Nord, to Dolby's character.
Okay.
Xanatrix, go.
So the other reason that I don't like true neutral players, beyond the ones who play everybody against themselves, is that many of the true neutral players I've met, they either do the whole they're actually neutral evil, or they just don't play. They use true neutral to be completely passive.
Mm.
Which I can understand how you might think that that's true neutral. If you do nothing, you can't affect anything, and thus but not making a choice is still a choice. Not
True
performing
neutral,
an action is still an action.
right? True neutral is hard to play.
It's
You
very
play
hard
that
to play.
druid. You play that druid who's like, I'm totally cool. Everything's fine. Balance. Blah blah blah. Someone gets out of balance. Either way, you
Yep.
better be throwing down that wild shit, baby.
But it sounds like journalism, and to me, true neutral is what a journalist should be. So if we want to go real world with it, they're not somebody who evangelizes. They're not somebody who adds to the commentary. They're not somebody who gives or takes away the situation. It's hard to not affect a situation. You're supposed to be documenting it, and you're correct. There are choices that Nord has made to kill people or to hurt people.
We're gonna get to we're gonna get to Dolby and Nord in a second.
So,
But
I'm just saying, true neutral, like to me, like as like knowing nothing about the real way that it is the fourth aspect of what makes America work. It is journalism. It is the idea that
if
you
only journalism
observe
worked that way now.
and report.
If only journalism worked that way now. But I won't get into that.
No. Get into that. Get in.
I need to get into his to counter his lawful good first.
Do it.
Okay. So the issue I have with your assessment of lawful good is the lawful part is meant, at least when you're looking at it again from the D&D alignment grid. I'm going to make that caveat every time we talk about this, just so you know. Lawful people are supposed to be following a specific code. Yes, that code can be something made up, but they have to follow it rigidly. It can't be malleable. If the code is too malleable, they're going to neutral or chaotic. So, sure, someone could come up with, let's say some halfling thief named Mutt comes up with Mutt's 5 rules for being a good thief. Don't steal from nobody you know. Don't steal from people who got less than you. Don't steal from the guards. Don't steal from the city lord. And make sure you know a good fence. Okay? Those are 5 rules he made up on the fly. But if he follows those rules rigidly, only steals from people who have more than him, doesn't steal from basically any of the authorities, of which 3 of those rules cover, and then knows a good fence that can get him the sales, he's lawful. And he's probably lawful neutral or lawful evil, considering he's a thief.
So this is subjected to themselves.
Which is to do with the alignment grid.
Yeah,
Okay.
he subjects himself to that code, and he follows it strictly. That's what makes him lawful.
And you are absolutely educating me on what any of this means, by the way.
I mean, again, this is from the 3.0 alignment grid and later. Like I said, when it became personality traits, it really oversimplified way too many parts of making a character a character. In my opinion, because of the alignment grid, a lot of people lost the nuance for roleplay. Because people are not 2-word descriptors. I cannot point it at you, Ken, and go, lawful evil, and that describes all that you are. That's impossible.
You can.
No,
it's not impossible.
No, listen to me right now. That is impossible, because those 2 words do not describe any sort of interactions with his family. They don't describe any interactions with his social circles.
Have you done calculus?
And they would absolutely call me evil.
Have you done calculus? The answer is, of course, yes.
I actually did do calculus in high school, but that's
You
besides
did.
the point.
You did use substitution. Ergo, of course you can, because we can frame things. It's why we got the frontal lobes. We can frame things in many different ways, right? You can draw the Venn diagram.
Don't make me turn Euler's identity into a gun and start shooting you with numbers.
Listen, I'm challenging you. I'm challenging you, sir. You can absolutely say this statement. Impossible. Bullshit.
No, the reason I say it's impossible is because you cannot capture the whole of a person in one descriptor.
All right. You can.
Sorry.
Based on context, and we will devolve into all the things we would devolve into.
So whose perspective, like, can I ask a general question? Because
sure,
whose perspective is it? So it's our own personal perspective that
so this is what we're literally talking about.
Are gained. It is literally our own perspective that I am.
Okay, have to define what you're talking about really quick. Garm has said things. Xanatrix, would you like to say what Garm has said?
Very few systems are actually fun to just kick doors and take names. And even to those that are, I need a little something more. The same for movies. Without a good story, it's just lights and sound. So when I play TTRPGs, I really want to participate in creating a story with the rest of the players. And that's a perfectly valid one. Everybody comes to TTRPGs for different reasons, and that's a perfectly valid one. You understand that there are some people who do just want to kick doors, take names, and fight. They just want that action movie experience. And Garm then added, and because I don't really I don't really enjoy the idea of a story of characters that only kill and loot, then a murder hobo game would not be something I would enjoy. So that's why Garm's clarifying why they don't like murder hobos. Understandable. There are some, like I said, there are some gamers out there who just want to play that meat grinder. They want to be that murder hobo, and more power to them. Yeah, he's not saying bad run fun, just not his idea of fun. Exactly.
Okay, so you are a human. I know that's a contentious statement today.
I think I am. Last time I checked.
Can we agree that you're a human?
Yes, but that does not encompass all that I am.
Yes, it does.
No, it does not.
And everything that matters.
No. Absolutely.
I disagree with you. I will provide proof as per Hitchens' razor.
Okay. That which can be claimed without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. Go ahead.
Well done. I have a feeling you might be smarter than I am, Xanatrix.
I have a feeling of that too.
You might be a little bit
certainly know more about things and stuff.
I just do a lot of studying, guys. That's all it is.
Maybe. But I will do my best. Garm says exactly. I'm not saying it's bad, wrong, fun. It's just not my idea of fun.
Yeah, which is exactly right. You know, certain types of games are for certain types of people. There's a game for anyone out there, but not every game is for everyone. That's the important marker. There is a game for anyone out there, but not a game for everyone out there.
Yeah, there's okay. I want to continue our.
Go ahead. I just wanted to make that statement.
But no, what you just said is actually more interesting. There's an idea of making gaming. I'm being contentious again.
Of course.
Making gaming available to everyone. Why is that important? Huh! Hold. So,
we'll get back to that.
Yep.
Okay.
Reducing people down to a common denominator. It's what humans do. I don't think it's a bad thing.
It's part of pattern recognition, yes. But
and there are a lot of really good reasons for us to be able to do that. And I can take the libertarian view for this one. If you think somebody's going to hit you, it's okay to hit them first.
Yes. Yes, that's part of the non-aggression principle. If you think they're about to infringe upon your rights, you're allowed to defend yourself before they infringe.
So
Absolutely.
Safety.
I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No. You came. That's on point.
But
because what I'm doing
is
putting it all together.
Reducing groups of people to common denominators is not the same as pointing at an individual and trying to describe them with a single term.
Okay. Yeah, it is. Sure is.
No.
So I will give you proof.
You can reduce people to groups only so far.
You don't have to reduce them. You have to elevate them.
Okay. You can
elevate people.
You can group people. Let me be very, very specific in my terminology.
As you should be.
You semantic whore. But you can group people under like terms and denominators to a certain extent.
Nope,
at some extent, there will be a defining factor or more than one defining factor that separates an individual out from all of the groups you've defined.
I disagree wholeheartedly based on the fact that I'm a semantic whore.
Okay.
But
I know how to play word games. You want to play word games? Let's do this.
Well, but let's actually make a point.
Okay.
Or I could win.
Really? Bring your proof.
I play I run a chess podcast called Chess with Bill.
Where you don't win. You don't win.
I don't win ever. I don't win ever.
I was wondering if you were running in the same circles as Grandmaster Hikaru or anything like that. But apparently not.
No. Oh my god. Don't even put me in. Our name should not be.
Why not? Grandmaster Hikaru
really
likes talking about up and comers all the time. He likes to elevate.
I'm not an up and comer.
You're a casual. Got it.
I'm bad.
I don't play chess anymore. I haven't played chess since 4th grade.
It's been a while. I mean,
after D&D,
I was in college.
You never went back.
Yeah. Well, no. In 4th grade, I got to
slaughtered by people who were ranked, and every single time.
I got to 2nd place at state, and then I decided that I was bored of chess. I literally forfeited in the finals. I just tilted my king at the beginning of the match, and that's why I got 2nd place. Yeah, I was just like, I'm bored of this now.
Xanatrix, play me in chess, and we'll rock and roll.
I mean, you'll beat the hell out of me, but okay.
No, I probably won't.
Yeah, I think you probably will.
No,
he's going to create a podcast, and then he's going to talk about every move that he's going to make, and the clock's going to go down. So it's not that he's really playing you; he's just having a laugh at himself.
I'm just not very good. Okay, back to what we were talking about.
Okay.
Of course,
reducing an individual to a single term. That's what we're talking about.
You could symbolize you could reduce all of existence to a number if you wanted. Right? So there's the semantic argument, which is boring and all of that good stuff. What I'm trying to say is this. What matters, you could say, is subjective. But if we could say what is objective? What is objective about what matters? And this is really what we're talking about.
Objectivity versus subjectivity?
Yeah. Of course, we can talk about the subjective, and then we have to deal with context in all of its various forms, right?
Yep.
Is there a way to talk about alignment in an objective way? I think you already said it. If you deal with the gods, yes, that's why they probably did it. But here's a question, or something to play with. The Greek/Roman, but really the Greek gods, why were they so flawed?
All of them except for Hades, you mean?
Go.
So the reason the non-chthonic gods, which is none of the gods underground, were so flawed were due to the fact that the people of Greece were using them as reflections of behaviors they saw in themselves. And the reason Hades was one that was so unflawed was because the Greeks had a very, very, very deep respect for death, and they did not want to disrespect death in the event that it might send them to Tartarus.
So, boom. So there is this idea. You have to agree on something. And this is the problem with the alignment grid. You have to agree on something. A base. Any argument. You have to agree on something to
On
have
a definition.
an argument. And the alignment system, it's not bad. It's just that people argue it on...
It's ill-defined.
It's not defined. So, in the canon of the game that sucks. It's a terrible game.
Okay.
The cowl. The cowl. She with a big S. Her
with a big H.
With a big H.
We're talking DreadLore.
I'm sorry, what?
You said the game that sucks and the arbiter is her, like
the arbiter's her.
Sorry, go ahead.
Signifies
we're
that
not
idea.
talking DreadLore, clearly.
No, you're right.
So
signifies that. It's this idea that so of the pantheon, there's 8.
Mm-hmm.
8. This is 8.
Yes.
Do you know this?
I don't know a lot of ASL, but I know that one.
It's not ASL.
Oh, yeah.
Is it?
That is like shooting somebody. Like
that's so.
So
Chinese,
then which sign language? Oh, it's CSL.
Chinese.
Got it.
Dalu, which means mainland, the big country is what it means. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
6 is this, like hang 10. 7 is like a right.
Mm-hmm.
8 like a gun. Boom. 9 is an X in ASL, and then 10 you can do that, just this, or you can do it that way. The point is, you can do it all in one hand. 5,000 years, baby. Okay, boom. 8 gods of the pantheon, the brilliant octet. However,
did you choose 8 because of Chinese influences as well?
No,
auspicious number.
Like a special.
Maybe
8 is an auspicious number. It's the most auspicious number, in fact.
Define auspicious.
It is the number under which most luck occurs. That is according to the Bagua.
So Ba means 8.
I know. And the Bagua are the 8 trigrams.
So I don't know.
It's derived from the I Ching.
So I don't know if it was from that or not. The fella who created the original
octet
incarnation of DreadLore with me, and I don't get along anymore in a pretty serious way.
I am very sorry to hear that.
I am too, goddammit. Actually, Ken and I just made a fucking short film that's going to come out next year called Nocturne.
Yeah, I would like to see that.
Yeah. And a lot of it, it's not 100% about it, but a lot of it has to do with that. Anyway, to give this person credence, because they did a lot of work.
Credit where credit is due.
he was very influenced by that kind of shit too.
Okay.
Very philosophical person. And perhaps we had a lot of conversations about it. Anyway, the idea is this. You have these beings of power. So this is straight out of like Planescape style, like the powers.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a big source flame. Whoa, the perspective on that is amazing. Source flame, and they somehow steal a piece of that source flame. What does that mean? And they take it and they create creation. Now, the eighth god, no one knows who that is. It is made up by a person named Song, who is a mortal who becomes immortal.
So apotheosis. We now have apotheosis.
Right. So there's one. And that's the drive for player characters to sow your great deeds. Think of Harry Potter. You have great deeds. They're not necessarily
good or bad.
Right.
They're great. They're great feats of whatever.
One of the deities is the Cowl.
Mm-hmm.
And people refer to her as her. They never call her death. She is the embodiment of death.
Okay.
This is very influenced by Neil Gaiman.
Okay.
Or Neil Gaiman, however you pronounce it.
It's Gaiman.
Gaiman.
Okay.
His embodiment of death.
Mm-hmm.
That's essentially what the Cowl is. Anyway,
I was
the idea.
I was hoping you'd go with Terry Pratchett's thought of death.
Well, he's a little.
Yeah, no, Mort is great. I mean, I strive to be.
Well,
Mort
Mort's the henchman.
So. I know, but like, how cool is that?
I'm
I'm clearly not deaf now.
Now,
like that's the best I could get.
Who did?
What if she hurts herself? Then that would be a valuable lesson.
Who did On a Pale Horse?
That was Pierce Anthony.
So much of that. I love that shit.
So Thanatos from On a Pale Horse as well? Okay.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
so the
technically
Cowl go on.
I have to say, Pierce Anthony did something weird with the Incarnations of Immortality series. You have the first 5 books, which On a Pale Horse, Bearing an Hourglass.
I only read those 2.
Yep, with a Tangled Skein. I forget what the 4th one was called, or the 5th one. So they were it's the god of death, the god of time, the goddesses of fate, and I say S's because I'll get into the moire later. The god of war, and the titan of earth. And
so cool.
So Thanatos. Thanatos is death, and that's the Greek name.
Yep.
Kronos is time, and that's the Greek name.
Such a cool.
The Fates are a triple goddess based off the Moirai, and that's why they're Cloto, Lachesis, and Atropos. And Earth is Gaia, but he calls the god of war Mars instead. He doesn't go with Ares, and I didn't never understand that.
So, well, it's
everybody
Roman versus Greek, right?
Yeah, that's the only Roman name he uses. Because then when you get to the last 2 books in the day cycle, because there's one book that's in the night cycle that follows Nyx, who is the goddess of night.
Dude, I love it. So, but again, her, she, all of those things wrapped up into one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
the
Cowl. I'm sorry, go on.
I was going to say the last 2 books aren't even they're not Roman or Grecian. They're Judeo-Christian. The 6th one is about Satan. And the 7th one is about God, or who eventually becomes God.
God's an interesting thing. So I've only read the first 2 books.
I recommend the entire series. I've read them all multiple times. They deal with it.
All right. So with Craster, which is the world, in the game that shall not be named, you can have it in it.
The game he doesn't want to shamelessly plug for some reason.
Like, why would you do that? I mean, he didn't write it. I mean, it's not like you
wrote it. DreadLore!
In the event that you do, you can use any setting. But the idea, it's a very Stephen King style thing. There's 2 gods that this applies to. So of course there's Song, who's taken from Asian origin,
Mhm.
but you got the Cowl, which is death, entropy, or whatever she is. You've also got the Lady of the Veil. Now, the Cowl is all about me. Like that's the one that I really threw down in. My former best friend, now not, the Veil.
Okay.
Okay. So you have two perspectives, and I think it's very interesting. There's sort of a
Yin
a
and a yang.
binary, huh?
A yin and a yang.
A yin and a
Yin and
yang.
yang.
Yeah.
Yang and a yang. I don't know.
So this is what I'm trying to say with it.
It's not like a 216 digit number or anything.
What what
I
is
think
it?
the-
260?
I think he was trying to imply encryption, but
Oh,
No, actually, it's like predicting the future with numbers. It's predicting the stock market. It's the number that they were looking for in Pi that they would plug into the thing.
Pi
Or
the film?
Pi
the
the
film Pi.
irrational.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it with all of and tarot and like the Jewish language being a number-based system of words.
Hebrew has a
or you
lot of
could go beyond
numerology
that.
built in.
Yeah, or you could go beyond that with what's his name? That Harry Seldon from the Foundation. So he's predicting the future with numbers. So it's much more simpler if the numbers are 2 instead of like
a 216 digit long number.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I get that.
So
what
the
you're
cowl
trying...
embodies all of these things.
Okay.
The cowl embodies wisdom. Now, wisdom could be defined as a practice. It's a verb, you could say. You have knowledge, and then you have a verb on top of that. As in, you can know the right way of doing things, but actually doing them could be considered wisdom. The cowl is about that. The cowl does not know the future. So death doesn't know the future.
Okay.
That's the idea.
Yeah.
This is some
But
deep, dark...
Death and Terry Pratchett absolutely knows the future, or at least glimpses of the future. I mean,
I'm talking about the game that shall not be named.
No, I get it.
Red Door.
Red Door. Right.
Ron Floor.
The Veil, the Lady of the Veil, whose name is Nightingale.
Okay.
She is an all-seeing sort of collector of things. She has operatives. She's Sherlock Holmesing everything. Very cerebral.
Sounds like Trays in the Infinite.
What is that?
That is a Necron lord that collects everything from around the universe in the Warhammer 40K
Necron.
universe.
So, into space, think of it like Warhammer 10K.
Okay.
Dude, I love Necrons. My buddy Derek Thomas, who co-wrote the Startup web series on Amazon Prime, which will be the episode 3, shall be coming out soon, taught me everything I know about Warhammer 40K.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And there's some really good, like, from Necron perspective of the 40K stuff. I love the lore. I feel like that's what draws me in.
A lot of people are drawn in by the lore, especially since the game itself is so expensive and the rules have gotten only more terrible after 6th edition.
Yeah, man. That's why you should play the lore in the game system. DreadLore.
Haha. Haha. He finally said it. He finally said it. We need some thumbs up there, Ken. Come on.
I mean, I got the web page up, so I'm...
Okay. So you can reduce a person down to one thing. A type of person. That's my argument.
A type of person.
Yeah. You're a human,
Okay.
a sapient,
Okay.
and that embodies all of these things. I think that's possible. Like, I mean, that's the whole,
But
or it's one of the ideas of Star Trek in general,
so
dealing with the alien races, right?
so the problem then comes, as I was stating, calling me human includes me in a group of nearly 8 billion right now. Calling me sapient includes me in the same group. But
Right.
it doesn't describe me. It doesn't describe the individual.
How egocentric.
We are all of us our egos, good sir.
And we are all the universe and God.
Oh, now you're starting to sound like my mother.
Eh.
I'm not kidding. My mother nearly got kicked out of Catholic school for failing catechism class by asking too many questions.
Well, yeah, of course.
She
My point being, someone asked, okay, so back in the days of evangelism,
Yeah.
of real evangelism,
Yeah.
the old Southern Baptist style,
Yeah.
someone said, okay, prove this. Now, mind you, I am not a Christian.
Mhm.
However, at the time, I was.
Okay.
They said, okay, is God all powerful?
Yes.
Can God do anything then?
Yes.
Okay,
So God must be
So-
a piece of shit. Sorry.
so could God create a big old rock he can't move?
And you know why that throws most evangelists on their head?
Well, answer yes or no or something else.
I will answer something else. God can indeed create a rock so heavy he cannot lift it, but only by putting himself in the framework of humanity. Since he is an acausal being outside of cause and effect, if he stays within the acausal framework, no matter what he creates, he can undo it.
Hence, God, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why can't evangelists figure that out?
Because they don't want to.
No, it's more the fact that they've been trained in dogmatism. They're very dogmatic by nature. Kind of have to be to evangelize a specific path for people to follow. For someone like me who has played around with the idea of causality for the last 20 years, the answer to the question, I've more often used the Simpsons version. Can God create a burrito so hot he himself cannot eat it? And the answer is yes. If God exists as described in the Bible, he is acausal. He is outside of the realm of cause and effect. He is not affected by cause and effect and can change cause and effect. But he could still create a burrito so hot that he can't eat it, because in order to eat it in the first place, he has to put himself into a causal framework. And once he puts himself into a causal framework, that input is limited by the causal framework.
Yeah, it's like
God
the
is-
Babel fish.
Like the Babel fish. But at that point, that is the answer to the question, that God still exists as an acausal being, but the input into the causal universe that's eating that burrito can't eat the burrito because it's too hot to eat, or lift a rock because it's too heavy to lift.
Yeah, I think that's a good answer.
Thank you.
The answer that I would give, actually, Ken, what's the answer that you would give?
God doesn't exist.
Okay.
All right. So Ken, the question would be, what does quote unquote God mean?
It means it's a mass hallucination that somebody invented to control people.
That's the why. What
But-
is it?
Nothing. Power.
Well, God
I
is
don't
not. God is not nothing.
It is nothing.
it
I mean,
is a
it's
something.
God is. I mean, I could worship Frodo.
This entire
Well,
discussion is grand. I love
We're
it.
we're asking a different question. What is the
But, I mean,
color? What is the color blue?
It's red. I don't know. It doesn't matter
Okay.
what it is.
So,
It's beyond.
Xanatrix.
It is beyond
Xanatrix.
experience.
Yes.
I'm saying that Ken plays himself in Nord and Dolby.
Okay.
What is the color blue? Oh, it's red.
Okay. So
Boom.
do you want to know what the color blue is?
No, I want to exemplify exactly what just happened. But go on.
The color blue is a wavelength of the electromagnetic spectrum between 520 and 435 nanometers.
Sure.
There you go.
Yeah.
You
I have
are
defined
wrong.
blue. I am not
You're
wrong. I've
wrong.
defined blue by its actual
By
physical.
physics. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
by its
No,
actual
You
physics.
define it this way. So
But if you're in a solar system, for instance, that's moving away from where we are, it'll show up red on the spectrum.
No, okay, no.
Because moving
What's
away
happening
from us,
there? No,
it-
that's not the blue showing up as red. That is red showing up as red because of the Doppler
Sure.
effect stretching out the wavelength.
So what we're actually doing is we're all saying exactly the same thing in different languages.
No,
Yes.
that is not the case. There is an
All right,
objective
no,
measurement here of
there
what
is an-
blue is.
Yeah, no, blue is definitely a measurement in physics.
Yeah.
sure.
So,
let me
he's see Ken's just being a contrarian for funnies.
let me
It's
let
true.
me
Welcome to the internet.
Welcome
allow
to the
me
internet.
to
Have a
explain
look
myself.
around.
Go ahead.
Allow me to explain myself. We all are one. You can distill it all down to one thing. We're humans, and so we do a thing. And that is what we're doing. You can have many different perspectives on the thing. For example, do you live in an apartment? Let's say you live cybersecurity. Xanatrix, let's say you live in a big old mansion
Okay.
in Fort Worth for some
Okay.
reason. On a hill
Okay.
that has a good view of an ocean.
Okay.
Let's say.
I don't know how you could see the ocean from Fort Worth. But
Hey,
okay.
listen, just go.
Okay.
All right.
You're doing more
Let's say
accurate to
that's
say Houston or Galveston.
I know, but I'm trying to go away from where I think you are. So, mhm. You live in a mansion, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Yep, a big
Yeah.
old mansion.
Yep. Totally.
Where are you in that mansion?
My room.
Garm says, well, he is the CEO of Zadare,
Zadare Enterprises. Yep.
What is Zadare Enterprises?
I did introduce that at the beginning of all this, but once again, Zadare Enterprises is the greatest corporation on the face of the planet that has better lawyers than lawyers because we changed them all to AI and makes all of the mecha that you could ever want or need. Join our R&D department today. The last workplace accident was only a week ago, and we have perfected regrowing limbs now. So if you ever lose an arm, you get a new one.
That'd be awesome.
I mean, that's social healthcare right there.
So,
Socialized healthcare.
so here's an idea. You live in this mansion. Where are
Yes.
you in it?
I am currently in the master bedroom, which is also my room.
Are you a GM? Are you an arbiter?
I am.
All right, tell me about it.
About my room?
Tell
My
me
room
about
is-
where we are. Where are we?
Okay. So we are in the master bedroom of my mansion. It is on the eastern side of my mansion. It is a very Spartan room. There is very little frill or fluff to it. A simple futon on the floor, one pillow, a small blanket.
What's
my
a futon?
desk. It's a. How does he not know what a futon mattress is, Ken? Do you know what a futon is?
Continue.
I lived on a futon. I got a futon.
Okay, okay. Ken at least knows. Ken's fine. a small futon mattress, a pillow, a single blanket. There is the bare bones desk where my large, gleaming black monstrosity of a computer tower sits. The subtle whirring of its internal water-cooled system, a constant companion. And the large 40-inch TV that is used as my primary monitor, where all of the gleaming action takes place right now. Your faces, bright, bushy-tailed, in some cases not so bushy-tailed, and the chat off to the side, giving us a constant commentary from the peanut gallery. To the right of that particular television sit my consoles, currently at rest. Their lights, their diodes, out like the closed eyes of some monstrous mechanical beast. And they only need wait for me, their master, to awaken them.
Who is next to you?
I sit alone in this wondrous temple of mine own.
But in the darkness, you see Ken. Describe this.
In the darkness of my room or in the darkness of my screen?
Ooh, we'll say the room.
Okay. So Ken has somehow entered my room through means unknown. A true wizard he is. He sits there with his particular headset configuration, 2 of them, 1 on each ear. It's kind of weird. I'm not sure why he wears them. And his glasses reflecting light back at me from the darkness. His hood draped over his head.
Ken, describe yourself.
I am a I feel like I'm haunting this person, so I have appeared in this room pretty randomly. I must.
How did you get there? Was it a mistake?
It wasn't a mistake. It was intent, like complete intent. I dialed into the sub ether.
You're both
Demon
hackers
Haunters,
then.
100 numbers anonymous hackers of the world unite as a meta
Xanatrix, what were you doing to where Ken did this?
Well, if I had to make an assumption, it's the fact that kindred spirits call each other from the ether. We both agree on many things. We may disagree on some things, but we're coming together with a meeting of minds to
you guys
divulge
look to the
and
right.
discern. Yes?
You look to the right of your room, past the screens. What do you see?
There's
We'll
the
give
window
5
out
words.
darkness.
dark figure cloaked in black.
5 words to Xanatrix. 5 words to Ken. Go.
Darkness outside my window.
A bourbon infused night gone awakens.
Yes. As you two are there in this room, you look over, you see each other. Maybe Ken, you're like some sort of hologram flickering there. Because Xanatrix has some kind of technology. We'll call it 3G. As per the game, we will not mention.
Okay.
What do you say? Go.
Oh, hey, I didn't see you there. I was just checking in to see if your security systems are functioning. Apparently, they're not.
I love this. This is Shadowrun all the way. Go.
You fell into my trap door. That's the only projector you can come from.
Oh, dang.
You see, Ken, you see the doors from the top down. The doorway leading out into a hallway. You don't know where it goes. There's like hardwood floor. Closes. It's all stark metal, like in a golden eye, like a James Bond film. You hear like sirens from down below. The window, though, stays open with the drapes. Xanatrix, what happens?
Your only escape, should you choose to accept it, Ken, is beyond that window. Good luck.
Well, I'm not really here to escape. I come here with an opportunity, really. I mean, how often do you get like a interdimensional holographic being that just shows up at your doorstep? Yeah, you could turn me off, but the programming the way it is, I can just kind of move around where I want to. I'm just here with a purpose and a direction to do some disruption.
Xanatrix, tell me 3 traits your guy has.
3 traits I have.
Ken, I'm going to ask you this next. Yep.
Okay.
Think on it. Ken,
Okay.
what are the 3 traits?
Well, effervescent. I don't know.
Okay.
uh,
Xanatrix,
fast as
1.
fuck and
Cunning.
malleable.
Okay. Xanatrix.
Cunning, methodical, and self-assured.
All right. So, you guys can do anything you want. However, if you want to affect the fiction which we have just created, you have to bid a trait. And once you have bid that trait, it's exhausted. Unless you roll a 10 up on a die, and we're not rolling dice. So, you only got 3. Xanatrix, what do you do?
I'll await the first move from Ken.
The action's on you, Xanatrix, as you wait. Ken, what do you do?
I speak. Xanatrix.
Yes.
This is important. I'm coming from a faraway place and I'm trapped in this room. So like you trapping me here is not really gonna do anything. Really, I require assistance and my physicality, which is very much stuck in a room far away from here.
Oh my God, that's awesome. So, Ken, it turns out you're in your room. Describe the room.
It's a white room. You see a guy who is like just lying on the floor, and his eyes are rolled up in
Done.
the back.
As you're sitting there, somehow something's gone wrong as you find yourself in Xanatrix's mansion. Xanatrix, go respond to Ken.
How and why should I help you? What sort of assistance could I provide that you yourself cannot provide, considering you did at least get in my trapdoor?
Well, you are clearly a master, and I am in a predicament. But for me to be here, I clearly have some ability to do a thing. So I can't do it alone. I'm kind of stuck here.
All right. Then what help do you need from me?
Well, you're the closest person that I could find, and we are a lot of miles in distance apart. But your skill set is quite diverse. So what I would need is a trickery onto my captors of some kind.
Ken, you feel your body, which you can't really feel. It's more like it's like a distant whatever jolt. As no one sees this except the audience. Blood starts coming down from your nose. Something bad is happening.
I'm dying and I need help. There is a room somewhere within the distance, relatively short, and the sense that you could get there fairly quickly, but I don't know what to do.
Xanatrix, you notice on your monitors people who are hackers start setting off your security measures.
All right.
You have plenty of security measures. It's no problem. However, you know that your network is being attacked.
Mm-hmm. I will spend cunning to backtrack all of the connections and disconnect them. And fry their computers while I'm at it.
Ooh. As you spend cunning, describe how you do this.
Looking at all of the interacting attackers, just hitting my Verge IPs, activating all of the alarms they shouldn't. A small smirk comes across my face. Opening up various backtracing tools and rats, each and every one of their connections shows on my particular list of attempted attackers. And
what does Ken see as you're doing this?
What Ken starts to see is a large list of IP addresses appear on one side of my screen, whereas there are different folders from each of the computers opening up as I send them packages through the RATs, random remote access tools, for anyone who doesn't know what that means.
As you're throwing down all of these countermeasures, you notice Ken's image, his holographic image, flickers.
Do I notice which address it flickers from?
Can I
Do
drop
you?
a trait?
Do you?
Yeah, I would like to drop a trait malleable and download my consciousness onto his Alexa.
How does that happen? And you guys work.
I noticed that there's a boxed up Alexa. Like, it's not even plugged in.
Oh shit! It turns to that's there.
and so, like,
let's dress it up. Xanatrix, what does your Alexa look like?
It's still in box because someone gifted it to me and I hate it.
Indeed. Ken, go. Oh, it's got the bow on top, has the little postcard.
As I feel my connection flicker away, I'll jump across into this, and I realize that I only have a short amount of time, but because I'm malleable, any electronic device is
a potential safe harbor.
I can manipulate it. Yeah, safe harbor. There are batteries in the Alexa that I can use.
Your body jolts, the leg kicks.
Oh, and you hear, help me. Help.
Looking down at the box, noticing that the hologram's gone, I assume at this point.
Yep.
I finished the attacks on all of the invaders trying to get into my system. Their computers are going to be fried.
You also notice, because you have, the window has like some weird sci-fi screen, weird lines that start going. It's obviously like people with like sniper rifles and shit, and they're little like lines for some reason, like in the movies, on the perimeter of your mansion. Go.
In that case, the final countermeasure window opens, and the emplacements on my property are now searching down these snipers.
What do you bid?
This is going to be methodical. Bidding methodical because I account for everything. There are many different machine gun emplacements that open up because I am someone who owns his own machine gun tax stamps. Thank you very much.
And you hear the soundproof all around. Dust falls down from the ceiling as the room is shielded, but still the vibrations all around. Actions on you two. What do you guys do?
I look at the Alexa and I go, if you need me to help you, you better give me your location fast. I'm also being attacked.
I don't know where my location is, but I can certainly help you with your attack.
Ken,
I'm fast as fuck.
You're unaware of it mostly, but the
I need some power. I need a connection.
Explodes where you are, and people come in. They see your body lying all like connected to this computer. You know
blood
they're about to see you.
Have you seen Lawnmower Man?
You have so much information to give.
I have so much information to give.
Actions on you two. What do you do?
All I need's a little connect.
So connect. There's an open port.
I would like to bid fast as fuck to control all of his countermeasures and
Xanatrix, suddenly your computer glitches. You see Ken Couchfire Media, a couch on fire, go across the scroll of your screens. You see the hologram completely go away. The Alexa vibrate like a poof of smoke.
Yeah, no, you can't use that Alexa anymore. It's done.
It's done.
Well, that's fine. I didn't want it anyway.
Action's on you guys. What are you all doing?
So I'm gonna bid the fastest fuck to to protect him from all of the, if I see it, because I'm
What does he
basically
see?
playing a video game. So he sees his machine guns kind of track and shoot each and every individual intruder on his property and
Xanatrix, what are you doing as you see this?
neutralize them. In a humane way, where they're not dead.
Terminator 2, I understand.
A Browning machine gun shoots 50 BMG. I'm not sure you can do that in a humane way.
It's just like feet and hands, mostly feet.
Sorry about your feet.
Sorry about your entire leg, you mean?
Yeah.
Xanatrix, you see all this happening. He's taking control of your system or part of it. What are you doing?
I'm letting him do that because I'm
what do
now
you bid?
using to let him do that.
You can allow him to do it. Do you have any play on the fiction? That's the question.
Well, I was about to describe that.
Go for it.
So while he is taking my countermeasures in store to make sure that nobody can get here, I am going to use the nearly ruined connection from the holographic pad and the Alexa to backtrace him using self-assured, because now I've got nothing to fear. I can be self-assured right now.
As you find, you find out where he is. Ken, who actually are you? Because Xanatrix now knows.
I'm a developer of neural technology. Basically, I've hooked myself up to this technology that allows me to upload myself to the internet, which is not really a new concept, but I actually did it versus all the fictional movies where they said they did it, like Cylons and Lawnmower Man, Ultron.
Lawnmower Man, I love that.
And so it was like those that concept of fiction drove my life's work, and I decided to step in to the system, much like the guy from Quantum Leap, and test it out on my own.
Samuel Beckett.
Yeah, Beckett
from the old the old one,
not the 2023 22 version, which I haven't seen.
Ken, you have one trait left.
I'm gonna bid lightweight.
What is this story? Because you guys win, you do what you need to do.
I'm gonna bid lightweight because when all the people rush in through the door, I'm attached to these cables and I have some countermeasures myself, and it pulls all the little suction cups off me, and it pulls me up in the air while it's doing it, and I'll wake up instantly and grab onto the ceiling.
As you realize, as this happens, and they're shot back into the hallway, destroyed, static, electricity going everywhere. They're completely either killed or stunned. Xanatrix, what has all of this been?
This has all been a development cycle for my newest video game.
Indeed. So we just played DreadLore,
mm-hmm.
and that is how it works. And my lady friend has just arrived.
I could hear her in the background.
Indeed. All right, I have to use the bathroom.
There's me and my lady friend in Portland, actually at Seaside. I call it Portland. I mean, Seaside's like an hour out, but it was rainy and wet on the beach. But it was a good day.
Nice.
I think we should call this an episode.
This has been a good episode. I like this.
Yeah, nice. I enjoyed your company, and I you're incredibly well read, and you certainly know quite a bit of lore, and you're much more knowledgeable about playing and games. I didn't realize that you were in the game design. I have a number of friends that are also in game design and such like that that have created some content.
Yeah,
I
I co-developed Final Fantasy Legend Edition with Mildra. It was a 2-person effort. We both put ideas in, refined them, and I'm currently the final copy editor for the whole thing as well. So,
oh, nice.
yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, I look forward to. I love Final Fantasy. My handle DJ NoFly comes from Final Fantasy 2.
Oh, nice.
And it's no fly, which means no zipper.
Mm-hmm.
And you can only put 5 characters in to the storyline.
I remember.
And so that's where it came from. Do you have headphones? You're live on the internet. No, I'm talking to.
Coops.
You are live. So
Coops.
I hope we have our release forms. I don't know who's watching. I'm just streaming.
Coops.
Welcome
Thanks.
to the podcast.
Yeah.
It's
A
okay.
couple-
I don't need I don't need a release form. Sorry, I didn't see the headphones right here.
No, you're absolutely you're looking stunning. So like you're on point. What's your favorite game? Do you have any questions for the eternal bane of Mildra the monk and his existence, metal dragon of chaos and unapologetic bad dude?
I'm nice to meet you. I'm Xanatrix.
Hi, Xanatrix. I'm Aaron. Nice to meet you as well. Do I have any questions? Oof, I just sure jumped into something I wasn't ready for.
Yeah.
I haven't played any games.
No
so
TTRPGs
you and
whatsoever?
Say it again. No what?
No TTRPGs whatsoever?
So, here's a deep cut for you. When I was younger, I used to play Ultima Online Renaissance.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
And I did like World of Warcraft stuff. I don't know. That is not a TTRPG game.
Oh, it is.
Is it?
For sure.
Okay. So I was like, so I used to do like Ultima Online. That I was really into it. And I got in trouble like with my parents because it became like a problem because I was too into it. So they cut me off from the computer, they cut me off from everything, and that was sort of the end of my gaming. And then I switched to like PlayStation and whatnot, but that was like solo quest.
That's fine. Video games are very good too.
I've never heard of an MMORPG, so I guess that's all of them, isn't it? Like that, like
MOR. What is that?
It's the Ultimate Online Renaissance. The UOR. It's massively. So that's all World of Warcraft. I'm
World of Warcraft, EverQuest, Final Fantasy 14. Yeah. Those are all MMORPGs.
MMORPG. That have you? Do you know what that game is?
So that and World of Warcraft. Like you embody this character, so you are absolutely 100%.
It's a role-playing game for sure.
You're a role-playing game. You're in it. I stole internet. We were talking about stealing other people's internet. I played Warcraft with a hacked connection from my neighbor, and so I was never very good because I was pretty far away. And like, I was a pretty high level because I just picked flowers all day long. And like people who were like way under my class would just destroy me because I had a thing called lag. And I was just there to see the sights.
Wait, steal someone's internet connection?
By stealing their Wi-Fi?
Yes, they don't put a password on their Wi-Fi for some reason. This is circa the 2000 aughts. I mean, I think they do that less today. Maybe they don't do it. I mean, I don't know.
No, it still happens. There's still people who steal net from other people.
Yeah.
Gee.
But
It is what it is.
yeah, I definitely watched YouTube off of their account at the time
At the time.
as well.
I guess I
But-
said I played World of Warcraft. I played Warcraft, not World of Warcraft.
Oh,
They're very
like
different.
Warcraft. But when you're looking down
Yes.
and like all little
it's a-
and they're
A
going
real-time strategy. Yeah.
yes.
I love that.
Not
Real-time strategies are good.
It was definitely one of my favorite games, Warcraft. Red
So,
Alert.
There's actually a there's a couple real-time strategy games coming out soon that are they're looking very good. Let me see if I have the names.
What was it?
anywhere.
Space something
Space one.
space.
I was just gonna say that.
The space one they did. I don't remember the space one.
StarCraft.
Stars,
It's called
StarCraft.
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 I played StarCraft also. That was actually
I didn't play StarCraft because by the time StarCraft came out, like I didn't play video games anymore because
I
I had
still
a
play
real
video games.
job.
I could never
Right.
stop playing video games. If I ever stopped playing video games, I'd probably die.
Yeah, I had to stop because of rendering because I'm a video guy, and like rendering just took up all of it took up all of the computer capabilities, and I had 5 computers going at the same time, and they were all rendering, and it was too many.
One of the video games. So there's a real-time strategy game that's going to be coming out soon from a studio called Frost Giant Studios. The name of the game is Stormgate, and Frost Giant Studios comprises developers that left Blizzard. So these are
Oh, nice.
ex-Blizzard developers. I'm gonna
I
throw
do
that
like
in the
I'm
text
not
channel for you.
the company necessarily, but I like their games that I played.
games that they create.
Warcraft, StarCraft, World of Warcraft,
Yeah,
Oh, cool.
that's cool stuff.
Overwatch. There's quite a few games that Blizzard
I
has
don't know
created,
if
but
I'll watch it, yeah.
But Blizzard is not a company I buy from anymore because they are against human rights.
Oh, nice. Solid.
But not to get too political, but back in 2020, when the champion of their Hearthstone World Tournament, Blitzchung, said "Free Hong Kong" on his post game interview, he was summarily disqualified from being champion. His prize money was taken away, and the 2 disc jockeys he was talking to were fired. All
Yeah,
because he said "Free Hong Kong" on his post game interview. So that's when I decided, yeah, I'm not going to buy anything Blizzard anymore, and deleted my account.
Yeah.
Right.
I didn't know they like when I played Warcraft, they didn't have accounts.
Yeah.
Yeah, BattleNet didn't have accounts back that far, though they did start getting them around Diablo 2, if I remember correctly.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Diablo.
Oh, I didn't. Yeah, Diablo was in that as well. I like
Mhm.
Diablo 2, I think.
Diablo
That's
2's
where
good.
you were like the guy walking around and
Killing
Yeah.
demons. Yeah.
I played
stabbing
Diablo
people.
and Turok.
Hobo
Remember
killing. What was it?
Turok is a first-person shooter about a dinosaur hunter. What's his name?
Yeah.
Turok Dinosaur Hunter.
Played the PC version. My dad was really into PC games, so and like first person shooter. So I was like a young kid, like Redneck, Renegade, Turok, Diablo, everything on the computer.
Yep.
Nice, wholesome content.
Oh,
for
these
a young
graphics are extra on Turok.
Turok. It's pretty fun.
Depends on which Turok it is. There's a lot of different ones. Oh yeah, this is the N64 Turok. This is from
Is it?
Nintendo 64. Yeah.
Okay.
This one from like
This is the first
Like
one.
we're underwater. We're like underwater, like
yeah, the
looking
underwater stuff.
and apparently Turok can hold their breath underwater for indefinite amounts of time.
I
as
don't
far
think
as
it's
I can tell.
indefinite. I'm pretty sure you started taking damage after a little while.
Oh, really? Okay. If this was real life, I would turn back because I am deathly afraid of drowning. And you can climb a wall like nobody else.
Yep. I will refrain from saying anything about water. And now he's fighting dinosaurs, as you saw. Dinosaur people,
Yeah.
at least.
Dinosaur people.
Are you
So
looking? You're looking it up.
No, I'm playing the video game. I mean, I'm not playing it.
He's
but
playing a
somebody-
video of the video game.
Somebody
Oh.
is.
Yeah.
Somebody
I'm
has
looking at
gotten
I see.
4 500,000 views, a little less than 500,000 views. This is one of my sticklers as a podcaster and as a content creator
Hey, look, it's a
for the
raptor.
internet. This guy posted this video 8 years ago, and he's got 500,000 views for content that somebody else made. I don't know if this is monetizable or not, but
No,
it seems
I
like
think this is him who made it.
oh, this is
description
the
does-
guy that made it.
Well, he's the one who made the video. He played the video game and he's showing his gameplay.
Yeah, but he didn't make the video.
He didn't make the video game, but he did record
Game.
this.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I should have just been a gamer.
Well,
But it's hard to do. It's hard. I get it. It's hard to do. Nobody cares about me. I'm not
I know.
PewDiePie.
well, Beauty.
Here, you want to sit
not
down?
I got you some coffee.
Thank you.
let's
Well,
not talk about PewDiePie. He
Yeah.
he is happily semi-retired at this point.
Yeah, good for him.
Yeah?
Like,
Yeah.
he's got it.
I mean, he has
I
he has a
love how
kid
he's
now.
just-
He has a kid
Yeah.
now, so
I also watched Linus
I
Tech
can't hear
Tips,
you.
and I don't know
You
why.
don't hear
Do you get into
I-
PCB at all? Like any?
I
any,
don't custom print my own PCBs, but I do understand the appeal.
Yeah,
Coffee. Thank you. I didn't realize it was the second
something
screen. I know nothing.
I've always been interested in, mostly for old gear. I've got a lot of. I'm a musician, and I've got all this old
Yeah,
gear.
and you want to make sure
And
that
the
your
batteries-
setup is just right.
Yeah, well, no, the batteries explode after like being around for 40 or 50 years. Eventually, they like if you don't
Yeah.
update your stuff, you have to like either figure out somebody who can do it, and the amount of people who doing it kind of work like that is so limited that it's very difficult to get that kind of stuff happening.
Mhm.
I think we should. I was gonna say. I think we should. I think this truck, the dinosaur hunter, is the reason why I can no longer play. I can't play this kind of game. It makes me like seasick.
Okay.
Seasick. I thought you were gonna say anxious. Seasick.
No, seasick makes sense. The type of
Yeah.
motion blur that old Turok has can be overwhelming for some people.
Yeah. I mean, it's same with Halo. Like at Call of Duty, I can't watch that. Grand Theft Auto, I like get just woozy in my stomach. I like Civilization. I like Warcraft because it's like you can control your space.
Yeah. Well, and like I said,
Agree.
there are everyone should get into gaming, but not every game is for anyone.
How you doing?
Absolutely.
It's hot in here.
Yeah, it's hot in here.
I do have questions though, Xanatrix.
Okay.
What's
Hit
your go-to game
My go-to video game?
or anything? TTRPG or game
Oh wow,
Presently.
that is
actively.
presently my go-to video game is Armored Core 6.
Armored
Giant-
Core 6.
Yep, giant robots. I love me some giant robots.
And is it a TTRPG or is it a
This is a video game. It's a video game made by From Software, who, if you know anything about them, they're the guys who made Dark Souls, Elden Ring, etc. And Armored Core 6 is actually them going back to form. They made the original Armored Core series, and Armored Core 6 is so good. Oh my gosh, it's so good. And then if I had to choose a TTRPG that is my go-to right now, it's going to be Emberwind, because that's what we're playing over on Cloister of the Dice. Yeah, Armored Core 6 Fires of Rubicon. Giant robots.
And is it like a solo game or is it like a world that you enter where there's like role
So there's-
playing as well?
It's a mission-based game on the single-player side,
Okay.
and then there's a PvP mode that you can also play.
What's PvP?
Person versus person.
Oh, PvP. Sorry.
Oh. I thought it was player versus player, so it is person
mean-
versus person.
Person
Or
versus
does it
person, player versus player. It can be the same thing.
Oh,
Same.
okay.
But there is a mode specifically for arenas for players to face each other with their builds. And then they
Oh.
recently added
how-
a team-based version.
Yeah, and the builds, how customizable are these builds? I mean, is everybody kind of set on a playing field and it's skill based because you not only have like
So-
you build yours faster or more
It's-
armor or like
It's
accurate
a
or
little bit of all of that, to be honest. You can change the four body parts of the robot, which is technically, yeah, it's head, arms, torso, and legs. And when you change those change like how much stuff you can carry, how good your auto aim is, how good your recovery is when you get stunned, things of that nature.
You can't hear.
And then you can equip 2 different shoulder weapons and 2 different hand weapons. And then there's a final set of internal components: your CPU, which helps with your auto aim, your boosters, which help with your different types of boost, your generator, which determines your energy cap, and if you're using energy weapons, how fast they shoot and how much capacity they have. And then there's a fourth slot that you unlock called a core expansion, which is essentially a single-use super weapon of sorts.
okay, like your
It's a it's like an explosion of energy in different ways. Yeah. The normal one called assault armor is this giant sphere of energy that helps knock out your enemies. Then you can get one called Pulse Protection, which puts up a big shield in front of you. You can get Pulse Armor, which puts the shield around you instead. And then there's Terminal Armor, which is an automatic one. And what it does is when you get down to 1 armor point, it activates in order to save you from dying, essentially.
So if we were going to talk about DreadLore, it'd be like having the ability hardened or the trait hardened.
I think so. Like I said, I only got to look at the quick start materials, so
sure. It's a pretty game. I'm less sick than I was at.
And that's probably because this is a third-person perspective instead of a first-person perspective.
Maybe that's it.
Generally, people who have trouble with first-person perspective games tend to do better with third-person perspective because of the fact that you're not looking from someone's eyes and you don't have that waving around feeling from being inside the eyes of whatever you're playing as.
It's wild. I still feel affected. I still feel like that in my chest a little bit.
Yeah, and like I said, that's in some people just it's not for them. That's all it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's my go-to video game. Sometimes I'll also play some Super Robot Wars 30, but that's because, again, giant robots. I have a big thing for mecha.
Yeah. Did you like the Japanimation, the Robotech, and the?
I have about all of the Robotech DVDs that I could find in my town, but I also love the shows that they're based off of: Macross.
The Macross, yeah.
Southern Cross and Maspiata.
Do you have a favorite storyline that you connected with? I mean, is it the first stuff? Is it the TV series? Is it?
When it comes to Macross, my favorite has to be probably Macross 7 because of the ridiculous concept of rock and roll giant robots defeating everybody. Rock and roll giant robots. You're muted if you're trying to talk.
Nope.
No, he's muted.
Oh, I'm aware.
Okay.
Thank you. I said, are you fucking talking about Macross?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, now
Yeah.
I can hear.
You can't hear?
No.
You can't hear?
Did you cut me off?
No, I didn't cut
Well,
you off.
you've got earbuds. You can't share earbuds.
We're doing a Y splitter thing.
Oh,
I don't know
yeah?
if it's gonna work or not.
Oh boy.
I'm
Why don't you just
sucking
do
all
the
goodness.
Y splitter that you did in the 80s where you have an earbud and they have one of your earbuds?
Oh, yeah,
I mean, that's
indeed.
love right there.
All right, check this shit out. Put this shit out. Yeah.
But
Let's share.
Macross 7 specifically is what I'm talking about,
Okay.
because
Hold
Macross
on,
7.
give me 1 second. 1 second.
Okay.
Is this the
Okay, go on.
Macross.
I don't know if I'm playing the right thing.
Yes, you are. That is Macross 7, but then
Okay.
they've got other things mixed
First
in.
of all,
that's-
Macross Plus is the shit. Macross is a different being than Robotech.
Oh yeah,
Yes,
That looks like
yes.
Robotech.
That's why I said I like the anime that they're based off of, that Robotech is based off of, Macross, Southern Cross, and Maspiata.
Mm.
That's
started
Basada
out with
Neki inside his. That's what I'm talking about right there. Macross 7. It's a rock and roll band in Mecha that defeat
Yeah.
everybody with the power of music. It's fucking metal.
It's like Jim and the Holograms,
Actually.
or
It's fucking metal, and I love it.
it's
So,
cool. No, it's
Xanatrix, have all of you met?
I said
but
hi
Macross
earlier.
is
Yes.
always there's always been music in Macross. That's kind of their theme. It's like the music that conquers, isn't it?
Take
Am I
that.
wrong here?
I think
I
that
agree
really
with you.
started with Macross 7.
Yeah.
Macross.
They
The original
always had
Macross was a little
The
more.
song where like they had
The original
the
Macross was the bomb.
It is.
they
It's
had the
very
song. That's how they defeated him initially. It was the culture. It's like defeating through culture. To me,
Listen,
I thought.
The Zentradi were the bomb, okay?
Zentrani?
good.
Zentradi.
Trotty.
Zentradi. And the girl Zentradi, who became human-sized, she was the bomb. Dude with the glasses, whatever the fuck his name was.
Basada Neki.
Rick Hunter can go suck my dick.
Basada
And Min May
Neki.
sucks. She's a terrible, terrible character.
Yeah, but Basada
Min
Neki.
May.
But no, if you want my favorite mecha show ever, it's called Gao Gaigar.
Gundam Wing. What do you think of it?
Gundam Wing's pretty good, but give me G Gundam any day.
Best Gunbuster.
What do you mean best Gunbuster?
Gunbuster.
Gunbuster or Diebuster? Which one?
Just Gunbuster.
Okay. Gunbuster's pretty good. Hyper Inazuma Kick is always kicking. But when it comes to the mecha show that I still rewatch once a year every year, it is Gao Gaigar.
Gao Gaigar. I have not seen it.
GaoGaigar. If you wanted that spelled, Ken.
Yeah, no, it's helpful. I was kind of like all over the place when I was like,
Oh, it's all good. Gao Gaigar. So the whole thing about Gao Gaigar is it's the final anime in the what's known as the Brave series anime.
Pardon
In
me.
fact, the full name is Yusha O Gao Gaigar, or King of Braves Gao Gaigar. And with Gao Gaigar, the whole thing is courage conquers all, or at least that's part of the large overarching message. Which is why part of that is part of the reason I love it. But there's just some really cool stuff about it. You've got a combiner mecha, you've got AI robots that are made out of a crane truck and a fire truck, you've got a ninja police car. You've got a lot of stuff that's just really awesome about Gao Gaigar from a mecha perspective, but the story's actually really good too. Like the story is fantastic.
What is SBR? Akira Coops says, I'll stick with SBR. What is SBR?
Oh, Garm's talking about the Brave series as well. I'm not sure what Akira was.
Akira? What are we talking about?
Was the old school animation, wasn't it? It was like one of the.
Oh, Sonic Battle R. Okay, yeah. Okay, I see what we were talking about our go-to video games of the time.
Oh, I see.
And I said that mine right now is Armored Core 6, and it seems his is Sonic Battle R. Especially that since he still has a clip of him bouncing off the head of one of the developers of the game in order to win the battle.
It looks like Sonic the Hedgehog to me.
It
a
is.
little bit.
Sonic Battle R is basically competitive racing through Sonic courses.
Oh,
At least part of it is.
So this goes into a question that I have.
Okay.
This idea. So I dig Sonic the Hedgehog, right?
Mm.
Or Mario, or whatever atmosphere.
Okay.
there's no way you can get all those coins. That's impossible. I mean, the best you can do is get 2 of the coins. Like, why even bother if you can't get all the coins? Sorry.
That's my question. We'll go with that.
Why bother if you can't get all of the rings? Is that the question?
Sorry.
Yep. That's the one.
Okay. Because the rings help you extend your life. Rings keep you alive.
He needs, like, this dude needs some healthcare. Like, he is jumping over some. I never got to Sonic. I didn't have a Genesis, and this was in a time where, like, you could have
One.
a Game Boy or a Super Nintendo or a Genesis. You don't get all 3.
Yeah, you get one.
You get one. But it's pretty. It doesn't make me sick, and I think
Sweet and
that's
sour. Sweet and sour. Simple syrup.
Yeah, Sonic Battle R is like I said, this is competitive racing through Sonic tracks, and Koops actually has a.
Are these tracks? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Are these tracks like from the original Sonic? Or
They're from various Sonic 3D games. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Like this one is just City Escape from the original Sonic Adventure. So
okay.
It's so funny.
Oh. Okay. The Geeky Gamer podcast. Like, you're the Geeky Gamer, and I'm. This is why it's episode 3.
Having your drinks.
But the big thing here is that
Tallies on the wall.
is that the whole point of the game is to race against other people in these Sonic tracks. And Akira actually has a clip from when he was live streaming it of him racing against a few people. One of the people is a developer for Sonic Battle R.
Oh, nice.
And he bounced off of the head of the Sonic Battle R developer's character to win, basically. And it was completely unintentional that he bounced off his head, but he bounced off his head, it put him in the lead, and then he won.
Stick.
I am spelling this name wrong on so many different levels. I feel like Bill is drinking.
I mean,
I feel like we're losing cohesion at this point.
Yeah.
I mean,
No,
that might be
good.
less due to his drinking and more due to interference.
Interference. You might have a point. Do you have any other questions before we go completely off the rails into alcoholism?
Alcoholism.
I'm in for that one word. Alcoholism.
Listen, my question is this: why are you guys not drinking?
I'm an expensive drunk, and I don't have any alcohol on me currently.
I'm drinking. That was yesterday. I was sober. I take a day or two on, a day or two off.
I
try not.
See, I drink Scotch, and Scotch is expensive.
Nice.
So,
Scotch
what
is
is your
expensive.
Scotch? What is your Scotch?
Yeah,
you-
what's your Scotch?
my Scotch is Glenfiddich Glenfiddich Distillery 15-year Solera blend. Glenfiddich is not spelled the way it sounds because
Is that how you pronounce it? I thought it was Glenfiddich.
you got it right. Hell yes. But it's Glenfiddich. It's
Yeah, I was gonna say Glenfiddich as well. So that's
yeah.
a good
So
call.
yeah, the
What's
15
the
years. The origin's Scotland.
It's a Highland Scotch.
Yeah,
Yes.
I would imagine much
Or
like
it's an
bourbon,
Islay.
it has to be from Scotland to be called
Sorry, it's a
a
Speyside or a Highland.
no, not a Glenlivet.
It's a Speyside single malt.
It's a Speyside.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, question. Why are
Yeah.
you guys not drinking?
I already answered that
Probably
question.
Yeah, I know
I-
you're drinking scotch. We can't see you. Where the fuck is your scotch?
No, I'm saying
Look-
that I can't drink it
look at
because
my
I don't
level.
have any and it's expensive.
Should we? It's very
What you're
expensive.
saying is,
What is
okay,
Cheap
Ken
when I'm
Evan
eating
Williams,
Jared.
cheers.
Sure.
I haven't seen you pour any of that shit.
What's in the mug?
Xanatrix,
Yes.
type in the chat your Glenfiddich 15 years, please.
In the main chat?
Yeah. What is the scotch you drink?
Ah,
Okay.
it's right there in the
No,
picture.
Yeah, I know.
No, that's not the blend I
I
drink.
see. He's 15 year. What color is the bottle? Green?
It's
Or
it's
not the
it's
bottle.
gonna be a brownish red, a caramel color on the sticker.
Okay, what we want. Hey, chat, we need scotch.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
pull the name off of my bourbon and
Send
I'll show it.
Xanatrix, the Glenfiddich, 15
It's
years.
Glenfiddich.
Glenfiddich?
That's
Yeah,
what
no,
it-
it's not Glenfiddich. I learned something
Really?
today as
That's what
well.
he
'cause
said.
I
Yeah,
was
it's
listening-
pronounced Glenfiddich.
yeah, it's
All right. Well, if
Glenfiddich.
you're gonna be that way, okay, you got to do it in your Scottish accent. Go on.
Yeah.
All right,
Like-
all right. It's Glenfiddich 15-year Solera blend. All right.
All right, lad.
That's good.
Would you like the chat to send you a Glenfiddich 15 year?
That would be much appreciated.
But the problem is, sir, that they don't know where to send it to, right?
Oh, right, and I'm not about to tell him.
You're not about to tell them that, but you can't tell them that. But what could you tell them? These people know who you are, right? These people, right?
You're right.
Akira Coops. And
Akira and Rick and Mildred all know
They
who I
know
am.
who you are, don't you?
Yeah.
All right. Have them send you one, huh?
Alright.
All right.
Or else, are they really friends, are they?
They are my friends, but
Are
they all have their own. They all have their own circumstances as well.
I think that the idea here is we need a Glenfiddich 15 year Solera blend
Right.
delivered.
I
And we're
will
gonna send it to Xanatrix. So if you want to do that,
Yeah, you're gonna
What is
go. That's how much is something like that? 15-year. That's got to be.
at
some-
all of the local liquor stores, it's about $109.
Nice.
really?
Yeah.
It's like 50.
So it's
right?
not terrible. How much would you say this bottle of 60-year-old bourbon?
Uh-oh.
That's a bottle of 60-year-old bourbon.
60. No, it's a small batch. It's a
Yeah.
limited batch.
If it's a limited
Um,
batch and it's 60-year-old, I'd put it I could see it going for at least $300 or $400.
Yeah. No, but it's not been sitting in the container. It's just been sitting in the basement for 60
Oh, okay. So it didn't actually age for 60 years.
It didn't
was
age.
just-
No, once it's out, it's just 60-year-old.
And-
It's just aged in the sense that it looks like the Angels have had a few sips. The Angels are now drunk because of this. This is 7 years in the wood, so it's not that old.
Yeah, 7 years. 7 years in the wood would be something like an $80 bottle.
Yeah. So 7 years plus 60 outside of the
So
bottle.
it looks like the Glenfiddich 15 year is around $80, which is that's like as much as a good bourbon.
Yeah. It's,
Yeah, if
it's way
I
cheaper
used
than
to
a-
be able to get it that cheap, but most of the liquor stores do not have it here this cheap.
Yeah, I would imagine you probably can't find it is the issue.
I
The
can.
reason is
It's
because you're
just
in fucking Texas, dude.
What was it, meat smoker?
I don't think it matters where you are. I mean,
Yeah,
you
it
can get
does.
some bourbon at a local. I mean, you're right.
Kentucky
I can
has less.
get some bourbon that you can't. So,
Yeah, Kentucky has
I'm-
lower prices.
I'm
but
pretty
we,
sure
we
that
make less
Glenlivet.
money too.
Better trees there, right?
I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure that Glenlivet and
Out of
Glenfiddich
the
are
ground.
two different places.
What?
Yeah,
I'm pretty
yeah,
sure
they
that
are.
Glenfiddich and Glenlivet are two different owners. I don't think they're
yeah,
the same
I think so.
distillery.
They are completely different. That is correct.
All right, so you need a Glenfiddich 15-year Solera blend. Hey, chat. We need a Glenfiddich 15-year Solera blend sent to Xanatrix.
I mean, you could just send me $100 instead, and I'll buy it myself.
Or $80.
Yeah, but tax, in the bag fees,
80 bones, baby.
gas.
We need it.
I will probably get a bottle for New Year's, though. To be honest.
Wow,
Yeah?
nice.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
So you can get it there.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, it's at the liquor stores around here. It's just more expensive. It's $109.
Yeah.
Really?
Mhm.
Online, it's like 80.
If I ordered it online, what distributor are you using?
Command tab, copy paste, Glenfiddich 15-year. It's probably Total Wine.
And you can have that stuff delivered.
Bevmo, which is a Los Angeles thing.
Yeah, I would. Well, hey, here it is on a site called liquor.com too.
Yeah.
All right.
I
So
wish
my
every
question,
time you go
my
ahead.
question is, why? All right, I've had Glenfiddich. Why are you not drinking bourbon?
Celtic.
Why am I not drinking bourbon?
Yeah.
It's because he's Scottish.
See,
If you're
I
Scottish, then you should drink bourbon.
Yeah, it's true. You got a point because I'm Scottish too.
I mean, I like Scotch though. I mean, I like bourbon as well, but I like Scotch.
Yeah, but you're
It
drinking
has
a
a-
Speyside / Highland Scotch, which essentially tastes like bourbon. It's like bourbon light.
I
Well,
don't
I mean, if
agree.
you were drinking an Islay, like something lowland Scotch that had like that campfire taste, it'd be one thing. It'd be like, oh, you like the campfire, like the smoky flavor. But this ain't that. This is like whiskey with like some flavor. What's the difference between the bourbon and the Scotch, in your opinion? Also, I'm fucking drunk, so just
Yeah, no
go.
shit.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I see you eating a steak over there. Why didn't you get the fish?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'll take the steak. But no, I just really like the way that this particular Scotch hits. It is the perfect drink to sit and sip.
Ice?
Whether it's on the rocks or not, I've had it rocks and straight.
Really?
How do you do that?
Does that make a difference?
It does.
It warms up if you don't have it on the rocks. But
Yeah.
even at room temperature, this Scotch is really good.
Yeah.
Oh,
Because every time I get I like bourbon, so every time I get a bourbon with ice, it just tastes like water with a little bourbon, and it doesn't.
That's why I have whiskey stones instead of using.
Yeah.
I know, but they're awful. They're awful.
How
Listen.
are whiskey stones awful? What?
Listen,
Are they awful like
ladies,
gallbladder
ladies,
stones? I mean, what's going
You
on?
want? Hold on. She said what? That's awesome. Guys, you got to
Fellas.
open up the Scotch. You got to open up the bourbon with a little bit of water.
Why?
You don't have to.
See,
Yeah.
even she doesn't agree.
You don't have to. I think everyone has a
Even
preference.
she. How very whatever of you, Xanatrix.
I'm just saying that we're all against you. That's all.
I do
I
not.
know
I'm
what
either
you're
gonna
saying.
put ice in it. or
But that's
no.
normal. That's like a normal thing. I feel
The
like
world against Bill.
yeah,
You don't
I
like the
feel like
word?
it's. I feel like that's the
They're all
title of it.
against
Like
me,
if
man.
he could, if Bill could make a movie, he would make it "The World Against Me." That's the name of the title. That's
That's the concept and
Good
everything
idea.
else.
Hold on.
concept.
Let me write that down really quick.
The World Against Bill.
Wait.
Wait.
So
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I'm just going to copy the tasting notes from the Glenfiddich site directly and throw them in the Discord chat and show you
Yeah, do it.
why
Yeah.
that alone should convince you why I drink this stuff.
Nice. You do have a very good your descriptions are quite good. Like I was enjoying it when we did our role playing moment.
What did you
have
think
a
about
lot
that?
of-
It was fun. It was a bit impromptu. I will admit that I was just like, oh, we're going straight into this, are we?
Yeah, just stepping in.
Nice.
No, it's nice.
So
I kind of felt it coming a
that
little bit.
is DreadLore.
Yeah.
Like straight up, that is
Mm.
DreadLore.
Mhm.
If you took out the dice, because you don't have to have them, boom, that is DreadLore.
Nice. That's fun.
Yeah.
I'll have to play
I-
around with the system.
One of the things I really like about it is it definitely uses adjectives, and so adjectives are, I think, more powerful than random rolls of the dice.
Hmm
What does that mean? Uses adjectives versus random rolls. What does that mean?
So
I-
adjectives are the traits that we described ourselves with, that we then used to affect the narrative by spending them, is using the adjectives instead of using the dice.
What's an example
Yeah,
of that,
yeah.
Xanatrix?
You're making fun of my accent right here.
I'm not. I'm
That- that's how
enunciating.
you should-
My enunciation, because I am a very lazy enunciator.
Well,
You do. Did you take voice and diction? You do have a very
I
pronounced.
didn't take voice and diction, but I did have a lot of public speaking opportunities, I guess is the best
Oh,
way
nice.
to put it.
Yeah. Okay.
And I've always been careful with enunciation. It's a habit that was instilled in me by my mother, because she always wanted to make sure communication was clear. She always liked to make sure that ideas were communicated clearly, that there wasn't a chance for misunderstanding through poor enunciation or
Sure.
poor word choice.
Oh, so I'm driving you crazy by the way I speak.
No,
There's-
you're perfect.
Driving, I have dealt with people of all walks of life. The way you speak is not going to affect me in the way that I communicate. I can get meaning from just about anything.
But at the same time, the way you speak, people are affected by it, and certainly, like when it comes to if they subscribe or not subscribe,
Mhm.
that aspect of if they can identify with your narrative or your speech, and having good enunciation definitely makes a difference. And knowing your audience,
Yeah,
clearly,
absolutely. As to get back to what Bill asked, as an example of using an adjective to affect the narrative, earlier when I wanted to counteract the sudden wrench he threw in my plans of being attacked by a bunch of hackers, I spent the adjective of cunning in order to counterattack their hacking attack.
And when I
So-
hear cunning when it comes to DreadLore, I think, oh, I get to go first. Because cunning means something. Like you as a player character, you can opt to spend cunning as a point. So you get to go, like there's a world action, there's a cunning round, there's a bad guy's turn, and then there's a player turn. So if you spend cunning, it means you get to go twice.
Oh, yeah, I did read that in the quick start materials. I
What are
used
your
cunning.
questions, sir?
My questions. Was I supposed to come into this with questions? I
Yeah,
thought we
no,
were just bullshitting.
You've got to interview
Listen,
us
if
at
you're
this
not
point.
coming in with questions,
I'm kidding. My questions would, I think, at this point, most likely revolve around. I think this is a good one. Favorite book from your childhood?
ooh. All right. No. Sorry.
Mm.
You think
You.
about it. Ken, how are you addressing you?
Me? You can address me as Zan.
I mean her.
And
Oh.
Brr.
I mean, this
what?
is
like
this is pretty
Yeah,
no-brainer.
how
for
are
me.
we addressing you?
like a are we?
Is it Lulu China?
Oh, I see. I wasn't sure what you meant like pronouns. or
Yeah,
something.
this is on the internet, so
I see. Well, I already said my name.
what is it?
Right.
Rain.
Right.
Did you
can
just say
address
Ayn
me,
Rand? What happened?
He just rolled his R's for no reason.
He's
Oh.
been
For no reason?
calling me Erine.
Oh, Arind.
What's the
Rain.
second thing? The name.
If you, if you,
Arind.
You came up
Like-
with a name.
like
right?
rain?
Lucina.
if you,
Rain?
if you,
Hey,
Rain?
Lucina.
if you
Lu-
want to say it like it's
Lucina.
Scottish,
Lucina.
Lucina. You can call me
Lucina.
How would you say it like a Scottish?
if you're going to say it in a Gaelic way, whether it's Scottish or Irish, you would call her Erin.
Erin.
Eryn.
Erin.
Well,
Erin.
in Gaelic, it would be like Eirinn, and there'd be accent marks over one of
And
the
like a
I's.
GH.
No,
Erin.
not for Aaron. There isn't a GH in Aaron. There's a GH in other names though,
Erin.
like
Hey.
Lufton.
Oi. Oi. Erin.
But
Think about it for a minute.
What part of childhood? Early childhood books, or like when you're getting into reading novels?
Books. Not books. Books.
Okay. This is gonna be
all right, Sonny, you can calm yourself
What's the
down
name?
now.
Where's that
Books.
spoon?
You don't call them books like a little lamb.
This is called a spoon.
This is a spoon, this is a book, and this is the fork I'm gonna stick right in ya.
All right, Ken, go. All right,
As a
Xanatrix,
kid,
what's the question? Ken, what is it?
The question is
it's a Hitchhiker's Guide
favorite
to the
book from your
Galaxy.
childhood, and if I had
Yeah.
to consider childhood, it's before
Childhood is
adolescence.
yeah. Well, I mean, I was probably a
Before-
teenager, early teenager.
Before
It
puberty.
was the 80s. It was 80s. It was 80s when I read that book, and that was a life changer. And it certainly influences everything I am today because, like, you know, the planet explodes and the dude gets off.
What book? Wait,
book?
what the fuck is this book?
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
I love
Oh,
Hitchhiker's
I missed
Guide.
it. Okay.
I mean,
Guy gets off.
because
Hitchhiker's Guide
I
is
mean,
so good.
and then close second is definitely Tolkien.
Which Tolkien?
Lord of the Rings. I read The Hobbit and second for some reason. Like I read the Lord of the Rings first.
And you finished it.
I finished it. Oh yeah, it was
Listen,
great. I mean,
The Lord of the
singing.
Rings
I
sucks.
skipped over the singing. No, I skipped over the singing.
The
Like,
Lord of the
it's-
Rings sucks.
It's not. It doesn't suck.
It's written
got some-
shittily.
Are you?
You would not have elves. You would not have dwarves. You would
No,
not have.
I'm not saying the content sucks.
You would not have a
Xanatrix?
lot of it.
I disagree with
Help
you
me out here.
completely.
Yeah. No. It's.
Yeah, you
Lord of-
disagree with Ken. I understand.
No, I disagree with you, Bill. I love Lord of the Rings.
Listen, you.
Don't make me chop you down at your knees already, you weak ass.
J.R.R. Tolkien sucks at writing.
Excuse me?
No,
Yeah.
he's amazing.
The
Like I
Silmarillion is
I love
great.
the way
The
he
Hobbit
does
is
write.
fine. The Lord of the
The
Rings.
Silmarillion isn't finished.
It's not even. It's not even a completed work.
Yeah, maybe that's why I identify it with it. The point is,
I'm gonna fucking... He's playing a troll. He has to.
Yeah. The Lord of the Flies is a close third.
I like the Lord of the Flies. That's actually a nice a book.
who wrote that?
What?
I don't know.
You don't know who wrote the Lord of the Flies?
No, I don't.
How do you not know
It
who
is,
wrote the Lord of the Flies? It's William Golding.
William
In
Golding.
the same way that I don't know many things, sir.
Was Heart of Darkness
As we
considered a
can
childhood
tell.
book?
Heart of
I
Darkness.
mean, if you read it during your childhood,
I did. That's what I'm trying to understand.
I mean, that's
Are we
kind of
talking
the
about,
point.
Like Goodnight Moon or like
No, the best
Cool.
book, what you consider the best book you read in your childhood. That is what I'm
I
asking.
liked
for.
Island of the Blue Dolphins. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, that's a good book.
Pretty good book.
It's a good series, actually.
Who's it by?
Island of the what the? How do you not know?
I've never even heard of it.
No,
How-
what?
Wait,
Yeah.
what? That was like
None of it.
required
It's a
reading in
requirement.
middle school,
Nothing.
dude. Scott
Nothing.
Odell.
You guys are younger than
I
me.
don't know. We
Who?
might be on the same page here.
That
You
is not
guys are
true.
younger than me. I don't know. These are
That
like
is-
newfangled artists.
Absolutely
What,
not
did
true.
anyone read the book
60,
Stella?
it's a 60s novel. It's
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
1960.
Hey,
I
you
William
know that I'm
Burroughs.
from
I was a
Kentucky.
huge fan of William
I
Burroughs.
do know you're from Kentucky.
All
Like,
right.
if you want to go non like wild stuff, I love Burroughs. Like Ken Howl, my
Bro,
Ken
fiction
Howell's pretty
name
good.
is
pretty good.
is Burroughs, and because
Yes.
of Howl.
Burroughs was great.
Okay. Back to what we were talking about. Ken, you were talking
Naked
about
Lunch.
your
That was great.
favorite
Oh, Naked
Breakfast
Lunch.
of Champions.
child motherfucker. Don't make me come over this screen.
Is Naked Lunch a childhood book?
Is it a book you read in
think I
your
was
childhood and
teenager.
do you
I was
like it?
Teenager.
I mean,
Yeah.
I did. Yeah.
This
All
is
right.
this isn't
Ken,
me asking.
we know what you do. Xanatrix, favorite childhood book, go.
Yeah. What's your
My favorite childhood book is Wizard's First Rule by what? Did I cut out?
No.
I feel like
No, you're
okay,
good.
okay. I like everything went silent for a second. Sorry about that.
No, I just made a face.
Okay.
Wait again.
It's Wizard's First Rule by Terry Goldkind, who unfortunately passed away a few years ago.
I'm not familiar with that one.
It's a very, very nice series of books. It's probably what got me into libertarian philosophy in the first place, because there's a lot of libertarian values within the books. Like one of the wizard's rules you find out is the only sovereign you can allow to rule you is reason. It's Wizard's First Rule by Goodkind. So good.
I need to write this down. Oh, yeah. Oops, sorry.
People are stupid. Given proper motivation, almost anyone will believe
on.
almost anything.
Yes, that is the Wizard's First Rule.
Well,
Hey.
I've ruined Christmas.
Join the Patreon so that we can upgrade our fucking audio.
But the Wizard's rules. There's actually a bunch of Wizard's
Go
rules
on.
throughout the series.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's one in every one of the initial books.
But like that's my initial issue with libertarianism is that people are stupid, so you have
God,
expectation
I feel like
that
you
other
two
people
need to
will...
fight.
Why? Well,
They listen.
So-
they
Gotta
have
get
a
on
whole
the
thing.
robot game.
They have a whole thing.
so the full
Safety versus freedom.
the
Or
the
freedom.
Oh, we were
Freedom.
Oh,
just talking about that.
Yeah,
Where's
the full
Sorry,
the full
Xanatrix.
text.
Give me 1 second. Freedom versus safety. Continue, Xanatrix.
And I apologize because that was kind of like a little jab.
Yeah, but the first rule written in full is people are stupid. They can be made to believe any lie because either they want to believe it's true or because they are afraid it's true. And it's a statement on psychological bias, on how people will believe things they are true because they truly hope for them, or people will believe something is true because the fear of it makes them think it's true.
But that doesn't make them stupid.
Well, that is stupidity. You're
It is-
ignoring reality
What?
because of your biases.
Yeah.
Oh man, define stupidity really quick.
It's when you drink too much alcohol and you believe anything. somebody
Stupidity.
says.
No, that's
Willfully
that's not
choosing
true. It's
to
not
be ignorant.
Yeah, it's
that's
willful
not
ignorance.
stupidity.
That
As well as
absolutely is.
repeating as like the alleged thing is like repeating
All right, Ken,
a problematic.
are you agreeing with Xanatrix?
about stupidity?
I mean,
Xanatrix
think we're-
defines
I
stupidity.
think we're in the same realm of stupidity.
No,
I think
I
we
want to
agree.
definition.
if you
I'm
want
drunk and I want it. Do it.
if you want a definition, it is for lack of a better term, stupidity is willful ignorance.
Yeah. Or
Okay, if we
well,
want to
I
define
don't
that, sure.
but
Okay.
but I don't I don't agree, because I think stupidity is actually, no, I do agree. I thought I
Because
didn't for a
ignorance is
second,
something that
but
can be
you're right.
cured by giving knowledge. You are
But some
stupid.
people are or willful or unwillful ignorance.
Well, it has to be willful. When
It,
you
it,
give
it,
them the
it,
knowledge, if they are unwilling to take it, they are being stupid.
they're stupid. Well, what if they don't have the
That's
ability
that. Well,
to
hold on.
process?
There's a caveat there, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is it?
My God.
The caveat is that they have to be able to, if they have to be able to willfully reject it.
No.
Which means they understand it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes,
What if
not
they don't
understanding is just
Stupid, by your definition, does not mean dumb. The
Well, dumb-
inability to comprehend.
No, it
It
does
means
not.
the willful.
understand?
Interesting.
Ignorant.
Yes, and that's why Wizard's first
So-
rule cycles that way, because these people, they believe the lie because they want to believe in the lie, or they're afraid of the lie. But they
this
still
not-
understand that it's a lie.
Okay. How do you apply this to gaming?
In what fashion?
I'm gonna leave that up to
Well,
you.
with gaming, for instance, you are taking on a role that is not you, so you're starting out with a lie, and
You're talking about how do you reconcile stupidity with the willful acceptance of fiction as an entertainment medium?
Go.
No, I don't think it's entertaining. I think gaming to me is a private. What we're doing is public, but I think a lot of gaming is a private experience. That is a history where I'm at. So, but I don't think it matters public or private. That is beyond. I think people are stupid.
All right. I disagree with you, Ken.
Okay.
People are not stupid.
Well,
Xanatrix,
Yes.
what is stupidity?
As I said, it is willful ignorance when people reject knowledge.
yeah, I think Americans
Oh,
are
man,
stupid.
maybe people are stupid. But Ken, fuck you.
You don't have to stop at America. You can add Canada to that list, or
You can add most of the world to
Listen,
that list.
Canada. Listen,
but we love Canada.
Canada, the U.S.'s war crimey little hat.
Yeah, war crimey. Yeah, we are stupid.
You know,
Do you
What
know
is
how
the
many war
problem?
crimes Canada
nothing
has
explains
committed?
it better, because you said Kentucky. Like, I was in California during the whole, like, let's go to war with the rest of the world. That was the difference is that the people here in Kentucky were like, let's go, and we were like, wait a second. And it was like every single media outlet was like, let's go. And nobody was like,
and that's why
wait
we
a
went.
second.
Oh,
People are stupid because we are very convincible.
people are not
with-
stupid.
We are stupid. I'm
No.
going to include myself with stupidity, because I drive a car that has gas, and like I buy stuff with plastic around it, and I do a bunch of things that are very stupid because I don't have, like, in my own imagination, choice, but I know better because I could totally not buy the shit or do it in a different and better way, but I do it anyway.
I'm going to quote a very good quote from a movie. A person is smart. People are dumb, panicky, dangerous animals, and you know it. 1,500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was the center of the universe. 500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was flat. And 15 minutes ago, Jay knew that humans were alone on this planet. Imagine what Jay will know tomorrow. I love
And
Men
the
in
neat
Black.
thing
It's
about
such a good
the
movie.
neat thing about that is that a Hitchhiker's Guide does a really good job of like when the Vogons come, we're all doomed. And one guy gets off, or two, I guess two,
because he had his towel.
Yeah, or out of ineptness. It's not because he knew better. It's because like his friend got him drunk and said, "Let's go."
Yes, exactly.
It's we're out.
It's a thing.
People are stupid. We're not going anywhere. I mean, and then one of Bill's heroes, Musk, he's like, "Let's go to space." It's like we should be focusing on that. We're not focusing on let's go to space. But I'm not a physicist, an astrophysicist. I took art instead of like smart. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yep. The
go on.
I was going to say my favorite 3 Wizards rules from the Sword of Truth series, as it's called, are mind what people do, not only what they say, for deeds will betray a lie. A contradiction cannot exist in reality, not in part nor in whole. And willfully.
I like
hold
that
on.
one.
Say those again.
Yeah, I missed the first one.
Okay, so the first one is mind what people do, not only what they say, for deeds will betray a lie.
Say that again.
Mind what people do, not only what they say, for deeds will betray a lie.
Yeah. Like what you do is it like
it's actions speak louder than words, but a lot more specific. And then the next one is a contradiction cannot exist in reality, not in part nor in whole.
But we live contradiction, by the way.
What?
Just saying.
That's interesting.
A contradiction cannot exist in reality, not in part nor in whole.
Okay, that's too intelligent for itself. Continue.
Well,
no, it's not. Because the answer is we live contradiction. I mean, that's my perspective. But
let me read the interpretation of the rule for you.
Yeah.
To believe in a contradiction is to abdicate your belief in the existence of the world around you and the nature of the things in it. To instead embrace any random impulse that strikes your fancy. To imagine something is real simply because you wish it were. A thing is what it is. It is itself. There can be no contradictions.
Right. What you're saying is, hey, there's the truth. If you don't see it, then blah. I get it. Go on.
So that's magic. Like, because you can see past the contradiction and affect the contradiction.
The obvious problem is
people are stupid.
You did that on purpose?
No.
Sorry. Blocked me out.
Yeah.
To believe in a contradiction in reality, you have to abandon rational thinking.
You have to recognize that it's a contradiction. I mean, we're both cybersecurity people.
Yes.
I mean, duh.
Yes.
Okay. So you can say that people are stupid, but they're not stupid if they don't understand.
Well, and I did say that stupidity is willful ignorance. If they can't understand, then it's not willful.
But they're not giving a data set. They're not giving a data set.
So people are ignorant. They're not stupid.
No, people are stupid. Lots of people willfully ignore actual data that they're given.
I agree. Absolutely.
But why?
But here's the other thing. What do you mean why?
What do you mean why?
What? No, literally why?
Here's a question. Why would you do something that's stupid?
Okay, so let me put to you one of the biggest people are stupid moments. Now I am not myself making
no disclaimers, motherfucker.
No, I'm making a disclaimer. I'm making a disclaimer here because I have to. I am not myself making any qualitative statements about the state of religion or the state of deities. However, I am making a qualitative statement about how the scientific method works. The scientific method is based in empirical evidence, and all empirical attempts to show that deities exist have failed. Given this, why do so many people still believe in deities?
You asked the question, so you answer it.
Well, no,
No,
I
he's
asked the question because it proves that people are stupid. They are willfully ignoring the results of
No.
empirical tests.
No.
Yes, they are.
we're just talking the wizard's first rule here.
Ken, what did you say?
The wizard's first rule. I mean, he's just breaking it down.
People are stupid.
They're
They
stupid.
are they
I
and
disagree.
We are
No,
stupid.
listen,
I mean,
so-
we can't say they are stupid because we are stupid.
that's why I said
Okay,
people are stupid.
Hold up.
Yeah.
Ken, you're going into space, which we'll be doing on January the 1st at around 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
So
I just can't help myself, DreadLore.
let
Okay.
me put it this way, Bill. If there is no empirical evidence for a deity, the rational conclusion should be you should not believe in one because there's no empirical evidence for it. That is the rational conclusion you should come to. But then people are afraid of an afterlife or of a deity, or they want an afterlife or a deity to exist. So they believe that deity exists. They choose to ignore the empirical evidence in front of them because of their want or their fear of an afterlife and a deity. It proves the wizard's rule. It proves wizard's first rule.
Or you prove my point.
What point did it just prove? What? They are stupid. They're willfully ignoring the evidence or lack thereof.
You need a why. Okay.
What?
So-
What?
It's easy.
I
That's
just
why.
gave the why.
The why is easy. It's there's a path set in front of a person. This is a path that is easy to walk down. It's all set in stone. It's all
We've
there.
Destroyed Xanatrix.
You haven't destroyed me. I gave you the why. The why. The why that these people willfully ignore the lack of empirical evidence in deities is because they either want an afterlife and a deity to be true, or fear that an afterlife or deity is true.
Okay. Pop.
And there's a lot of bases. No, there's a lot of bases. Like Catholicism.
No, I know what
there's
you're
a lot of
doing.
bases.
I know what you're doing. You discordant son of a bitch. Hold on. Hold on.
I'm the only sober one here now. Jesus.
Yeah, you are. Xanatrix, you just said it. Why do they do it? Boom, do it. Say it.
They willfully ignore truth because they either want an afterlife and deity to be true or fear that an afterlife or deity is true.
Investigate what you just said.
Want or fear?
Did I?
You can't.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. What the fuck?
You can't do it. You can't do it.
Dude, there is religion all over the place.
Yes,
Everyone's
there is.
taking crazy pills.
Well, no, there's
a reason. We can distill it down. We can distill it down.
There is no empirical
to where
evidence.
It is all of them and all the things that they believe are stupid. We could distill it down.
That's not what I'm saying.
No, it's.
I'm saying that
he's saying.
Go ahead, Ken. I think you get what I'm trying to say. Unless you want me to say it, I'll say it. Okay. What I'm saying is people are stupid. I'm not saying they're stupid on everything, just that they are stupid. And this is one proof that shows that people are stupid.
I know. I agree with you completely.
I know, Ken.
You can
know.
Me.
I know you do. I know you guys are like a thing. All right.
Okay. I'm going to move on to my final favorite rule from the list.
Do it.
Yeah, please do.
My final favorite rule is willfully turning aside from the truth is treason to oneself.
Oh, I believe that.
So believing in lies is betraying yourself.
No, for sure. 100%.
I screw my face up with this.
Why?
Because I'm not lawful.
But this isn't law.
It's not. It's just
law.
Okay.
Yeah, how is it not law?
No. What you're doing is you're enjoying. You are enjoying. Like you're having a good time. You're feeling like like you can break these rules, but it is a thing that
But I can. Xanatrix, say it again.
Willfully turning aside from the truth is treason to one's self.
Sure.
So
By
if you
believing
know
lies, if you know better that you are hearing a lie or seeing a lie or experiencing a lie, and you believe it to be reality, you are betraying yourself.
okay.
and even if you don't believe it, if you carry it, if you just hold it and you bring it along with you.
The issue
Like,
here is knowing what is a lie and what is not a lie.
I mean, it's basically Tucker Carlson is what that is. It's like Tucker
You
Carlson
just
is-
gotta you're enjoying yourself. That's all you're doing here.
I
You're
am,
enjoying
because I'm
So-
not being treasonous.
So
To
here's the
myself.
thing. The issue is, you said the issue is knowing it's a lie. That's built into the wizard's rule with the very first word, willfully turning aside from the truth. Willfully.
And-
For something to be willful, you have to be made aware of it.
And that's
You have to
and
be
that's
made aware of it, or you have to know it.
No, you have to be aware that there is a lie. If you are unaware that there is a lie, you can't willfully turn away from truth because you're unaware that there's a lie in the first place.
And then
for
that's where
anything to
the-
be willful means that you
We
have
a problem
awareness.
here. We have a problem here.
This kind of blends in
And that's
have
where
a
the
problem
magic
here.
is, because you
We
can
have a
affect the
problem.
world
Ladies,
because you have a grounding. You have a
Ladies.
grounding in the reality of yourself, and so
Ken,
you
I
are
don't know what
you
you're
are.
saying because you're talking over. Ken, start from the beginning. Go.
I was just saying you have a grounding of self, so you are aware of your truth, and the truth is, like, you're not lying to yourself.
The entire rule is self-contained, and you are attempting to contradict it when it accounts for your contradiction. Willfully turning aside from the truth is the first part. For anything to be willful, you have to be aware that there's a lie and a truth in the first place. To turn aside from the truth, you have to be able to know there is truth. For it to be
I
willful.
disagree.
No,
disagree.
for something to be willful, it means you're making a conscious choice.
No.
Yes, it does. That's what the definition of willful is.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Oh my
Hold on.
god.
Hold on.
Oh my
Hold on.
god.
Hold on.
Sweet.
I'm
It's
gonna
just
grab my microphone.
it's just a moment.
Willful,
Not-
adjective, said or done on purpose, deliberate, obstinately bent on having one's own way,
Binary.
of set purpose, self-determined.
Binary.
I think-
0,
I think
1.
what-
Do you agree everything is a 0 or a 1?
No.
Bill is
Okay,
casting spells
so
on you.
hold on. So, let's say I assume something is true. Boom.
Okay. You make the assumption, do you know that there is a falsity to it?
Right. Let's say I assume something, or I think, I calculate
Mhm.
something is false.
Okay.
Right? Boom, boom.
Okay.
1 is true. 0 is false. Right?
For your example, sure.
Okay. However, what if I'm wrong?
But
As in, what if someone says, so I am dyslexic. What if someone's like, here's a thing, and I'm like, "Pfft," and I'm wrong,
But you know the
but I
truth.
think it.
You're giving
Okay.
all the information. You're
No,
giving the subset of information that is true. And,
So here's-
and you decide to go forward in a way that, embraces the false.
I'm going to make a Boolean statement here. You should know what that means. It's a true false
Okay.
statement.
Okay, thanks.
So
Go on.
the sky is blue. True or false?
False.
Okay, and why?
It's black.
Okay, and why?
Because right now there's no sun in the sky.
Okay, but is the sky true, or is that true in another part of the world?
Yes.
Okay. And you know that as well, correct?
I guess it. Yes.
Okay. So in this case, this Boolean statement is a superposition of both positions, true and false, depending on context.
Sure.
Now,
Truthy.
if we narrow it down, the sky where you are is blue, true or false?
False.
Okay, and it's false because it's night.
Yeah.
Okay, so you know both of these things to be true. But if I said the sky where you are is blue, true or false, and you said true, despite knowing that it's false, that's willfully turning aside from the truth.
So did you know, like, at one point in time, and this could be a myth, and I could be talking out my ass, that people didn't recognize the sky as blue?
Yes, that the color
And
blue wasn't recognized and it was
wasn't.
green.
Yeah.
That's not actually a myth. It's because of the fact that, at least not in the same way that you would think of what a myth is. There is evidence for it in writings across the world that the word blue didn't etymologically exist until certain dyes were found in nature and used in clothing and ink.
Yeah.
And
So
then,
I always thought that was fascinating by him.
Yeah. But you see,
because
that's actually a perfect example of what we're talking about. Blue exists and has always existed as that nanometer length light wave that I talked about earlier. But if you don't have the full data set to know it exists, you can't choose true or false at that point.
You know what? I'll agree with you, Xanatrix.
Okay.
I will agree with you.
Okay, so then willfully turning aside from the truth is treason to oneself.
However,
for something
this
to be
is
willful.
a trap.
the energy of a photon is equal to hc over some kind
Listen, you motherfucker.
triangle with a thing.
I'm going to give you this as
Speed
a
of
trap.
light is like
What's
the
your trap?
thing with velocity.
What is God?
Doesn't exist.
I am not going to
No,
answer that
God
question.
exists. God does exist. What is God?
Okay, like a human
No.
narrative.
What is God?
I'm not answering that question.
Well, then you're just refraining from answering.
I am.
You're refraining
That's
from
my my choice. I
right.
refrain to answer the question.
Let me
God is dead, no one
redefine the
cares
question.
if there's an LLC there.
Let me redefine the question.
Okay.
What is God, balloons, as a concept?
Helium.
God
Oh, yeah.
as a concept, that is a question with numerous potential answers, because as a concept, God or a deity or anything of that nature is subjective.
Yeah. So let's say there's a word. Let's say it's a game system. Let's call it DreadLore. What is God? Mind you, in DreadLore, they call them beings of power.
Yes.
Let's call them God or
Okay.
goddess.
Okay. So
What is God?
In the concept of DreadLore, from what you told me, so I'm going off of the information provided, they are the beings that split off the sacred flame, at least part of it, to create what is creation.
Yeah.
That is.
What do they signify?
Well, AI says that God is often described as the supreme reality, the creator of the universe, and the ruler of all things. God is often thought of as incorporeal. I'm not
Incorporeal and independent of material creation.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, we can all read. We can all read.
But what? Say your question again, Bill.
Omniscient.
Omniscient,
powerful.
omnipotent, and omnibenevolent.
Yeah.
Always omnibenevolent.
Yeah, but the supremely
What
good,
is
I don't
God?
buy. I've never bought that. Like even when I went to Catholic school, like I was
Did you
baptized
go to
Catholic.
school?
I did.
Oh shit.
I went to Catholic school. So like I never bought that. Like God was always vengeful, and like
what is
if
God?
you read the Bible, God is vengeful. Vengeance. God is a perspective.
Vengeance is mine and mine alone, saith the Lord.
Yeah, right.
What is God in the DreadLore universe?
As I
don't
just
know.
said,
I've not read-
they are the 8 beings of power that created physical reality.
You can define it.
That's the information given to me. That's the
216
definition.
digit, number.
You're given a definition. Okay.
Yes.
What is God to us?
I don't know. That's a subjective answer. What is God to
It's
you?
not. It's not.
It is a subjective answer.
No, it's not.
It
Is it-
absolutely is.
What is
Deity. What
Is it
a
fate?
deity
Let's
is.
ask Aaron. What is God?
27.
It's
Aaron, what is God?
there is no answer to that. There is no one answer to that. You can't
That's
answer.
why
Is
it's a
it-
subjective answer, because it's going to be different from person to person.
Is it
Concept.
privilege? Is it like
This is
going way
off the rails.
It's gone off the rails.
No,
I'm just
dude,
sitting back
dude.
like-
So I told you what my background was.
You did. I think.
I'm a
told-
goddamn evangelist. All right. Hey, lady friend,
Yes.
would you put ice in my bourbon cup
Oh my goodness.
from my Southern
gracious.
Baptist? He's
is
coming out.
God the ability to do whatever
A
you
Southern
want
Baptist is coming
Southern.
out.
Southern Baptist.
whenever you
All right,
want,
ladies
at
and
any
friends.
time that you want, and
Motherfuckers. Hold
without
on a second.
accountability. Is that
Listen.
God?
Listen, all that devil talk.
I'm a dragon, which is considered a symbol of the devil in Christianity. So
The dragons are the gods. All right, so here's the thing. Here's the thing. God is a concept, not a being. Let's take God away from being a being.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm with
If we had a
Okay.
concept and we called it the super being,
okay,
let's call it God,
okay.
right?
lowercase
Not
g.
biblical, not religious. What would that be? Let us describe the concept. Ooh, here's a better question. What is the concept of the devil? Ken, go.
Friendliness, happiness, togetherness.
Xanatrix, go.
See, I don't know what you want as a concept for either of these labels. These labels
Give
already
me a label
well.
for
Here's
the
the thing.
devil.
These
He's
okay,
rating. Is what
the
he's
the
rating.
the devil is a loaded label. There is a negative connotation to
You're
it.
correct.
It's and the concept thereof that is built from it would be something negative. If you're going to go
Yep.
for the concept of the devil,
You don't want to identify with it. I'm not asking you to.
no, I'm not
I'm
trying
asking
to
you
identify
to-
with it. I'm trying to determine what sort of concept and process you're trying to derive from these labels.
Yeah, I mean,
You don't
would it
wanna
not
fall
be
into the trap.
hedonism
I understand.
or
Here's a better
Or-
question. Hey Ken, what's the bad guy
but he's
in a film?
he's for himself. No, I mean the bad guy is like, I am gonna do a thing for myself. Fuck all y'all.
Hey
I mean, if-
Xanatrix, what's the bad guy?
An antagonist, someone who is the negative force within his narrative.
Hey Ken, what's the good guy?
I am an altruist, and I will protect you.
Altruist?
Yeah, I'm gonna bring everybody along with me.
Fair. Xanatrix, what's the good guy?
The protagonist within a narrative, a movement for positive force and for the forward momentum of the story.
So
And
why is
usually
it
the
that you
focus.
two? Why is it that you two have such a hard problem? Saying that God is the protagonist and the devil is the antagonist. Why
Because
do you
the-
have such a problem?
Because
with
the
that?
understanding of both of those labels gives them a superposition, a position that is beyond and above
Superposition
any.
means both.
No, a superposition, not a superposition in quantum ideas, but a super or superior, if you'd rather that word, position within any sort of contemplation. It is immediately, both terms are immediately a way of externalizing and somehow making a grandiose concept beyond human understanding of
Yep.
things that are very much within human understanding.
Yes.
don't-
So God is the good. Yay or nay?
Nay.
I disagree.
God is
It's a yes or no, but you can do an other.
Nay is definitely God, and the devil only wants, because the devil never had power, and never will have power.
Never had means the devil existed, sir.
Yeah, never will. In this fictitious world, it doesn't.
You got to get out of the Abrahamic thing that we're all stuck in, and that's where I'm trying to get you.
No,
what I'm trying to say.
I mean, that is his. We're stuck in history. Is what we're stuck in.
No, we're not. You are.
Let me put it this way.
We are
A god, no matter what god it is, whether it's Abrahamic or otherwise, the top god of any pantheon, whatever it might be, are considered all-powerful and all good. But there's a problem with that, and Epicurus identified this way a long time ago. And I'm sure you know the quote I'm about to bring up with Epicurus.
Do it.
Okay. So
I thought I was quoting it. Go on.
I am quoting. Is God willing? Well, no. Is God willing to prevent evil but not able? Then they are not omnipotent. Are they able but not willing? Then they are malevolent. Are they both able and willing? Then whence cometh evil? And are they neither able nor willing? Then why call them God?
Say the whence part again. Whence means from where. Go on.
Then whence cometh evil? If a god is all
where
good,
does evil come from? Right.
If a god is all good and all powerful, then there should be no evil.
Okay, so this is all bullshit.
Well, yin and yang. I mean, if you want to go,
this is all bullshit.
If you want to go Eastern culture, I mean, there's
well, if you go with Eastern culture, then there is no ultimate good or evil.
Yeah.
And I much like those systems better for it.
Yeah,
right.
The balance.
I was a Buddhist for 15 years, so
this is what we're going for.
I read the Tao of Pooh, and I thought that was really good.
Oh, me too. Yeah.
I also do yoga.
All right. So this is an idea. Ken.
Lots of downward dog.
The downward dog.
It helps.
Now you're all just getting horny. Stop that.
No.
This is an idea. From the perspective that you take, right? We have an Abrahamic perspective.
I'm not taking that Abrahamic perspective.
I'm not saying you're taking it. I'm saying that
I do. I take the Abrahamic perspective because I live in Kentucky.
I want you to be bombed. Because you're exploding everything that I'm saying. There it is. There it is.
You're both drunk and talking over each other. We know.
The big absurdist. Oh, you're about to say something. Just kidding. Oh, you're about to say something? Fuck you. I understand. Can you agree on what God means? You two.
No.
Well, then you can't fucking talk about it.
I absolutely can talk about something I don't agree with you on.
No. Can you agree with what God means?
I think I would only be able to infer what other people think of what God is.
If you cannot agree with what a word means, you can't argue about it.
Yeah, but it's not. We are like, to me, it's an inference of a fiction. It's like a book that.
Which definition of God are we going with now? That's the question I have. There's multiple definitions.
I've just left the thing on the screen of what the computer said that God is.
He's in space, man. He's fucking gone.
What I'm saying is that God, as what the AI has found, that's specifically Christianity and Abrahamism.
Absolutely.
But the word God doesn't have to mean a specific different reference to that. The word God is just derived from deus, Roman for a deity.
Yeah.
I'm wondering which definition of the word God we're using now. Are we using?
We're not. We're simply using the word God,
Marian
and
God.
the fact. And I'm gonna
God.
illustrate stupidity. People who want to discuss something cannot, will not agree on one definition, because you gotta get your little twist in there.
You want me to completely flatten what you just said?
Do it.
All the definitions of the word God are subjective, and thus there is no truth to it. We're not willfully turning aside from anything or acting stupid because we're all discussing a subjective matter.
So
anything that we say is pointless. We could just say Aardvark coins, corn podcast.
So here's a question: why are
Mental.
people, to
Grass.
both you and Ken, Xanatrix and Ken, because both of you agreed that people are stupid.
They are.
Why do you think people are stupid then?
Because people willfully ignore truths. There's not just one thing. You don't just ignore all truth and that's what makes you stupid. You ignore things that you know to be true, that you've seen the data on, and you turn aside from them because you either don't like them, don't want them, or fear them. Or you like to believe the opposite for liking them, wanting them, and still fearing them.
And we do that individually. Like I know that I do that on a daily basis in my daily life, on a regular.
I wish I did it more often because I might not be as depressed.
Right. No, I'm saying that we do this on a regular basis.
Oh my God, we just hit a level. Hold on. Do it. Hold on. Xanatrix, what are you drinking? Are you drinking anything?
We need to
No, he's not drinking anything.
I'm not drinking alcohol. I'm drinking juice.
Yeah,
raspberry juice. Cranberry raspberry juice.
It could possibly have been is diabetes, and that is terrible to have diabetes.
See what he does.
I mean, I probably have diabetes. I don't know.
It's
Everyone has a little
it seems
A little
tedious.
bit of diabetes.
Yeah,
Listen,
it's not fun.
Ow.
But
If you
again,
don't-
we all ignore we ignore ourselves.
No, we ignore each other. We don't ignore ourselves.
No, we do. We ignore ourselves. We
No, we don't.
We
don't.
We do.
We ignore each other.
I wish I could ignore myself.
But yeah, no, we
Quit playing grab.
I know a
Bill.
million. I know
Listen,
a million things.
Greg,
A million things I could have done, and I push a lot of that stuff down because I have to get through the day, and I like, along with mental health is an important aspect of what we all cope with on a regular basis. Hence, role playing game interest. It is wonderful to be able to step outside of the lie that we tell ourselves on a daily basis. That's why we are into this.
Do you think that
David.
tabletop role-playing games, Ken and Xanatrix, are about escapism? Is that the reason we do it?
Therapy.
I think that's one reason people do it.
Well, I want to investigate it. Go.
I don't think that there's a singular reason that most people play TTRPGs. There might be a primary reason, and in Ken's case, it sounds like escapism and helping him with his mental torment from the day is part of what draws him to TTRPGs. And I commend him because that is a good way to handle stress. That's a constructive way to handle stress. But I don't believe.
I disagree with you.
Well, let me fucking finish. I ain't gonna let you interrupt this time. But I don't think that that's the only reason people play TTRPGs, and I don't even think that's the only reason Ken would play. Like I said, it's the primary reason for him, but I'm sure there's other reasons he plays. Collaborative storytelling, just because he's having sheer euphoria and fun from it. He gets to hang out with friends, stuff like that. There's multiple reasons people play TTRPGs. And while escapism is probably one of the big ones for quite a bit of the hobby, considering the stigma that you mentioned so much earlier in this episode about that the hobby has because of how nerdy it is.
Right.
I'm sure that there are plenty of people out there who do it for escapism, and then there are people who do it for other reasons. So I don't believe it's the only reason, and I don't believe that it's even the primary reason for everybody.
It certainly it is inspiration. It is creativity. It's a way to get out of the routine. It's acceptance, communication. A lot of the reason I get into it myself is because I want to adjust the world around me and in a particular way, and I find that to be very important, because like everyone else on this planet, I have emotions and thoughts and perspectives, and it's a way that we get to allow those emotions and thoughts and perspectives to go outside of just our own personal space. And it's also a way for those emotions and processes. It's like we get an extra life. Maybe we'll say something. I know there was a guy that got canceled a few years ago, and I feel like that was wrong, because I don't remember. He was a GM, and he raped and one of his characters, who was a robot.
Wait, what?
And it was
Wait.
So he put one of his characters that was a robot through a rape situation, is what you're saying.
Through a rape scene, and he was canceled because of it.
Really?
Yeah, and I connected with that person in the sense that he had some what is it thought, 1984 Newspeak, changed thought,
double thinking.
Double speak. You should be allowed to approach conversation, thought control, whatever. You should be allowed to have these thoughts, because if we can't have these thoughts, then if a GM can't do that to one of their characters, then how is somebody gonna, when that happens to a person in real life, how are they gonna get through that?
I see what Ken's trying to say. The tabletop RPG space is a space where you can safely explore very dark things.
Can you safely do it?
Why couldn't you safely do it?
Are you live streaming it?
We are broadcasting.
I mean, when I say safely, I'm not talking about an unaffiliated audience that's watching your live stream's reaction to it. I'm talking about the people at the table are collaborating on this thing, and dark things come up, and in some cases there are people who don't want to be at that table anymore, and that's their right. They should be able to step away and be like, I'm not really cool with this anymore, thanks guys, I'm gonna head off. And that's perfectly fine, because they're not comfortable. They should not, however, have the right to disrupt the table entirely and be like, no, we shouldn't do this, change it. That's not something they should be able to do.
That's what happened. That was disbanded. That whole thing.
But it was live streamed.
It was live streamed. And
who
it was
is
on
this?
the live stream. I don't know. You can Google it.
Yeah.
I'll Google it. And
Google it.
The big thing I'm getting from this, though, is you're in a fictional situation. This is nobody's actually getting affected physically in this space. You're examining and exploring this very dark circumstance through a fictional medium, and that's actually a really good way to process anything traumatic. A lot of exposure therapy, as it's called, when people have a very deep trauma that does cause post-traumatic stress disorder. That exposure therapy is used to examine and process the trauma, and doing so through hobbies and other mediums that they feel safe in is one of the best ways to do so, because they have the comfort of knowing that they have control of that particular medium, whatever it is, and can just go, okay, let's stop for now.
Control of the narrative,
Well, control of
Yeah,
the space that they're in.
control of
if-
the space they're in.
So, like,
But
like I
that-
said, if somebody is at a table where that thing was happening with that robot, and they're like, I'm not comfortable anymore, the control that they have and that they should use is, hey, I'm not comfortable with this anymore, guys. I'm going to walk away. Thanks. And they walk
Okay.
away.
Pause really quick.
So,
Xanatrix,
so
can you
the guy's name
explain?
is Adam
Hold on a second,
Like,
because we're
sorry.
trying to get her up to date.
Sorry,
okay.
I dipped out of the audio for a second.
Xanatrix, can you describe to her shortly what are we talking about, and then we're gonna go to Ken.
So Ken brought up a GM who was live streaming a tabletop game that got canceled for live streaming a situation in which a robotic character was raped in the game. And what I was saying was that the game space is a safe place to explore dark themes and situations in a way that does not physically affect people. And it's a good way to process trauma because the traumatized individuals know that at any point they can stand up and move away.
Ken,
They have control
what
of
were
their
you saying?
interaction.
What were you
Thank
looking
you.
up, Ken?
Thank you.
I think this guy's name was Adam Coe-Bell. I don't really know him well. He was a Dungeon World co-creator. I'm not super familiar. It's been years. This is 2020 since it happened, but it's something that kind of stuck with me. It was like, and certainly I don't know all of the concepts, but I remember going and watching the moment where this intense thing happened, and this guy was basically fired from his job because that was not. But again, when we're in capitalism, you can get fired from your job for doing porn if you're a professor at a school, and it doesn't go against the whole way they want to be seen.
Xanatrix, what do you think about this?
This type of reaction from whoever he was, looks like he was part of. He resigned from Modifius, probably under heavy pressure.
Yeah.
I don't think that he should have been punished for exploring dark themes in a tabletop game. There's no reason to punish that. The people punished it because they found it distasteful, not because it was actually a punishable offense.
Sure.
Can we have some more? Do we have any more details? Because I would like to get your opinion.
I think the details that we have are
research.
So thoughts?
Career destruction via robogasm. Jesus
I mean,
Christ.
it's career stuff. So what do you think?
I mean,
it's pretty. I don't know. It's a pretty.
It was a hot topic at the time.
Pretty hot. No. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
No, I wasn't gonna say anything. I don't know enough.
Yeah, I don't.
So-
Just based on like what I've just heard, I think, and not to get too. I gotta also watch what I say. I think in the current climate, maybe within even like the last 3 years, people feel obligated to make like a call to action, if anything like that. Like the tolerance for any of these topics is pretty low. What? So it's they probably were told to fire the guy, because they have to, or else the company would have gotten canceled.
Like a
people
corporate
were
thing.
getting canceled like left and right for any little thing. I do think, like you said, Xanatrix, like the point of like RPG stuff or any like escapism-esque like games or activities, like you are able to explore those things. Good, bad, ugly, evil. So it's okay to kill someone, but it's not okay to do that.
Yeah.
in a game.
Yeah.
That's
So-
acceptable.
So I did find the details of what occurred.
Okay.
Adam Coble was playing the GM of the game, and one of the players, who was female, but her character was a male robot, went in for repairs, and the repairman forced the male robot to have an orgasm via stimulation.
Wait, say
Yeah.
that again.
Okay. He went in for. Go on.
The GM, Adam Coble, was GMing a game. One of the players she is female. The player is female.
Yeah, but the
Her
character is male.
Her character is a male robot. The male
So
robot
she's
needs
gender bending.
Well, I don't. She's role playing the opposite sex. I'll say that one.
Yeah, that's gender bending.
I mean, that's gender bending.
it?
If it's gender bending, if she was playing herself and then swapped to the opposite sex.
Right.
My handle is DJ No Fly, so like there's no sex. You can call me a she,
Hold up.
her. You
How
can
is
call
that
me a
not
he,
gender
they.
bending?
Because
It
she's
doesn't
not playing
matter.
herself. She's playing a character. Gender bending is wrong in one
Okay.
half too.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Go on.
Yeah. But so the robot has to go in for maintenance, and during the maintenance procedure, the robodoctor, maintenance performer, whatever you want to call them, forces the robot to have an orgasm. And that's the big thing. To me, it sounds more cringe than a big deal. It seems pretty like just awkward and cringy.
Yeah.
But he then got a shit ton of shit thrown on him, and resigned from his position, which I'm guessing was under a ton of pressure. Was it a cringy, poor attempt at gutter humor? Probably. Should he have maybe consulted his players a bit more about what they were comfortable with in the particular setting? Definitely.
Go
on.
Are there usually like sexual themes in these games?
Depends on the game.
I played a character that fucked a prostitute because it seemed like a good idea at the time, and got crabs for it, or gave crabs. Like,
Okay.
so like
But you made
there
the
were
choice.
like
to have sex
my
with them.
character either had the STD and transmitted it with them and gave it to them, or got it from them, and she was just kind of telling me about it, and she liked me, and I kind of like dashed.
Dashed.
Yeah, you know
Fucked
when you
and
don't
dashed.
spend the night.
He
Didn't pay.
You didn't pay.
No,
That's
I didn't
dashed.
pay. I didn't
I
pay
see.
as well.
He pumped and jumped. He humped and dumped.
Booted.
I mean,
That's what
I didn't
we
mean to
do.
make an Al Franken of this whole thing, but you
But-
know, we're all just
So these games can have sexual themes. There are
Yeah.
games that do have sexual content in them, tabletop RPG wise. And honestly, there isn't really a limitation to the stories you can tell, other than the limitation of maybe the game world or the mechanics. Sometimes there is an implied setting, sometimes there's not. Sometimes there's a definite setting, and you kind of want to have a definite setting, even just as an example. But depending on the game master, the players, and the play group, there can be sexual content. There can be
so the
sexual
issue to me
situations.
could be that these people didn't know each other, and they were put together with other people that didn't know each other, and the safe space was never actually talked about. And so this dude was potentially fired because like there was a situation that happened for some reason.
Well, from what I've read, he was very puerile about it.
Yeah.
Anybody know that word? Puerile?
Yeah. What does that
Yeah,
mean?
what does that mean?
Immature and childish.
He was
So-
puerile about it
So
during
he was
the
offended that
story?
somebody
Yes,
called
he
him
was-
out on his content that he created for someone else.
He was
to enjoy.
giggling while describing the scene. That's
Oh,
what it was.
gosh.
Yeah, he was
So was
giggling
she
while
upset?
describing the scene
Yes, she
Because-
was upset because she's also a survivor of sexual assault.
because she was also a so. But did he know that, or did he not know?
I don't
that?
think he did.
So
Question.
Yes.
I mean, who here
What
isn't
were you
like?
saying?
I'll raise my hand on this. I'm a
No,
survivor
hold
of
on.
sexual
Your
assault. I'm
hand.
just
I will
saying.
call on you. Go.
Was the girl who was playing the male robot character upset?
I
Oh,
believe
she
so.
was
Yeah.
absolutely. She
Okay,
was upset.
so
So
regardless of whatever the intent was, he upset her.
He,
So
he upset her, and she was no longer she no longer had faith in the game that he created.
it was
That is
unsafe for her
true.
anymore.
Absolutely true.
So the GM broke the trust, right?
and
Yeah, bro.
so let
No,
let me read this admittedly biased summary, because this comes from someone who is trying to castigate Adam Coble.
Okay.
But to
there was
fully
a lot of
grasp the
castigation for that.
yes, to fully grasp the magnitude of what has happened, let's review a few things. Adam Coble, as a male game master, plays out what is clearly a pre-planned scene of non-consensual sexual assault on one of the female player's characters, a player who is, by the way, a survivor of sexual assault, in front of a live audience of hundreds. No agency is given to the
God.
player. At no point before or during the scene does Coble make sure his players, especially the character's player, are fine with this. And on top of that, he appears intensely amused by the sexual assault he is orchestrating in his game, even gloating about it afterwards.
Yeah.
I
my
haven't seen the clip, so I can't say for sure whether that description
I've
is
seen the
fully
clip.
accurate.
I've seen the clip. I mean, the clip is the clip. I mean, it feels like a pretty normal role playing game. He was smug.
I want to know. I
but-
want to know. Can
but-
I'm not trying to shut. I'm not trying to
ahead.
shut you down. I want to know your view, and then I would like to know your view. Go.
One of the things that as a survivor of sexual assault, one of the things that that I see and feel is that role playing games are a safe space. So you do have autonomy of a thing that happened. How you feel and how you process that feeling, that's on you, and that's always on you. You are not being touched by other people. You're not being affected by other people. Certainly, you can be fucked with, because I am a victim of narcissism as well, where people have gone out of their way to gaslight you and take you to a place of near insanity for years. So mental assault is this guy did not have that capability.
No.
Nor intent. This was a momentary action, but to stretch that out beyond, like, we are trying to push the threshold of if there are people being shot and murder hobos, killing fucking, like, I'm gonna stab this guy in the face. Like, if you're not more offended by the violence, because this is also violence, but like, it is a violent medium. Like, the whole thing is violent. Like, people are doing things that are beyond where we are as a society. We don't go to the grocery store and stab people. We don't pull out our guns saying, like, you took my groceries cart, so I'm going to kill you. Rape is rampant throughout our culture, and if we can't talk about it, and they can't process through that, they have to, like, cancel this person because they are basically the god of this thing that happened, and they can't process through it, then, like, what is the lesson here? We have to sweep things under a bus or under a carpet and, like, not actually process through. Like, I can see where she didn't want to be highlighted for that experience, but she said out loud with her voice, like, this happened to me, you know? She offered that information. It's not fair. Life's not fair. Life sucks. A lot of bad shit happens. But the intent was not to, like, having not seen the clip, I don't think it was to fuck with her. It was to push a threshold of thought.
A lot. What I'm reading is the potential of an explosion.
Oh, absolutely.
No.
Wait,
Thoughts? Follow that. Also, Ken, thank you very much for expressing that, because I can. That's some deep shit.
Yeah.
That was a lot of deep shit. It was very true.
Honestly, I'm hesitant to comment.
Well,
I have a lot of opinions. This is also
I-
a live
Well,
stream.
and
Like,
that's
no,
that's the thing
literally,
is-
I've had, I don't know when this happened, but this is like 5 years ago or something. This is a long time ago, so I've had a lot of time to think about it. So it's unfair to make a rebuttal or to go into it. Like the simple answer of like how you would react with something like this is like, to me, as a person who is empathetic to anyone who has had issues with rape or with a violation on self or assault or any kind of a deviant thing that someone else has chosen to violate your body, is that you totally, as libertarians would say, you can hit them first.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna let you get away with a couple of these things. I appreciate you,
No, it's not happening.
and what I'm saying is that do it,
I
bam.
came down.
We do have to have a rebuttal,
Yeah,
and
please.
the fact is the rebuttal has to be as free as you just gave.
Yeah, no, please, absolutely. I mean,
All right?
go
So you
big.
can't
go big.
domineer the rebuttal but be like,
No,
"Oh, I was
I-
hurt." It's like, I
I'm happy
appreciate
to
the fact
mute my
you were
mic.
hurt. I appreciate that you were hurt. However, you can go fuck yourself. We're still going to talk about it. So this is not about Ken.
Mhm.
However, the fucking powder keg, dude.
Yeah.
You just nailed it on the head. We're talking about a powder keg. Go ahead.
Me go ahead.
Yeah. Really quick. Xanatrix, what was the question again?
The question stemmed from, should this man have been fired for performing this act?
I say no. That's my opinion.
Okay. We want
But he
more. We
resigned.
want more.
He
We want
resigned. He
more.
wasn't fired.
We want more. Hold on. Ken just said a whole bunch of shit, and it's important because all of that is packed in. This issue is very complex, and we've all dealt with some serious personal issues.
Yeah.
It is a complex thing. It's not easy. So, boom.
I'm a
Go on.
CSA survivor, so yeah, I'm very, very aware.
On her. Go.
I mean, same. I'd say we're probably all quite aware. I don't know, just also like the background of like what I do for work and stuff, which I do not need to go into. I don't think I have enough information to give an opinion. I don't know this group. I don't know the people. I don't know what they've agreed to. I do think with any type of fantasy stuff, like even like the games that I have played, you go in and you are essentially stepping into a world of other people's fantasies as well. Granted, he's the DM or GM. What is it called?
It's both. Either works.
Both. Okay.
Arbiter, if you're talking about
DreadLore.
Essentially, like there are some ethics that you as a leader, I will say, of a group of men and women and all kinds of people, you shouldn't do that unless there is some sort of like what's it called when they say like, hey, there's going to be strobes here. If you have epilepsy,
that's a content warning.
content
Yeah,
warning,
or disclaimer.
maybe like
but
do this.
I feel like any type of I don't know if that would be considered rape, because I don't know exactly what the what exactly happened. However, I think that's a topic you should not even just you shouldn't go there.
You got to have the trust.
Gotta have, if it is it a sexual group, you guys touching on sexual content, fine. Otherwise, don't do that. Just don't do it. Go on another route.
In my group
So-
with go on, Xanatrix. Sorry. Go on.
That was Ken who was about to start.
Okay.
Oh, it's me. I was gonna say with
Oh.
DreadLore, like every time I've played in a role playing game, it's like if you go to a what are those shows where like people get up on stage and they're like, I'm gonna be a chair and you have to tell me what to do. Like whose line is it anyway? Improv. So
Improv.
like
Yeah.
anytime you go to improv, it's
Rocky
a yes
Horror.
and.
Right.
So with yes anding, it's like I'm gonna rape you in the face, and then I'm gonna stick a carrot on your nose, and then I'm gonna slap you on the head, and then
What is
I'm
it?
gonna shit on your face and your eye.
Yeah, but no one would say rape. No one would say rape in those
But
things.
you know the content of that show, you were going there essentially to get dicks drawn on your forehead with lipstick
Yeah,
and
but
stuff like at Rocky Horror.
the-
You know
so-
what's
so-
gonna happen.
yeah.
So they were going for views. Like rape is a
Yeah.
how many people like?
Well, it's a hot
like,
word.
They never covered rape in TGIF. They never covered rape on Law and Order. I mean, it's like a rape murder maybe, or I don't know. I don't watch Law and Order.
SBU, they definitely do. It's all
Yeah.
shows about it.
So it's covered. I mean, it's certainly a subject matter where I think that people should talk about it and be like open to talking about it. It's like suicide. Like when you are facing like I love
Big medicine.
TTRP because we went suicide and TT and
Yes,
in
we
our
did. Yes, we did.
and
But-
and,
but-
and
but-
we
but
were
hold
not
up, hold up, hold up.
we were no wait, hold on. We were not given any kind of like context before it. I mean,
None. No?
none.
Interesting.
I know,
But
but
it's a group of trust.
group of trust.
And we were also given vampires, and we also fucking murdered people. I mean, so
Hey,
like,
hold on. Wait. Xanatrix.
Yes. So you want my
Thoughts?
viewpoint on all this? Okay.
Yes.
So Garm pointed out first. I need to point this out. Garm pointed out in the comments that
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Adam
Adam.
Coble was part of a very outspoken group of people who said things like, I'm a male feminist and people I call misogynists should be blacklisted. And he was a proponent of the cancel culture. And my addition to that, which Garm agrees with, is that even when cancel culture affects the people who advocate for it, those of us who don't like cancel culture should still say cancel culture was bad for that person too.
Mm.
Regardless of whether they
Sure.
supported it. I don't support cancel culture. So, but
Ken,
beyond,
what do you think about that?
well,
I
am finishing my point.
I don't think I'm
Yeah,
relevant.
I'm gonna get,
Let
I'm
him
gonna get back
finish.
to you. Just real quick.
I don't think I'm relevant because I work for Mel Gibson.
Oh, Xanatrix, go on.
Dude,
Okay.
What is the
As for the specific incident that occurred on Far Verona, I
What?
think that Far Verona is the name of the show. That
Oh.
this whole tabletop thing happened on the live stream show. I think that what occurred here is a failure on Adam Coble's part to properly prime his player base and let them know, hey, there's a character in this that is a complete sexual deviant pervert who, if
Right.
you're not careful, is going to fuck with you.
Mm.
That
But how
that
do
sort of-
you immerse yourself into a preordained scenario?
so this is the point where you have to potentially subvert the metagaming aspect because of the fact that it is a hot button powder
Meta
keg.
gaming. I'm gonna pause you.
Okay.
Pause.
So it's a list of things that you fill out ahead of time as a receipt. Here's my receipt of shit that I don't want to deal with on my
I'm not talking about like things like the X card. I'm saying that any good
Wait.
GM,
Like the what?
the X
card.
card.
Yeah, I've never heard of
What
the
is
X
that?
card.
You've never heard? Okay, the X card is a very puerile, I would say, tool. What it is it actually launched off of Kickstarter a while ago, and what it is you use this card, or you assign a predefined gesture phrase that basically says X, no, I'm not cool with what's going on, and then the scene is supposed to just end and the rest of it is glossed over. Kind of a fade to black.
It's like
Fade to black.
Yeah, it's an enforced fade to black.
It's like you're like if you show up on a Tinder date and you're like, here you go, here's my.
I don't know shit about Tinder. I have literally never.
Right, definitely.
But what it is if I'll give you an example. If they had been if somebody had been using the X card at this particular scene, like the player of Johnny the robot, if she had lifted up an X card at the time that the whole scene started, the GM at that point would have, instead of continuing to describe the scene, cut to black. They would have cut to black and moved on to the next scene. That is what the X card.
Yeah.
So
that is what the X card is for.
So that's the X card. So usually, as an arbiter,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And I have a feeling that all of us are actually arbiters. The DreadLore term for GM.
Yeah, I've been a GM for 31 years. No,
31 years.
28 years, excuse me.
31 years young. So Ken,
Got the voice of an angel.
that's right. Ken,
I wrote a game. I rolled. No, I mean literally. I wrote a Marvel-based role-playing game when I was in high school. So like, I wrote a game. I just didn't publish it.
Ken has done it. I've done it. Xanatrix, you've done it. We have yet to get. What is your name?
What is my name?
What is your name?
Aaron.
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 Something kind of like tough.
Yeah, what's tough? Erin. We'll say Erin right now. Erin has yet to do it. My point is this.
I would play. You could do whatever you want to me. You know, bind me up,
Whatever robot
like,
stuff included.
twist me around, like, you know, make me like do bendy stuff.
Do you have to sign something before? I'll send you an email.
No, I don't sign it. This is my auditory, like,
Right.
fuck with
We
me.
have witnesses
Like,
here.
We not only
Please.
witnesses, there's going to be a video record.
Video documentation.
Listen, this
He
is how.
consents to
This is
everything.
how.
Do
This is
not
how
cancel
Adam
me.
Cobal
This
was
is my own
canceled.
personal
I'm just
horror
saying.
story
I
that
had a
you're
live
gonna.
stream, you know?
But
Asked before.
To
All right,
continue,
noted, Ken. I will get you later.
Look,
Yeah,
the
get me.
point is this: when you're refereeing, when you're arbiting, and we call that arbiter because you are arbitrating.
Mhm.
Like, you're not the antagonist necessarily. You're not the protagonist. You're deciding.
Mhm.
Arbiter, the GM.
You're the lawyer and the
You're
judge.
the lawyer.
Create the world. Yeah.
You're the referee.
The neutral
Judge.
part.
You're the neutral party.
I don't know about that.
This
one.
idea, the arbiter. You have to keep that in mind,
Fair and
And-
impartial. How about that?
dude. What?
Fair and impartial.
You've got to be fair and impartial. And the thing is, if you don't do that, you are playing a character. It is a responsibility. If you
So-
don't do that, you fuck up.
I'll counter.
Yeah,
I'll
but-
counter right here. Paranoia.
But
Have you guys
different
never
game.
played? It is a different game. But
Paranoia.
Paranoia is a tabletop role playing game where it is literally players versus GM, basically.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's a different game.
Similar
So
word.
is
And
the
Will-
Bram Stoker's Dracula game. What-
Bill made me murder someone. Bill, not me, but Bill made one of my characters murder someone. There was
Made
a
you?
shadow of a doubt, and it was like a forced murder because he said shadow of a doubt, and like you can't have a shadow of a doubt. It is all or nothing with some characters, and so like
How do you force you?
because the nature of the character, it's
That's-
just that like that is the expectation. There was knowledge, and he definitely said, oh you knew, oh you had a thing, but he was like, no, I'm gonna make you murder this person because you have opportunity to murder this person. with a laser sword.
With the laser, I was waiting
Okay.
to hear how did it happen.
So to finish my point regarding the Adam Coble thing,
Yeah.
he definitely should have continued to keep
Apologize.
open conversation and commentary with his players. The biggest reason that this started to go bad was he blindsided everybody. No one knew he was doing this besides him. And as I said, there are some situations, especially very hot button powder keg situations, that should be addressed prior, simply because there may be someone who goes, well,
Should they?
okay,
Should
I
they?
think so.
Should
listen,
they?
I was
listen,
thinking
listen
I'm
a
gonna
second.
listen to you. Listen, Xanatrix, I am listening to you. I'm
Yeah,
just
yeah, yeah.
I'm listening
evoking
as well,
something.
but I'm going to
Go on,
disagree
Ken.
with you, but I'm listening.
Well, the big thing is that there are some issues that are so hot button, so powder keg for some players that forewarning gives them the chance to go, okay, I don't necessarily want to play with this group at this time.
Should
then.
it?
Thank you.
Should
Yes.
it?
Okay.
Should it? Really?
we were just
Should
talking
it?
about that with
But,
Should it?
but, well, hold on. We're in freedom of speech world, and I'm in security. Like I'm battling
Indeed,
for
Xanatrix,
security,
you chose
and you
freedom.
This is freedom.
and I'm battling
I'm
security.
kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah, this is freedom. See,
So-
for example, something that Mildred and I both do as GMs, we build a primer that explains the general,
You mean to a game?
Yeah, to any campaign or game we're running.
Explain to someone who doesn't know gaming.
The primer.
it's like make a primer. You do it before the game.
I mean,
Tone.
that's actually surprisingly close to what it might be. Yes, but for example, a primer. One of the primers we have explains what gaming system we're using, what genres are involved in the setting.
Truly
the
DreadLore.
So it's the foundation of whatever it is to move.
Yeah. We also put in the primer what media could inspire the type of adventure you're about to go on.
Is the primer written or verbal?
We write it out.
It's probably written.
Google,
And is it
Google
provided
Drive.
like? Okay, that I was thinking earlier if that was going to be a content, send it in an email or Google Drive.
Yeah,
or
yeah.
whatever.
And there's also like a preamble for what this adventure is going to be about. It gives you a general idea of what's going to happen. And so some things that are mentioned in a primer are if the people around you are terrible, horrible scoundrels that will do anything for a nickel, from slitting their mama's throat to selling women down the slave trade. And that in the primer alone is enough to let most players know there's some dark shit in this game.
I have a
Question. Go on.
You go ahead.
No. You go.
So, okay. Coming from someone who has not played any of these games either, I have a completely outside perspective of this. Like, I do think there are individuals who might be extremely sensitive to certain things. So, like you said, we have to be aware of that. Other people, like, isn't the whole point of gaming is to be surprised, to kind of like shake your experience? Like, obviously, no one wants to have some sort of horrific, like, traumatic experience, but like if I were to go to a game, maybe like say if I was doing vampire LARP, I'll use that because I have been to a vampire LARP. Like I kind of know some like weird stuff's gonna happen.
Performance art
I'm well familiar with. So going back to
you talked Rocky Horror earlier. I've been to many Shadowcasts, so
I did. Like, so I was in a performance art thing once where someone in the crowd jumped up and said, like, stop perpetuating rape culture. They were extremely upset, freaked out. This person freaked out, and all that was going on was something that could, I suppose, be considered that, but it is performance art. Like,
were they a part of the performance art?
No,
because that would be performance.
But if you're at the festival, if you're at this thing, I don't know.
So no, here's.
Are you making art, or are you pandering to fucking pussies?
Well,
but also there are people that are extremely triggered, and there are some topics.
Let's not use triggered. That's a pretty big buzzword, but you're traumatized is a better way to use it. So I'm going to say here that earlier I already said I don't deal in absolutes. Even this statement is not an absolute. There could be situations where an absolute is necessary. And then, of course,
Right.
Bill said only Sith deal in absolutes. And I said, and ironically, the Jedi were using that phrase and not realizing it's an absolute. But the big thing is most GMs know their play groups, especially if they're play groups they've played with before.
Mhm.
And so they know what things their play group likes and what things their play groups would absolutely avoid. So they won't put those elements in the game simply because they want the play group to have fun. That's one of the big things
Right.
GMs want, is for the play group to have fun. Now,
Interesting. Have fun.
fun can still be being terrorized. Why do you think people like haunted houses?
Do most
But
people have primers now when they have a game? Like, did they not have a primer?
I don't
So
think primers
can I
are
interject
a
a
common.
thing that I
Ken,
just
what?
remembered about this whole thing
Sure.
is that he didn't know, the robot didn't know that they were raped.
Say that again.
He didn't know that they were raped right away.
The
Oh,
robot
you're
character
talking
was
about the guy.
unaware. Yeah.
The character was unaware. People were unaware until somebody mentioned it.
Who mentioned
Okay.
it?
So it was subtle
Yeah.
enough that the horror was they didn't fucking know.
Well, okay, so
Like having experience, you fucking know. Like that is the reality that we are all experiencing. They didn't know.
Let me augment that. The character in the game was unaware that they were being molested, but the players were aware because the GM is describing it. It's part of the ludonarrative dissidence that exists within.
The other players were aware,
Okay.
but that particular player character was not aware.
Which hits on a like an even deeper level for some.
It's all
The-
fucked.
And the big thing, the nuance about this is, in most play groups, the GMs and the players know each other well enough to know that there are going to be some subjects that people just aren't comfortable exploring, and that's fine. A GM and
Okay,
Where-
really quick.
Where,
really quick.
Can I interject?
Whoa.
I've
said
been holding
something.
on to this for a long time.
Wait,
I
no,
know.
no, say it.
Hold-
I'll remember.
Hold on just a
Okay.
second. Just a second. Interesting perspective. The idea that the player is unaware of what the GM is doing. And they throw down this rape scene. Go.
Well, just that you said like that the player or the crew or whatever it's called, they all knew this was happening. The character didn't, so everyone was an active participant essentially.
Everyone,
in the
everyone, except for this one character.
character. So that adds an extra level of like, I don't want to use any like buzzwords.
No, use buzzwords.
Oh,
when you
please, like triggered, incel, whatever you
all
want.
the time.
Just it adds some.
We're not on
guilt
Twitch. I
to
can
it,
use
too.
incel all day long. It's fine.
I think that you and Ken are on the same page.
Yeah, maybe.
Well,
Happy party, go. Go.
No, go ahead, Ken.
What I'm saying is that if anybody is going to be punished, it's the company, because they didn't set up the infrastructure, that's where I'm at.
Yeah, that the Far Verona company.
It's not the arbiter. That guy was a scapegoat.
I can understand that.
And
Well,
that's where I'm at when it comes to
All right.
To finish up the point
Yeah.
I had. Because this is a nuanced discussion, and it has to be one due to the sensitive nature of any dark topics. As I was saying, if you're with your friends group, you generally know each other's boundaries, and you know not to cross them because you respect each other. And Garm points out, exactly. Garm points out that there are plenty of options that can come before fuck you, you're fired. You can try to go, hey, I'm not comfortable with this. Can we do something else? Can we just skip this scene? You can actually say that instead of, as an adult, be like, yo, GM, I'm not feeling this. You know,
Like,
you can
characters
ask.
didn't know. They didn't know. They were embarrassed afterwards.
Well,
That's the answer.
I understand that, but I'm saying that the player did know. She could hear it.
Yeah, but she didn't. I don't think she caught it. I don't think she caught what was happening. I think she, like when the male robot was raped. I think the male robot thought they were getting serviced in a non-sexual way.
Well, yes, but the player. I'm talking about the player reaction.
I don't think
here.
the player knew. The player
No, she
was
did.
told.
She absolutely
Oh,
did.
did she?
Yeah,
like,
I
she
watched the
saw
clip
it?
just now. She
Oh,
absolutely
you did
knew.
watch it. Okay, I didn't know.
So,
It's been a while.
we
This
get
is
into a
an
lot.
old.
We get into a whole ball of wax.
Yeah.
Right?
But ultimately, what I'm saying is that the options at the table for players and the GMs, discussion should be first and foremost. You should be able to communicate with each other like adults to go, hey, I'm not comfortable with this subject matter we just started touching on. Can we not do this, please? Be
But
very.
you can't do that in real time. You can't do that when it's happening.
You absolutely can.
You can.
Can you? Like
Yes.
when you feel it, like when it first happens, it's like, hold on 1 second.
Well, okay, let's
They have to
discuss.
speak up.
Ken, why can't you go?
But, well, I mean, that character didn't.
And you're live. Are we talking live stream or are we talking just in game?
Any.
No, I'm talking certainly the character could in context do something.
No,
that character did not. And it was because of the trauma
told,
it is because the trauma they experienced and they were not expecting it. And it was something that was near and dear to their heart that traumatized them. I know that I experienced this because I too get triggered by different things on a fairly regular basis that I'm not proud of, that I'm embarrassed about, that when I hear certain voices or certain commentary about some things or experiencing a scenario, absolutely get triggered. But is that scenario a thing that did they have opportunity? Were they a victim? Was that like, how do you arbitrate like if the arbiter has gone rogue, if he is indeed the villain
rogue, how dare you?
But
that absolutely should be canceled.
The point, I'm not saying anyone should be canceled. What I'm saying is, I'm not talking about the character anymore. We're talking about the player behind the character.
Right.
When the situation becomes uncomfortable to the point of actual distress to a player, they should approach the GM. Hey, I'm not feeling this situation. It is not comfortable for me. I am not feeling good. Can I step away from the table and come back? Can we fast forward the scene? Can we do something so that I'm not interacting with it because it is not making gameplay fun for me? It is making gameplay distressful.
Live streamer
Wait.
or a non-paid live streamer.
I have something to say. So, in retrospect, or for all of us to sit here and look back, it's like easy to say, yes, this is what you should do. However, if you are, say, a victim of said thing or something similar, you have a freeze response, and that can go back to like a whole. Like,
in some cases.
In a lot of cases.
Oh,
and that's why
absolutely.
I see tons of situations like this where they're like, well, this happened to me and I felt like I couldn't say something. Like, they are victims and they don't speak up, and then later on they're like, oh, I didn't like how this made me feel, and everyone's like, well, you should have said so. Well, but it's so much more complicated than that.
Well, even if they have hold on,
I'm gonna get to everybody. I'm gonna get to
that was all I had
I'm
to
gonna
say
get
on
to
that
everybody.
one.
I'm gonna get to you. I'm gonna get to you.
I'm playing devil's advocate.
I'm gonna get to you too.
I'm just
I'm
saying.
not. I'm not playing. I'm playing. Like,
hey, motherfucker! Oh my god! I'm gonna talk louder than you.
Go. Don't
finish your thoughts. Finish your thoughts.
So,
wait. Hold on, Xanatrix.
No, that was it. That was all I had to say on that.
Okay. So Xanatrix.
If they do have that freeze response, and yes, I understand that does occur, they can still, after the fact, go to the GM and be like, yo, this happened. I froze up at the time. I wasn't really comfortable with that. Can we never do something like that again for me? There should still be that ability to have back and forth with the GM, no matter what. Communication is key.
Now their abuser.
All right, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
But
to both of you.
But what was stated? No, literally, what was stated was you did something that violated me. that was a violation, and I am angry at it because I have
Ugh.
a world of shit in that I've experienced. This hurts me on a level of pain, and I cannot get past that because to me it was wrong.
Xanatrix, I'm gonna let you post this while I go use the bathroom.
Another.
Hit
Oh my
it.
god!
Okay,
Take
so
another headphone. Here.
ultimately, I understand the nuances that you're all bringing to the table here. But remember that the biggest part about the collaborative effort that is TTRPG is communication.
We said it.
And so while all of these are valid to bring up, ultimately the discussion should be between the player affected and the GM. There should be
And it didn't.
discussion.
It didn't happen.
Well, that didn't happen from for multiple reasons, because everybody's pointing fingers at each other when it comes to Far Verona, because all of them are.
Is that still a valid? Like, I don't know. Do they still get views? I mean, does anybody
I don't
actually?
know.
Pay
I'm pretty sure Far Verona was put on permanent hiatus.
No, I
after
mean
Adam.
the what is the so that YouTube channel is gone. It's like
I don't know if the YouTube channel is gone, but the show itself is on indefinite hiatus.
Yeah. Okay. So the show ended because of this scenario that they did not account for.
Yes. In fact, the last video on there is
it's like 4 years
video
ago.
games. It's video game videos is what they have on there now.
Yeah. How long ago was that?
Far Verona was 3 years ago, 2020.
Yeah, 3 years ago. So 3 years ago, this thing ended the scenario. What do you think about exploiting that?
Exploiting which?
Exploiting this idea that you can have a culture of rage that makes you go viral. I mean, I know it did the opposite to them.
But exploiting dark themes to try and get rage clicks is what you're asking?
Yeah. Rage clicks.
I think that it's let's see, let me see the best way to phrase this.
Because that is clearly what a lot of content that is done, and that's what is happening.
I think it's short-lived.
Yeah.
I think anytime you farm rage clicks, it's a spike for a couple days, and that's really it. I think it's not effective for long-term growth. And I think it doesn't build a good community, because you're just building a community of people who hate you or hate your actions.
Because clearly that channel is gone. That is
as Mildred says, junk food. It's like junk food. It's good to have a little bit every once in a while, but eating it all the time just makes you unhealthy, sick, and feel bad about yourself.
Reasons why I don't eat at McDonald's for the last 20 years.
Yeah, exactly. The big thing is that TTRPGs are ultimately a more adult medium gaming wise, because of the necessary faculty for creation and imagination. Yes, children and adolescents have creation and imagination in spades, but it's often unfiltered. It does take a little more of a structured and frankly responsible mindset to play TTRPGs.
I think it takes a responsible mindset to put any content out in the world.
Absolutely. And so I know that when Monk and I have discussed this, and when he had a musing about this exact issue a few years back, the X card issue and the idea that you can't have dark themes in games, the ultimate conclusion we come to is, table by table, what's acceptable is going to be different. Some tables are going to want more lighthearted stuff. Some tables are going to be better with heavier stuff. And it's all going to be based on how you read the table. A good GM knows how to read a table of strangers enough to know what not to approach and what's generally acceptable. And a GM with his friends or her friends is going to know a lot more, because they're all friends. They know each other's boundaries a lot better. And so there's going to be that the biggest skill I see among any GM outside of the creative portion is the adaptability. You want to be adaptable, flexible, malleable as a GM, because that allows you to best help create and referee this collaborative effort. And it gives you the most fun. And so that's what you want. You want the most fun for everybody. That ultimately, these are games. Games are meant for fun. And so
I do apologize. I feel like this is something that I've thought about for a long time, and it's just like, here's a bomb drop that we
It's
get to
all
talk
good.
about.
Oh, I've talked about heavier issues elsewhere. We
Oh,
don't
good.
we don't generally
I'm
talk
glad.
yeah. We don't generally talk about politics or stuff on the monastery anymore, because it was turning into saying the same things over and over again
Yeah.
and not really being positive about it.
So my girlfriend says basically we agree it's kind of like a circle jerk, or disagree and it's not gonna happen. So
Yeah.
it's like to me, like what we do here in the TTRPG land affects the narrative for society, and that's kind of fucked up and like a little weird way in my own head, but I have been in that culture of creating content to manipulate thoughts. So
Yeah.
basically, I'm gonna say thought fucking. Well, let me
Mind fucking.
Thought fucking.
Yeah.
thought fucking.
That's the
But,
first thing I heard when I put my headphone back in. Thought fucking.
But
All right.
but the or yes, Mildred puts it best. To quote a friend of ours, "You make elf games." These are games of
What?
You make elf games. When people try to wax too serious about their game, about how it has this a serious effect on the social climate, has such a narrative about our political structure. Our friend just goes, "You make elf games. You are making games about fantasy. You make elf games. It's not that serious. It's never that serious, bro." Is basically what that boils down to. But
I'm just rolling in. I have so much to say, which likely means I have nothing to say. What are you saying?
No, I have a lot to say too. I'm just withholding so
Don't
many
withhold.
opinions.
You're the only XX chromosome. Do it.
XX bro? What does that mean?
It means you're a woman. Go.
I am a woman.
You actually have a different perspective. Please say something.
Allie's not gonna join us, or Allie
I'm
is
not gonna join.
join us
She
on this
should.
one.
She should. Or they should. Whatever.
She should. She's smarter than me. She like knows more about the human body than I
she
could
should be.
ever. Yeah.
Do
I
it.
She's
don't know. Like you just kind of hit the nail
science
on the head
majors.
there. This is supposed to be for fun. I do think intent is a big thing. Like if the point is to, kind of shake up the story or whatever, something kind of silly, like the way people perceive your intention, you can't really control. I could say carrots suck and someone could be really pissed off. This is not the same thing. It's an unfair comparison.
No,
Wait.
But
Go.
I like watching movies that are extremely fucked up. Like my tolerance for things is extremely high. So if I were to, if
we
someone were
have
to do
such
that to me-
sights to show you.
Yeah,
I love Hellraiser.
not
Hellraiser.
tentacle
That's
porn.
nice. Like if someone, if that were to have happened to my character, I would not be upset. I'd be like,
Oh,
So
we need to have her character in a game.
A little history about me. Like the first viral video that I ever made, it was on a platform called iFilm, and it was called the fuck song, and it
was
went
waiting for
viral.
something. The fuck zone.
No, the fuck song. It was called
Oh, the
like
fuck
Everybody
song.
Wants to Fuck. But it wasn't about fucking. It was about getting fucked, not sexually, but getting fucked up.
Yeah.
and finding a different place to be. And so like I feel like RPGs are about finding a different place to be. And so we gravitate towards these things because we want to be somewhere else and we want to interact with it, because it's one thing to watch a movie, and I love watching movies. I like the D&D movie. I enjoyed that. That was fun to watch the things that happened in that. And it's also fun to watch all the movies that come out, but like I want to affect that stuff. And that is, the fuck song is also about, it's about stepping in, and it's about creating distortion. And it's little guy like saying, hey, we're here, we're gonna think differently than the way that money thinks.
Well, now I have to watch it.
I don't even know if you can find it.
Well, can you send it to me? You created it. You know his email address.
Well, like hard drives.
Hard drives.
Post
hard
your
drives
shit,
are
man.
fast.
What the fuck?
I don't
Okay.
even know if it's on YouTube.
So
I know that if it is, I have
here's
higher
a contentious statement. Escapism is for pussies.
That is a contentious statement, and I'm going to tell you right now, fuck you.
Agreed.
That's my contentious statement back.
You know what?
I'm with you, Xanatrix.
Grow a fucking ball sack. Like,
I got a 10-ton ball sack of tungsten, motherfucker. You want to see it?
All right. You know what? I do. Because if you're fucking escaping into this bullshit,
that is what this is. That's what you guys are doing.
That's
when
pretty
you're
good.
Gaming.
Why the fuck are people escaping? Escaping their lives?
They're not escaping. They're seeking something else.
Escapism doesn't imply you're running away from something.
Right.
It implies that you're...
Hold on a second. 10-ton ball sack.
10-ton ball sack of tungsten, dude.
I thought he said like a city or something. I was like, oh, where is that?
No, 10-ton ball sack of tungsten is what it was.
Alabama. That's
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Thank you.
It's pretty good.
I have some zingers. I have some zingers, but the escapism is the act of temporarily pulling away from the dredge of real life to enjoy something outside of it and become refreshed and come back.
Right.
Or not even
it's a way.
Just escaping
refreshed.
Life. Responsibilities.
Refreshed. A holiday.
But
it can be considered a holiday. When you go into escapist fantasy, it's a way for you to reduce your stress and refresh yourself. It's healthy to do so. It's not healthy for it to be excessive.
Agreed. Why are stories? So stories are human. Mm-hmm. I'm reducing humans down to one.
Mm-hmm. I know where you're going with this again. This asshole thinks he can reduce any single individual person to one word.
Mort.
Lord.
He thinks he can. I know Bill's wrong, but he thinks he can, and I'll let him continue to think that.
Story is important to our species.
Imagination is important to our species. Yes.
Yeah.
It has to do with social interaction, though.
Yep. Exactly.
Creativity helps fuel social interaction, which is why stories and imagination are so important.
But your creativity, I got a problem with it.
Mine?
Yeah.
Why?
Why?
Throw down.
I got a problem with Ken's. Yours, I got a fucking problem with yours. I got a problem with you motherfuckers. So we need rules.
Rules
that we agree on.
Socialism.
Socialism. Not the foundation.
Socialism.
No, it's not fucking socialism. It's a goddamn system of mechanics.
He's what he's talking about is gamifying imagination, which is basically what RPGs are.
Hold.
Oh, please.
Hold.
Okay.
Hold.
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 Sorry. Go on again. Please
What I said was what you're doing is you're talking about gamifying imagination.
You are correct.
Because that's okay, fine. This lets me lead into something I wanted to quote all the way at the beginning of this. The definition of role-playing games as per Mildred and I's Final Fantasy Legend Project game. A role-playing game is a form of group storytelling with rules that dictate the mechanics of player success and failure. These rules enhance the experience in two ways. First, they make the story more compelling by providing concrete gauges of the situation. Second, they provide the player with a series of interesting strategic choices, turning the experience into a game. I've been wanting to bring that one up for 4 hours.
Yeah, fair.
I feel like just to prove my point, like we need a set of guidelines that kind of like we all agree to, that maybe takes away from freedom, that gives us this.
He's just trying to win.
You see,
He's just trying to win.
Here's the thing, Ken. You just proved it's an act of freedom and not an act of safety.
Xanatrix,
A set of guidelines that we all agree to.
Xanatrix,
but the guidelines are security. Like if
the
we
guidelines
agree
are
to
limitations.
Yeah, but it's security.
And
I've lost all control.
We have optionally chosen to accept those limitations. It is freedom of choice at its finest.
Xanatrix, will you read Garm's message?
I shall. For me, TTRPGs are not even about stress. I can't pilot a giant stompy robot or have telekinetic and telepathic powers while wielding a laser sword or fight a dragon in real life. But in a game, I can.
Thoughts?
I mean, that's as valid a motive to play a TTRPG as anything else.
I can't get crabs from a hooker with my current girlfriend.
Okay, we are at 10:30 Pacific, which means it's
12:30.
12:30 your guys' time. All right.
Yeah,
So we have a maximum of 31 minutes. Okay.
We're not going to do a 5-hour podcast.
We did a 6-hour podcast already. What are you talking about?
We already talked about it. Ken and I were like, wait, we can't do this. Ken, it's going to be fucking.
This was supposed to be 2 hours.
States, don't look at me. It's these guys who keep going on and on and on and on.
I show up. He's like, by the way, it's still going.
I know.
I'm like, he's like, sit in the chair. I didn't even know what was going on. I sit down in the chair, couldn't hear. Now I'm in this fucking podcast.
It's good shit.
10 hours later. This is awesome.
No, just a second. You like him, but you were blindsided by an idea that you weren't expecting.
Hey, okay. We'll get to the fucking heady shit.
Okay. I'm here.
Coming back.
Throw me
Coming
in.
back.
Because to me, like,
because
to me, privacy is very important. Like, I'm on the internet. My image, like, I expect it to be in a certain way. I set this camera up. I set this microphone up. I set this reality up.
It's all life staging anyway.
I staged this shit. You staged this. We all staged this shit together. Like, that was what we did. We created this monster of like anti-establishment dysenterianism, like in one.
Flossie Nazi from the Hillopilification. Why are we talking about long words again?
All right. All right, y'all. Hold.
Super calibragic.
Pneumono ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis.
I have a question for the chat. The chat, which has stuck It's stuck with us. It's stuck.
All right.
All right. Let's go.
All right. Chat.
All right,
Who
let me
has
go now.
had the best Scottish accent the whole
Not
time?
me.
All right now, you can't even do this. All my
I mean, do I
friends
get
are
a
here,
vote?
and they're going to talk against me, and I still got the best one.
Yeah.
What's my name? Eddie.
Listen, you.
Erin.
Just because you just
Eddie.
pulled it out of nowhere. You know how to pronounce
City.
Glenfiddich.
I know how to pronounce Glenfiddich. I know how to pronounce Inverness. I know how to pronounce Glasgow. You want me to keep going now, bugger?
I know how to pronounce Celtic.
You know how to pronounce nothing. It's Celtic. It's a hard C. We ain't
Just
know
made
how
of
because
to
you're
pronounce-
fucking
softies.
yellow bunch, just because you're from the
I know how to
Highlands, doesn't mean nothing.
I know how to pronounce for sales.
Hey.
For sales. How about
Hey. Oi.
net?
We don't care about your French pansy foppishness here right now.
Ken, and it's not even close, says Garm. I'm just saying. That's what Garm says. All right.
I told you my friends are going to talk against me. I told you. But did you listen? No. You can't listen to them.
All right.
They're all biased
Chat,
against me.
Chat, we're gonna have a poll at the end.
It's
In about 20 minutes.
We're
We're gonna have a poll of the best Scottish accent. Clearly, we know who it is. It's Baz. All right.
Watch,
So-
I'm gonna
so-
bust out the gates with the best Scottish
God,
accent you've ever
I do
heard.
have to say that I have to keep my voice down because I want my grandmother
up,
to be
bring her out.
sleeping.
Bring her
No.
out here. It's only 12
not gonna
o'clock.
happen.
It's after 10 p.m. where I'm
Bring
at.
her.
I could get
Get a
a
little
noise
bottle.
violation, and I didn't care.
I have to be up in like just a couple of hours.
What do you
to,
have to
like,
do
make
in a
sure
couple
that-
hours?
I
We got
have
the 2 hours.
tomorrow off.
Tomorrow's Saturday. Wait,
Tomorrow-
What is
no,
tomorrow?
What is tomorrow?
I'm in
Tomorrow's
Europe.
Friday.
When,
Friday.
when you
Friday the
when you
29th.
take care of someone else, you don't get a day off. You
Listen,
work
listen,
every day.
Ken.
Do you take
Listen,
care of
first
people?
of all, we appreciate you. Second, your bullshit is not going to influence this poll, okay?
Wake up at 3
We
o'clock.
don't care if you're
Work
taking care of
every
like
day.
10 cancer survivors. Your Scottish
it's not.
accent is what determines this fucking
What-
poll.
what-
So,
what
so
were we saying?
this is my Scottish
It's
accent.
Scottish.
I am
Oh, it's
a
Scottish.
I am a privileged motherfucker. So like fuck y'all.
He's got
Go
the
fuck
zoom in.
yourself.
You've only had one. You've had one Evan Williams.
You don't know
That's
that.
not
He's
true.
been pouring
One-
off the
one
camera.
bottle
Have
of it.
Ken,
Like,
have you
what
seen
beer-
his
what
bottle?
beer are you on?
measure
No,
it
no.
up. All right, Xanatrix, you did it before. Measure up. Where
You're
are we
at the
at?
same place. You're both at the same place. Again.
Where were you before?
Oh shit!
They were both halfway up the bottle.
Holy shit, Ken!
He's been pouring off.
Digital
the
high
camera.
five. All right,
Double. Get
Y'all,
All right.
y'all are too drunk
one
for
more
your
hand,
own
Ken.
good.
all right. Listen, Kentucky folk have to keep it real. All right.
Fuck you.
Are you?
Listen,
are y'all
listen.
I don't
Kentucky
keep it
people?
Listen,
real. Fuck
Xanatrix,
you.
I'm sorry that you've decided to move to fucking Texas.
Texas is
where are
better.
you in
Fuck you.
Texas? I have friends in Dallas. I
I'm
have
sorry.
friends
What did you? Hold
in
on.
Dallas.
What did you just say?
I said Texas is
No.
better. Fuck you.
No,
Texas is better than what?
Have
Kentucky.
you ever driven across the 40?
Fair
Texas
enough.
fucks itself in like all the different fucksing directions because fucksing Texas can go and go. and
Listen,
go
listen.
and
Through Texas.
that sucks, and it's like 2 lanes, and it's all potholes.
Listen, Texas is better is an idea.
I like Austin.
Austin's okay.
Austin?
Present
I
day
like Austin.
Austin or like 10 years ago Austin?
I mean, I like Austin
being
at South by
said.
Southwest when I go there, and I'm getting paid to do interviews.
Present day
with-
Austin is better than you think it is because all of the people who keep moving in from California get dirty stares and peoples with their hands on their guns staring at them.
Well,
Shock value.
that may be true,
Hey,
but
hey,
if you don't
come back
stay
to
in
California.
Texas and you go back to Kentucky, where you have your guns, you're fine.
I mean, I have my guns here.
Okay, what kind
I
of
know.
guns do you have,
Me too.
I
Xanatrix?
I have.
Yeah. What's your favorite
I have
gun?
guns. That's what I have. I'd rather
No,
not
go
say
on.
what. No, I'd rather not
Talk
say what
about your
guns I
fucking
have.
guns.
No,
Oh.
you can't make me.
Are you a big old
No.
pussy? You won't want to talk.
I won't talk about my guns because I don't want my government knowing what guns I have. I bought all of them in personal purchases, so none of them are tracked.
Yeah,
I'm just
the
trying to fuck
barcodes
with
are
you.
buffed off.
I know you're just trying to fuck with me.
You are right.
Are we
You are
back
right.
in 1930 or
So
whatever?
in Texas, you made the choice to move to Texas.
Yes, for my job.
East Texas.
Yeah, definitely.
Nobody- no
no
he's
one
not
lives in West Texas.
No, nobody's in West Texas
Yeah.
except for
you're
my
in
friends.
Houston, and everybody knows it. Everybody knows that you're in Houston.
I'm in Houston.
My
what?
buddies that I introduced Bill to, they're from West Texas. So like,
Mhm.
come on.
Wait,
Like
there is
West-
a West Texas.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, they're from
people say
West
East or
Texas.
West Texas.
Yes.
It's like-
West Texas is sparse, but it's
Yeah,
also full
no.
of very rustic people.
But my buddies are from West Texas.
Hmm.
My buddies are.
And
from
like, I introduced Bill, and he's like, I can't hang out with them because
Do they live in Los Angeles, Ken?
Oh yeah,
Yeah. Well, they destroyed their Texas. Listen,
yeah.
their
no.
ancestors are weeping.
Okay, is that your entry for the poll?
Yeah, that's my entry to
That
the
was
football.
his contest entry.
Listen, those motherfuckers are fucking pussies. All right.
I
Listen,
buddy that
I'm not
that
trying to be
does
like mean, but for real, fucking pussies.
no,
Because those
nobody in
bitch ass
Texas-
motherfuckers are like, you said, go fuck
It's like,
yourself.
go to Alaska and call
Did you
somebody.
offend
Yeah, they go to
somebody.
Alaska. Go what?
No, I'm saying go to Alaska and call somebody a name and see how long that lasts.
Motherfucker, I've been to Alaska. All right.
Have you?
Yeah, I have. And I will tell
And did-
any motherfucker
did you-
in the goddamn United States they can go fuck themselves, and they can go fuck themselves. Any motherfucker can go come to me and be like, "Hey, what's up?" You can go fuck yourself. Now,
I'll
maybe
mess
not
with
Texas.
people in Texas,
Maybe not Texas.
but I won't mess
Why
with
have you been
people in
to
Alaska.
Why have I been to Alaska?
Who goes to
Fucking Alaska. What?
Random.
What?
Alaska's cool. I mean, it's like
Bitch ass
Canada.
motherfuckers.
Ken,
Come
have
at
you
me,
been to
motherfucker.
Alaska? Xanatrix, have you been to Alaska?
I have not.
Me either. Who goes? Why? Where
Listen,
did you go?
pussy ass motherfuckers.
No, it's pretty. Like it's literally pretty.
I've
and
been-
like
Cruise?
I haven't been to
I would
Alaska.
love these I'm not letting you go. I would
Like,
love these
don't-
motherfuckers to come to me and say, "Hey, what's up? I'm offended by you being like, hey, do you want to get some coffee and talk about film?" They can go fuck themselves. All right? Bitch ass motherfuckers.
I've been to 32
Los
of the
Angeles
contiguous
bitch ass
US states,
motherfucker. I
though.
love you to death.
Stop. First of all,
Motherfuckers.
I'm
38.
insulted.
32. I said 32 of the contiguous.
Yeah, I'm 32.
Okay,
no,
I'm not going to
saying
try Atlanta.
I have been to 32 states of the contiguous US states.
Akira Coop says try Atlanta. Look,
I've been
Akira.
to
I'm not
Ohio.
going back to Atlanta. Fuck off, Coops.
I love Atlanta.
Yeah,
I
no,
like
Ohio.
Atlanta.
Can go
Atlanta's
by
fine.
itself.
Listen, I don't love
Atlanta's
Atlanta.
awesome.
I don't love
Atlanta.
Atlanta. Atlanta's
do.
some
No.
bullshit.
I like Ohio, Atlanta.
You like Ohio?
Yeah,
Why the fuck do
Ohio's
you like
fine.
Ohio?
You
I like-
like
I like
Ohio?
Columbus has got a
Alright,
scene.
listen.
I like Ohio.
Atlanta.
Cool.
Oh,
Atlanta's
Ohio's
hard
like,
as fuck.
Oh,
I'm gonna
Ohio's like,
give.
They have a good
Ohio's
vegan
like
burger
the state
place.
that most resembles Canada. that like Canada, Ohio, they're
y'all,
like the
y'all
same.
motherfuckers
Canada?
are pussies. Y'all motherfuckers are pussies until you've spent a winter in northern Minnesota. Eat
Yeah,
shit.
no.
I've
no,
never
I'm not
seen
gonna
the
do
actual
that.
Fair.
snow.
Eat
Fair.
I've never seen it
shit.
snowing.
Fair.
But
wouldn't
northern
survive it.
Minnesota at this
Fair
point
enough.
is like Kentucky in like the early '80s. It's not like a big deal.
I spent
Atlanta?
2 years in northern Minnesota, so
Why?
because I have family there and it was a beautiful place to be.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah, no, it
Plus, I
seems
love
like
snow.
Wyoming is
I
really
know I
nice
said it
too.
like a lot.
Akira Coops says try Atlanta. Listen, Akira Coops. I'm gonna talk
No.
to
I
you
agree with
directly.
Akira.
I'm gonna talk to you directly. I'm gonna talk to you directly. All right.
Live and
Atlanta
direct.
people.
They're cool.
Atlanta people
They're
are.
awesome.
Listen, I'm gonna talk for real. Atlanta people are hard as fuck. All right, I'm not gonna diss some Atlanta people. However,
The city sucks.
They got theirs. I'm gonna leave them be.
y'all know what's up.
I'm
Y'all
gonna
know.
leave them be.
Listen, you gonna try to say Atlanta's cool?
They have
Come
a cool
on.
art scene.
Come on, they do. They
in
do.
Atlanta. That's
They
where
do.
They
everyone's
do all
moving.
the Marvel movies.
They do, but come on.
All the
Ladies,
news companies too.
come
are
on.
moving there. Not saying that that's a good thing.
You know what's up. You hard as fuck. But come on. Now those Florida people.
No, I'm not.
Ooh.
Like
don't
Florida's.
Monk, I ain't
Florida-
talking shit about Minnesota. You know that. I lived there 2
Look,
years.
Minnesota.
Talk shit about
Oh my
Minnesota.
God. Look,
My sister lived in Minnesota.
Minnesota's rough to live in. I will give you that. So was Canada. Fucking move, motherfuckers.
I would love to live in Vancouver. If I could afford it, I would be in Vancouver right now. Like seriously.
No, North Carolina. I'm sorry, North Dakota.
Vancouver seems like
Minnesota
it's a neat
sucks dick.
No, it doesn't.
Motherfucker,
Canada.
you're gonna get curb stomped.
Sucks. Really?
Have you been to
Bring the
Minnesota?
shit fucking
He
Minnesota.
said
No,
What-
dude,
what-
legit.
what am
You
I
realize, you realize that both Mildra and myself are 6'6" tall,
6
and
foot
we're
6
built like-
inches.
and
I
we're
didn't
built,
know that. I
and
didn't
we're
know that.
and we're built like fucking
know.
linebackers.
However,
6'6".
Xanatrix, you in fucking Texas, you went down from Minnesota. You know Minnesota sucks dick.
No, I moved away from Minnesota because I didn't have a reason to live there anymore.
Because
that.
it
Because I
sucks.
go where the job is.
Yeah, you go where
Dick.
the money is.
I mean, look, 6'6". Everyone that moves to Tennessee, excuse
Yeah,
me,
Tennessee,
Tennessee, Texas, you're all the fucking same.
Eat
No, it's
You
not
ain't
shit.
Kentucky. You
Eat
Tennessee
shit.
and Texas are different. Like, I
Tennessee and
have to
Texas
say-
are hella different.
you ain't Kentucky.
and
What the fuck's wrong with you, my
Why,
friend?
why would I
and
want
hella
to be?
somebody's-
Why would I want to be
Somebody's from
Kentucky?
hella NorCal right there.
I'm saying, I can't hear. What did you say?
Look, let me show my Kentucky bitch ass motherfucker. Here you are in Texas from Minnesota. What? I love you. I love you. 6'6", come at me, bruh.
6.
I'll put
Look,
you in the
you-
dirt. Don't worry.
Actually, you probably will.
Both up and just
Listen,
one tiny bite.
Kentucky folk know what's up. Listen, Xanatrix, Mildred, you come at us. Me and Ken, first of all, Ken's like 6'8". He's like
Right.
all
Is he?
kind
Are
of.
you?
He's huge. Second, we don't
You're
fight.
all 6'6",
We don't
everyone.
fight fair, motherfucker. We're from the hills. We fight like 20 and 30
Like
against
5
one.
feet. You know what a 6'6"
Motherfucker.
looks like.
I got enough guns for y'all. Don't worry.
Dude, are you for real going against Appalachia? You Texas bitch ass motherfuckers. Really?
Motherfucker, I've been through Appalachia. I told you I've been to 32
You
different
haven't
states.
been through.
Oh,
Dude.
the sass came out there.
You haven't been through.
He's
Look
been
at us
through.
white motherfuckers looking, talking like we're.
I've been
Motherfucker.
I have one of my things is like machine guns. Are you a fan of Ministry?
Yeah.
None of us are gonna do shit.
The
I mean,
revolting.
I don't have a car, but I could fly out and beat the shit out of you if you want.
You don't have
Yeah,
a
you
car.
could. Yeah, you could. Listen,
That's
I
it.
have no doubt whatsoever.
Also, Mildred,
Uh-uh.
Mildred just said, "Bold of you to call me white."
It's true.
Oh, nice.
It's true.
It's,
Well, remember,
Wait, are you not white? What are you? What are
Mildred?
you?
Mildred?
Yeah, I have no
Mil-
idea what Mildred is.
Okay, there's a reason that I make jokes about him being black enough to say certain things.
Uh oh. Hey, Mildred. Hey, oh my God, am I gonna do this?
yeah. Tim,
Don't-
wait a
don't-
second. Before you do that, I am Cuban, so I like I do. I'm Latino.
Very bold.
okay,
Mildred.
So, like, come on.
Mildred's gonna come and kick my ass.
No, you're not worth it.
The reason is everybody is gonna kick your ass. Like I'm not
That's true.
gonna kick your ass because like I
Look,
got this.
Mildred,
muscle.
Mildred, if you
ass.
from Minnesota, man, I don't care if you black or white. You a bitch ass motherfucker.
You
I
just
love you,
had this
Mildred.
man
I
on
love you.
last
I love
week.
you, Mildred. I love you.
Down in dice rolls, baby.
I'm from fucking Kentucky. Come on.
You just want to pick a fight to pick a fight, motherfucker.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right. Are you both 6'6"? What the fuck?
Yes, we're both the same
Why'd they
height.
grow you so tall? What the fuck?
Because
It-
tall
it's
is good.
Freudian slip. He said, "So "Why the fuck are you guys so hot?"
Oh
Who's so
wow.
hot?
Who's so hot? Us?
Us? What?
Who's that?
No, I was talking about Mildred.
I'm like 5'9".
Oh, like
For
human.
real? Like, so one of my best. Wait, speak up. I can't hear you from down here.
Tall is hot. Hot of tall.
Wait, let's switch. Hold on.
My joke was always, how's the weather down there?
Yeah.
All right. Listen, Mildred, you know I respect the shit out of you. And Xanatrix, you know I respect the shit out of you.
I know. You're just
However,
picking
your
fights to
Texas
picking
ass-
fights.
Look, dude. Look,
Texas.
I love
Come-
Texas. No, he's not from Texas.
He's just living there.
I've come
Look,
to
I got
pick a
respect.
fight.
I got respect for Texas people because my buddy Trey is from Texas. And look, I played a Vampire the Masquerade game with this motherfucker. I roll in. He's like, oh, yeah, you can stay at my house. Roll it. Motherfucker's huge. I'm
Yeah.
5'8". I'm like, Trey, what? He's huge. Minnesota, I got to give you shit.
D&D people are big. Like, they're big.
gotta give you
They
shit.
will fuck with you. Like, they go beyond the book. They're into the world they create.
Listen,
So
Ken, you're enormous. You can say this shit. Fuck
Are
you.
tall? Tall? How tall
I'm
are you?
not
Ken is
enormous.
like 6'6", dude. He's enormous. Look, I'm gonna tell you what's up. Minnesota, guys, you got some harsh winter. I will give you that. You got a big old mall. However,
I
coming
miss
to
winter.
Kentucky, dude,
Yeah,
are
we
you
got tornadoes.
kidding? Are you fucking kidding?
We got tornadoes.
Kentucky's full
Guys.
of crackheads. What are you talking about?
You're right.
A lot of crack.
You're right. You're gonna
lot
like
of
beat us. We're like fucking zombies. We're gonna come at you.
zombies,
Re-
like opium.
For real. You come to Kentucky, you're gonna feel. I don't know what fucking.
But
I'll just
we
go get a
also
police
have
cruiser while I'm at it. That's all.
You will probably not do that.
If we're gonna treat this like
haven't
a zombie
been to any
a zombie film, I'll go grab a police cruiser, get the shotgun, we going.
Mm,
Okay. Can we agree that Canada's some bullshit?
no.
I can agree that Canada's some bullshit because it's being run by Fidel Castro Jr.
Okay.
Oh,
Canada's some bullshit. We can all agree. Mildred, can we agree that Canada's some bullshit? Can we agree that California's some bullshit?
Oh, I can definitely agree. California's some bullshit.
All right, we
The
can all
dude is
agree
like
on that.
Newsom,
Okay,
like
okay.
on normal.
Y'all don't talk about California.
I will
Okay.
talk all the shit about California I want.
talk
I have
about
family that still
Minnesota.
lives there.
Or
love
Tennessee, or wherever
California.
the fuck y'all
My
are
family
from.
lives there too.
Oh, or Tennessee.
I'm Texas. Fuck.
Texas, Tennessee.
Tennessee,
you said
Texas.
They are not the
Yeah.
same fucking thing.
Yeah,
Basically
they
the
are.
same
Because,
thing.
like, if
No,
you live
they
in
aren't.
Colorado, no, seriously, if you live in
California, and then
Colorado or
there's everything
Texas,
else.
you move to California. I mean, because
move to
they're so great, you're like, oh, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna move to California because
Him?
Texas and Colorado are
Eh.
great.
Listen,
I was
Like,
born
seriously,
in California.
Aaron,
Aaron?
how many people do you know from Texas or California? Like, is it 10? Is it 15?
Did you say Aaron?
Yeah.
Are you talking to me? How do I?
Yeah,
how
I'm
many
talking to you.
people do I know from Texas? I know 2 people.
Or California.
From, how many
You know
people
some
from
people though.
California?
Like, you know some people. Like
I was born in California.
yeah, but you know people from Texas that are
Two.
like trying to like, you know, 2 people.
From Texas.
I know several people from Texas. that are like,
look, what I'll
"I'm-
say is this.
What was the question? Wait. What's the point of that question?
What's the point?
California is
well,
shit.
left Texas to go to California.
What I will say is
I've been
I'll
to
They
Houston
like
once.
Pacific Coast ocean waters.
I'll
Things that
I'll say this about California. All right.
you know
I'm
your
coming-
bedroom.
I'm coming from Kentucky. I'm gonna say this about the United States. All right. You come from the bread basket. Minnesota, you know how to handle cold. These are not pussies, okay? people, we can call shit, we can call the accents. They got grit. Kentucky, you got grit. Tennessee, I hate saying it. Nobody, but
Why do you keep talking about
they got
Tennessee?
grit. Texas has got grit. If you are actually from California, I'm not talking about a transplant. If you're from California, like actually from here, if you're an Angelino, for example, you got something to you. Every Angelino I've met knows what's up. It's not just because she's my girlfriend. Girlfriends, hey,
Spoiler.
people that are from Angelino, boom.
We're pretty
Transplants,
cool. It's everyone that comes here that ruins the idea of California.
transplants.
No,
That's
no.
a different
What ruins the idea of California is how they vote. Look at Gavin fucking Newsom.
Mildred
So
says,
it's-
if I can't talk shit about Cali, listen, Mildred, you can talk shit about
You
Cali.
can talk about traffic.
Then I demand you
Whoa,
to
hold
defend
on.
LA traffic.
Right now, everyone who's not from California, sorry I'm yelling,
Do it.
everybody's gone. It takes 19 minutes to get anywhere.
They're
right
not going to
now.
understand that.
19
Everyone is
minutes.
gone.
No, it
That
takes
is
more
not
than
from
that.
California. There's
Okay.
zero traffic.
Let me
Sure.
All the
give you
fucking leftovers are here.
let me give you context really quick.
On
Xanatrix.
Christmas Day,
Xanatrix.
you can go anywhere you want to go.
Today,
and that's
Xanatrix.
19
fine.
minutes to get to
Yo.
Highland
Xanatrix.
Park.
Yeah, but they're not going to understand it.
Yo,
Xanatrix,
I understand.
I got a
it.
question
I
for
lived
you.
there for like 15 years.
I
I,
got
get it.
I got a question for you.
yo.
How far is it from you to, we'll say, what's a
Finally.
place you go to often?
I
By
work from
car.
home. I don't go anywhere.
Me too.
All right, to the grocery store. Do you do the grocery store?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's like
Instacart.
three
How-
or 4 minutes away.
Okay, yeah.
How
I'm
many
not
miles?
asking minutes. I'm asking miles.
2.
2
Oh,
miles.
it's
How long
like
does it
2
take?
hours.
Hold
It's
on.
an
About
hour.
about 3 minutes.
Okay.
No, hour
2
and a half.
miles, 3 minutes. Ken, how long does that take in LA?
It's like an hour and a half.
No.
It's an hour and a half.
Angelino.
Has terrible
No,
traffic.
we're not talking about Texas.
He's in
How long?
Texas.
I know, but we're trying to get the context. 2 miles,
10 minutes.
10 minutes
No.
in LA.
No.
Yes.
How long does it take you to get
Seriously.
to Venice Beach at 5 o'clock?
Hour. It takes an hour to get anywhere.
Yeah, but they don't understand.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers,
No.
you and your fucking bullshit LA
45
bullshit.
45 minutes
You
to an hour
fucking
to go
talk.
anywhere. If you're talking about 6 miles, it could take 30 minutes. Depends on where
Yeah, it's an hour.
For real. Xanatrix.
And then,
Have
and then
you lived
like,
in Los
somebody-
Angeles before? Ken.
No, but I have
Then-
family in LA.
Okay.
What part?
It's been 19 years since I saw them, so I don't remember exactly which part.
That's fair.
So Ken and Zubidoo, as we're going to talk on.
What the fuck?
I'm not
We don't have a name. We don't have
I don't
Ryan.
know.
Ryan.
I don't.
Aaron.
I don't know.
So where
Aaron.
I am from,
Where I'm from.
if I'm like, oh yeah, shut up. If I'm like,
oh,
I got
like
10
was
minutes.
with me.
If I got 10 minutes to go, that's 10 miles,
Nope.
Yeah,
Nope.
right?
yeah, that's
Okay.
about right.
Here,
Why are you guys talking shit about traffic?
here,
It's like 2
3
hours.
miles is
Nope.
like 30 minutes.
Well, it's
Yeah.
because the freeways were not.
But
set
I don't
for
mean the
traffic
because.
for cars.
I'm trying to give context.
But it's just part of the.
People
reality.
don't know it. No, it's
Yeah.
the here reality. Elsewhere doesn't understand.
Yeah, Houston takes an hour to go anywhere.
But you're
I don't
going
live
90.
in Houston.
I don't
Houston's
know.
Where do you live?
He lives.
I am
in
not. No,
Houston.
you already tried that a few
Austin.
times. The answer's no.
to Texas.
He's playing.
one time,
He's playing
and
the
it took
long
forever to
game
get-
of like, where do you live? Where you at?
Last thoughts. we
Uh,
got 6 minutes.
Because I'm gonna turn
Babe.
into a goblin if I don't eat some food soon.
Goblin Spade.
Xanatrix, this episode is all about you. We appreciate you and your opinion on all this stuff.
What's the
Cybersecurity,
title?
we hit.
What's the title of the episode?
We'll get to that in
Literally
a
just
second.
my name.
Hey, dude, chill. I'm talking to Ken. chill the fuck out. We're gonna deal with that shit later. Xanatrix, thank you very
It's so
much.
important.
Thank
No,
you for
it's
having
not
me. This
fucking
has been
important.
fun.
Xanatrix, what the fuck is the name of the fucking episode so Ken can do 3 things at the same time? God damn it.
Okay, the name of the episode?
Yeah.
As in what is you literally have it just titled as my name. It says Xanatrix Zadare right there.
Yeah, but that's
But
not
we
the
need
real
views.
Oh, you want me to
I think
give
that's
it a
pretty
name?
cool name.
Okay, okay, you want me to give the episode a name? The Advent of Chaos. There you go.
Yeah, my title is unfuckable, but YouTube would flag that.
Yeah, it would.
Unfuckable.
What is that, a Kid Cudi song? Unfuckable?
No. You
Unfuckwittable?
want a title? You want me to make a good title? It's The Advent of Chaos.
The
There you go.
Advent of Chaos.
I
Advent
think
of
that's a
Chaos.
positive title because
It's pretty
chaos
good.
is a positive word.
Pretty good.
I am Chaos incarnate. So
But can you form that into a question? Because it seems like if we ask a question, then people will want to.
answer it.
Yeah.
I think this is gonna make them scratch their heads and go, "What the fuck's that all about?" and click it.
Yeah, what the fuck's that all about? I feel like that's the title. Good job.
Okay. I'm glad
No,
I can give you that.
So, 4 minutes.
4 minutes
What is-
indeed. I didn't expect to be on a 7-hour long podcast, but it's been fun.
It was
Neither
very-
did Mildred.
Yeah, but-
Mildred was on here for like fucking 5 hours. We were like, dude, we're done. And Mildred was like, dude, we can keep on going. Ken and I were like, dude, we're done. Oh my God.
stayed on because I showed up and I wanted to continue talking. Continue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Continue.
Last thoughts. We've been talking about all kinds of shit. Safety versus freedom. Listen, viewership, you go to
Safety
fucking
versus
hell,
freedom.
motherfuckers. You didn't stick it out this time. Go to fucking hell. Safety versus freedom. Ken is all about safety.
Safety. No, it's not
Are you?
safety. It's security.
Sure, same thing.
No, it's not.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
it's
it is, because I asked the question and I said it was both. Xanatrix is about freedom.
Yep.
Ken, you fucking played that because you were fucking doing the devil's advocate. You don't get to do shit, motherfucker. Acting like you're shit. Fuck you. So here's the question:
I'm
Which
afraid
one
of
is
the
right?
world. I'm afraid of Americans. I'm afraid I can't help it. I'm afraid I can't.
Which one's right? I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I definitively proved that the one who's most responsible for your safety is you. Thus, having the
Yeah.
freedom to seek your safety is the best outcome.
We have
And
a
I-
problem
and I-
with that, which was voiced by Ken.
And I proved that you can't count on anyone, even yourself.
You did not prove that. What? When did you prove
As-
that ever?
Well,
You
we
didn't.
proved it. We proved
As
it
as me, I
We
am
proved it.
myself
through 3
proof
things.
that I am inadequate to prove anything.
We're gonna
That-
prove
that
it
is-
through
no,
3
that
things.
doesn't work.
Why 3? 3. 1. Jaywalking.
Bad
No.
idea.
always a bad idea.
No.
Yeah, but,
but
even if
You
you're in
can't have both, motherfucker.
No,
Even if you're in
I
prison.
already told you that the reason that jaywalking is penalized is not because it's a criminal act.
Yeah, but you're
But as an-
penalized. That's not freedom.
No, okay, not the same because
Yeah,
your
but
freedom
not-
isn't
it
taken
is the
from
same.
you.
But the penalty is like your
It is the
fellow,
same.
your fellow
You're tell-
American.
You're
no,
telling
listen to
me
Please
that
stop.
someone coming
You're
up
telling
on you, asking you for money, is
No,
not
no.
authoritarian.
Your fellow American, which is supposed to be on your side, has chosen to run you over instead of like stop. Because they are afraid of your life because you have a picket sign saying, I would like to have a thing, please. And you're like,
And you are
nope.
not
And you're like,
protected because
nope.
of their freedom. Because they can run you over.
It's
because
not
of their
freedom.
freedom.
It's like an
Xanatrix?
advanced. It's like an advanced form of attack.
We already went through this. That if someone is illegitimately stopping people from going on their lawful way by blocking traffic. It impedes on what things? Emergency services, flow of traffic, and the economy.
And I proved that by law that whatever it is you said is right. Ethically, I did not prove that. Ethically,
I never said it was ethically acceptable. I said that it's morally acceptable. There's a big difference.
No, yeah, it's not.
If they are blocking an ambulance from getting to a hospital with somebody who is dying in that ambulance,
is not an ambulance.
By law of the government, you can run somebody over for being in your way because you want to or fear for your life.
That is hard to prove in court. Trust me.
It is not.
In court,
it is not.
That's an interesting idea.
No, it's
regardless,
not,
you say freedom, and then you appeal to a higher court.
Government.
That ain't freedom, dog.
We already discussed that too. When I discussed fucking,
I never threw in, motherfucker.
When I discussed philosophical libertarianism,
I never threw in. I let you motherfuckers threw in. I let you through.
You threw in too. Come on now. Don't you be trying to gaslight the shit out of us here now.
I'm trying to gaslight the shit out of you.
Is a libertarian, and he thinks that we should go build a road.
This is good shit. So,
it is.
Put your motherfucking head back down, Ken. That's what Mildred says. Listen, Mildred, Ken has got some big old fucking testicles. All right, just so you know. All right, Xanatrix.
Yep.
Fucking amen. Very good conversation.
You are awesome.
Very, very good conversation.
I had fun.
Like, seriously, like, I'm a fan. I like listening to what you say, and everything you say is interesting to me. So thank you.
100%, man. Great shit.
Thank you for having me. I figured we'd hit it off after I watched some of what you guys did with Mildred last week. And
awesome. We love it. Ken, of course, fucking Couchfire Media kicking ass. If you guys have been watching any of the graphics you've seen, that's Couchfire Media. That is Ken double, triple tasking. It's a big deal. If you want to support us, it's patreon.com/DreadLore, and eventually that money is going to go to Ken. Thank you so much, Erine, for impromptu showing up. Xanatrix, guest fucking star, kicking ass.
Yeah,
rolling on.
You're badass, dude.
Like, thank you very much for rolling on in.
The shit that you knew.
You rolled in. Also, thrown down from Mildra, thrown down from the Cloister of the Dice, all the kind of stuff that you guys do, making gaming actually applicable. Like,
what is that?
We tried to spread it. We tried to spread it.
Trying to spread it. Hitting up some cybersecurity, all kinds of shit. Last words, we'll go with Ken first, and we'll go with Erine, and then we'll end up with Xanatrix. Ken, last words.
I want to post all of my passwords on Facebook, as many as possible. Like, I want to put my password for my Amazon Prime on Facebook. I want to put my password for my YouTube on Facebook.
Just let us know what it is.
Yeah, tell us, please.
I'll give you all the numbers and letter and symbol combo.
And Ryan, anything?
This was fun. This is my first Geeky Gamer podcast experience, and I must say it has been quite a time.
Xanatrix, last word, sir.
I'm glad that I came. This has always been fun. I like hanging out with people who are as geeky as I am and like talking geeky things. It was cool to meet you as well, Aaron. I'm glad that you got to come in on an impromptu guest star as well. And Bill, Ken, it's been great.
Absolutely, man. We would love to have you on again in the future. Just let us know when you're available. We're going to be doing the Geeky Gamer podcast every Thursday. Oh my God. 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You'll have Ken. You'll have me. Hit or miss. Who knows? gonna be awesome.
Enunciation.
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 Enunciation. It's hard with bourbon. It's hard to enunciate.
The bourbon is
bourbon.
strong, baby.
Xanatrix, it was so nice to meet you.
It was very good, man. Very good. Very good.
Thanks.
All
Happy
right.
New Year, guys.
We
Y'all
are
have a good
out.
night.
Oh, real quick, we want to thank the chat. Mildra, dude, coming back, hooking it up. Thank you, Mildra, for so much support. We're gonna hit up Akira Coops for hitting up the chat, of course. Going through Garm. Am I pronouncing that right?
Garm. Yeah.
Garm. These are all from the. It's not Cloister of the Dice. What is it called?
The monastery.
The monastery.
I think Garm's in the monastery. I'm not sure. Let me check.
Xanatrix Zadare is you. Akira
Yep.
Coops.
Zadare.
I think that's pretty much it for tonight. Oh, The Zero's Journey.
My buddy.
Fuck yeah, man.
And
we will be
Slick Rick we had as well. Slick Rick
Yep.
cosplay.
absolutely. Thank you guys so much for hitting up the chat and all the goodness. If you're not from Kentucky, it's okay. Okay, guys.
Kentucky.
You know what? It's fine. You're not from Texas, so.
We're not from Texas.
Don't mess
We're gonna be back.
with
We're gonna be back
Texas.
on Monday. We're gonna be doing a one-shot DreadLore campaign into space. It's gonna be ridiculous. We're gonna have Jazzy Cabbage and Maxie on there. Xanatrix, if you want to jump in, you are welcome to jump in, dude. And we will be back Geeky Gamer Podcast, GGP, next Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard. That's all I got to say. Thanks to
Yeah.
Patreon, Tim Roberts, Nostalgic, Daniel Holker, Couchfire Media,
Ouchfire Media.
Trois Productions, if you care to even think about them. DreadLore, if you want to jump on that drive-through RPG, it's free. Hit that digital fucking core book. Xanatrix, get a core book.
I will.
You got the getting started guide. You got the core book is free as well.
Oh, I guess I'll have to do that.
We will throw down and kick
Me too.
ass.
We can learn together, Xanatrix.
We'll learn.
As someone who's been a GM and player for a long time, I'll probably be able to pick it up a little
Yeah.
quicker.
Hey.
Do it. Do it.
Probably.
Drink some bourbon. We'll hang out, and we're done. Ken, we're done.
We are
Nice.
done.
Night, y'all.
Good night.